Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 151 Uchiha Mikoto, besides me, who else? Pfft. Kushina burst out laughing. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't stop laughing. You just know how to bully me, Weevyuwu, sister, when will you come back? It's better not to come back. Suddenly remembering that his life would become even more difficult after his sister came back, Shenshu decisively threw the thought away. It's better for creatures like my sister to stay on the front line for a while longer. Although Jing'ai bullied him occasionally, at least she wouldn't stare at him all day long. Tsuneda's different, she can get beaten at any time. Resigned to his fate, Shenshu rolled his eyes, decisively kept silent, and obediently lowered his head to eat. After dinner, it got dark. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated whether she should say goodbye and go home. Seeing her hesitation, Jing'ai took the initiative to stand up. Come on, I'll take you back, it's a good chance to help you digest your food. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Uchiha Mikoto bowed in a serious manner to express her gratitude. I want to go too. Glancing at the bowl and the basin, Kushina pouted her lips. Unfortunately, it was her turn to wash the dishes today, and the little girl couldn't leave even if she wanted to go out with her to digest her food. Leaving home and walking on the way to the Uchiha clan, Jing'ai glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who kept her head down all the way, thought for a moment, and said to her, Mikoto, you are Kushina's good friend. Since you recognize Kushina as a sister and recognize this friendship, then don't care about the pressure from the family. Senior. Uchiha Mikoto raised her head and smiled gently, but the smile was a little forced. The family had contacted her, hinting in both explicit and implicit ways that she should spend more time with Kushina, come to their house more often, and deepen their relationship. It's best to be a family. God can testify that when Uchiha Mikoto understood these hints, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Did someone in your family say something unkind to you? The little girl must have been too embarrassed to say some things, so Jing'ai had to take the initiative to bring them up. Jing'ai's initiative made Uchiha Mikoto's little face turn red like a big apple. Uchiha Mikoto was filled with shame and indignation, and Jing'ai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Children of this age naturally have aspirations for love, but her family requires her to make sacrifices. Even though Uchiha Mikoto is a reasonable girl, she finds it difficult to accept this. But she couldn't resist the family's arrangement. Don't think too much. We will get along the same way as before. You can always come over as a guest and play with Kushina anytime you want. Really? Uchiha Mikoto looked up in surprise. For her, all feelings are too far away. She is very distressed and doesn't want to think about them. She thought that any contact with a purpose would sour her friendship with Kushina. Of course it's true. Jing'ai smiled and said, actually, you are not the only one who has this kind of distress. What? It's not just me, who else? Could it be my Hui? The image of Hinata Miwi, her quiet and introverted friend, popped up in Uchiha Mikoto's mind, her big eyes filled with shock. Could it be that the other party, like her, needs to accept some unreasonable arrangements from the family? Just as Uchiha Mikoto was daydreaming, Jing'ai's hand fell on her head and patted her lightly twice. You are still young. The interests and schemes of the family are not something you should be involved in or concerned about. Remember my words. If anyone comes looking for you again, just move me out. Don't feel embarrassed. It's because of me that you encountered this kind of thing. What is the best way to build closer ties and become allies? Find common interests, and marriage. Compared to other worlds, marriage relationships in the ninja world are even more reliable than relationships based on interests. This is why the Uchiha hinted to Uchiha Mikoto to hang out at Shizuka's house more often, as she would have more opportunities than the average person because she has a good relationship with Kushina. Walking into the Uchiha clan territory, Jing'ai found that many people were secretly staring at him. Without taking these people seriously, Jing'ai sent Uchiha Mikoto to the clan territory and then turned and left. Senior. Before Jing'ai had walked far, Uchiha Mikoto came out panting. Are you okay? Jing'ai asked curiously. Uchiha Mikoto took 2 deep breaths and asked, Senior, isn't my Hui a member of the Zone family? How could she? The Hyuga clan attaches great importance to the people of the main family. It is incredible that they push them out and use them as tools. Because the current situation of the Hyuga clan is more difficult than that of the Uchiha clan, go back. Jingai didn't say much, waved his hand, and disappeared on the spot. Is the situation of the Hyuga clan more difficult than that of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan was only targeted by the F4 group, and the Hyuga clan was even more exaggerated. They offended almost all Hokage factions and were not welcomed by both sides. Shizuochi and Tsunade have not taken the initiative to target them yet. The F4 group is not as easy to talk to as Shizuka and Tsunade. Although nothing was said on the surface, the secret targeting had already begun. The most obvious thing is that some jobs of the Hyuga clan were affected, just like Inoshikacho. The Hyuga clan was in real trouble because Inoshikacho leaned towards Tsunade. After the last meeting, Hinata Hayashi looked for Shizuka, but unfortunately Shizuka was in the Umbu base, so he couldn't get in even if he wanted to find him. However, Hinata Mui came to Kushina's house more often. It has become so obvious that one can guess what the Hyuga clan is planning with just a tip of the tongue. Jingai felt deep contempt for this. What the hell? The Uchiha is like this, and the Hinata is still like this. They sent two little girls to approach me. If they have the ability, they can choose two beautiful big sisters. It's really meaningless. I despise you. The face is gone. In the Kawanakani camp, the war was still fierce. A certain balance was formed between the two villages, with the two villages constantly pulling and consuming each other. Compared to the Rain Country camp, the River Country camp is very large. In a room in the medical department, Tsunade, yawning, opened the scroll sent by the village. Since arriving at the camp, Tsunade has been busy every day, even busier than when she was in the village, cracking poisons, developing antidotes, making potions, treating the wounded, entering the battlefield for rescue, and carrying out missions. Wherever there is a need, there is Tsunade's shadow. I don't know what the old man wants to say this time. The third Hokage conveyed a lot of messages to Tsunade, a large part of which was hoping that Tsunade would persuade Shizuka more and stop messing around. Tsunade has become accustomed to this and even a little immune to it. Ahem. Even though Tsunade was already accustomed to it, she was still shocked when she saw the contents of the scroll, and even choked on her own saliva. She was dumbfounded and thought she was dizzy because of lack of sleep. Chapter 152 Every failure makes you learn. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and patted his face to make himself more awake before continuing to watch. Surprising, weird, I couldn't help laughing so hard that I couldn't help crying. In just a moment, Tsunade's expression changed again and again. Wow, Jingai really did a lot of big things and actually forced the old man to give in. In the scroll, the third Hokage complained bitterly about Shizuoichi's crimes, saying that Shizuoichi did not follow the rules, took revenge in various ways, and did not let the Shimura clan go, and also expelled many Umbu people for no reason. He would even give death orders to the Umbu members when they were carrying out his orders, causing them to not even listen to his orders. What's even more outrageous is that Jingai not only didn't want to contribute the puppet, but he also used it himself. They even used puppets to replace the Umbu members, causing many of them to be idle and disrupting the layout of the village. Although it was not stated explicitly, Tsunade was hinted in various ways that puppets were needed by the village. Oh, you still don't give up. Tsunade initially felt quite sympathetic towards the third Hokage, but after seeing the end, she decisively threw the scroll aside. It's the same old routine, trying to play the emotional card with the village, hoping that Tsunade would soften her heart, and then persuade Shizuka to hand over the puppet. He didn't mention any benefits, he just wanted a puppet. It goes without saying that Jingai would never take out the puppets. If it was at the beginning and the village had to pay a little price, Jingai wouldn't mind taking out some puppets as a sale to the village. Once the village tastes the sweetness, it will want to have more puppets. After all the efforts, Jingai was the one who made the most money, using other people's help to accumulate his own inventory. The result is good, others don't want to pay at all. It would be fine if you didn't want to pay, but you just asked for the chance to take away the cooking pot. Who the hell can stand this? Not to mention Jingai couldn't bear it, even Tsunade couldn't bear it. Persuade? But forget it, whoever has the ability can go, but I don't have that ability anyway. The F4 group wanted to get Shizuochi's puppet for free, just like they wanted to get Tsunade's medicines and drugs for free. Tsunade kept on researching and developing, and they kept on producing, but in the end, Tsunade was getting paid by the Konoha hospital. Not to mention dividends and profits, there is not even any reward for R&D. This kind of thing happened once, and that was enough. For the sake of the village, Tsunade didn't want to care about these things, but the third Hokage and others wanted to get it for free, which was impossible. Even if the puppet is really important to the village, To put it bluntly, if the third Hokage and others had not intended to get something for free, and had cooperated earlier to increase the number of puppets and send them to the battlefield, Konoha's casualties would definitely have been greatly reduced. It could even teach the Sand Village a lesson. Even ending the war early is not impossible. Imagine that on the battlefield, a group of fearless puppets rush into the enemy's position, fighting with the enemy desperately, not afraid of death, not afraid of injury, and fighting desperately, which will definitely scare the enemy, not to mention that after the puppets die or are dismembered, they will explode with self-destructive attacks that cannot be resisted. You don't need a large number. As long as 1,000 puppets are thrown into the battlefield, the Sand Village will know what fear is. Unfortunately, some people are too ambitious and always want to get something for free. They always want others to give everything by saying that everything is for the village. What's funny is that they ask others to give everything, but they themselves will not do the same, and even try every means to help their family gain benefits. The little abacus was making a lot of noise, but it ran into the ruthless Jingai. And then, nothing happened. Throwing away the scroll sent by the third Hokage, Tsunade picked up the casualty report and started reading it. Soon, her helplessness turned into a sigh. Since you are unwilling to compromise and pay, then just wait and see. After the First Ninja World War, Konoha recovered extremely quickly and its foundation became stronger and stronger, giving the F4 group enough confidence. Old man, the village is very powerful, but the Sand Village is not weak either. Unfortunately, Tsunade can only say these words to herself. The third Hokage couldn't hear all this. Shizue. Tsunade suddenly lost the mind to think about these things when she thought of Shizue's comments about the Sand Village. Because Shizuka's evaluation of the Sand Village was somewhat discouraging. On the other side of the battlefield, in the Sand Village camp, Cho was in charge of all matters in the camp. Late at night in the headquarters, Cho stared blankly at a photo on the table. In the photo, a young man and woman were standing together, and the woman was holding a cute child in her arms. Cho stared at the photo for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. Tears gradually welled up in her cloudy eyes. The young man and woman in the photo are Cho's son and daughter-in-law, the parents of Scorpion of the Red Sand. Unfortunately, they all died in the Land of Fire, at the hands of Konoha's white-fanged Heitake Sakumo sword, and even their bodies could not be retrieved. Cho-sama. Cho, who was sinking in sorrow, came back to her senses, quickly put away the photo on the table, and the tears in her eyes quickly disappeared. Cho regained her cold expression and said calmly, "Come in." The reporting ninja brought over a bunch of intelligence scrolls and placed them on the table. "Master Cho, these intelligence scrolls were sent by Master Ebizo. Master Ebizo also said that Konoha is on high alert against the village, and asked if you want to send more people to infiltrate the Land of Fire to collect intelligence. The Cho siblings, one is responsible for the war and the other is responsible for village intelligence, and they are considered the left and right arms of the third Kazekage. As for the third Hokage, who was known as the strongest wind shadow, he had been staying in the village and did not enter the battlefield. As the leader of the village, the third Hokage would not come to the battlefield in person unless the village suffered a great loss on the battlefield or the war encountered an unfavorable situation. Like the third Hokage, the Hokage cannot leave the village easily unless Konoha reaches a critical point. Among the 5 major ninja villages, only the leader of the Cloud Village, the Raikage, likes to appear on the battlefield, and even go deep behind enemy lines to cause trouble. Cho picked up a scroll and started reading it. Without even looking up, she said, "Tell him to increase his efforts and send more people to infiltrate the Land of Fire to gather intelligence." According to the news from the village's spies hiding in Konoha, the internal situation of the Konoha ninja village is not stable. Yes, it was normal for each village to place ninjas in each other's villages, but it was difficult for these spies to climb to high positions. It was good enough to be able to get some basic intelligence, but it was difficult to pass on the intelligence during the war. After a long while, Cho put down the scroll and looked in the direction of the Konoha camp. She slammed the table angrily. "Tsunade." Cho wished she could lead her army to the Fire Country herself to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, the Sand Village does not have such strength. The war between the two villages was very stalemate. Heitake Sakumo did not appear on the battlefield and remained active within the territory of the Fire Country. Although Cho hated Heitake Sakumo, she could not act on impulse and could only stay in the camp and command the battle. When the full-scale war broke out, the Sand Village still received a lot of good news, but after Tsunade arrived at the frontline camp, the good news stopped. On the contrary, all kinds of bad news keep coming. Chapter 153 Let the bullets fly for a while. First, the new poison that she had painstakingly developed was cracked by Tsunade. and then Tsunade personally led the team into the battlefield and killed the puppet troops of the Sand Village. The puppet troops were originally the ace troops of the Sand Village. They had been active on the battlefield for a long time and became a terrifying existence for countless enemies. But when the puppet army met Tsunade, it was like they had met their nemesis. Not only is Tsunade good at healing and detoxification, she can also charge into the battlefield when necessary. Although her fighting style is simple and rough, the puppet army is afraid of people like her who fight in a simple and rough manner. With every punch and kick, wherever he went, only puppet fragments and scrapped parts were left on the ground. Although Tsunade is reckless, she will not put herself in danger, so much so that even old Lady Cho couldn't kill her with dirty means. Tsunade didn't give such a chance at all. This caused Cho to curse with gritted teeth. The fierce war on the front line did not affect Jing'ai. After reaching an agreement with the third Hokage, Jing'ai's life also became peaceful. He didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, and the third Hokage didn't play any tricks. Orochimaru arrived at the Umbu base. All the puppets were handed over to Jing'ai. So after paying the price of some chakra, Jing'ai harvested hundreds of puppets. Both parties expressed satisfaction with the result. Orochimaru even took the initiative to help Shizuoka deal with the corpse of the demigod. As for the highly poisonous salamander, Shizuoka dealt with it by himself. Recently, with the people from Inoshikacho entering the Umbu, Jing'ai simply threw all the tedious work of the Umbu to Nara Shikashin and started to study some strange things himself. At the headquarters base, in a temporary laboratory, there are various metal materials, various rocks, and some special soils. These are Jing'ai's experimental materials. Are you sure these are all experimental materials? Jing'ai wants to conduct an experiment, and then the Umbu people collect materials everywhere and transport them to the base. Nara Shikashin came over to take a look out of curiosity, and ended up being embarrassed. In his imagination, Jing'ai's experiment should be a bit bloody. After all, a puppet needs a corpse to support it. But as a result, there was no blood, only metal and parts all over the ground, as well as various mud and stones. Don't tell me, you're planning to use this as a puppet? Your puppets are weird enough, and you even use stones. If the puppet ninjas of the Sand Village knew about this, they would definitely cry to death. Sure. Who says stone and soil can't be used to make puppets? Look at the Itsutsuki on the moon, with all kinds of wooden puppets, mud and rock puppets, so many different kinds of puppets that they can be played with. However, they have the legacy left by Hamura, but Jing'ai does not, so he can only experiment and try slowly. Fortunately, Jing'ai doesn't have much to do, so she has a lot of time. He currently has enough puppets in his hands, and he just needs to accumulate more puppets in the future. I think you are kidding me. After standing at the door and watching for a while, Nara Shikashin walked away speechlessly. In his opinion, Jing'ai was just fooling around. He ignored the affairs of the Umbu and just played with these useless things in the laboratory. If various metals and parts can be used to make puppets, then he really couldn't imagine what the stones and soil were used for. It would be funny if the puppet is made and before it is put into use, the enemy uses water escape to turn it into a pile of mud. He must have learned bad things from Orochimaru. Orochimaru likes to study something whenever he has time, and now even Jing'ai has started to learn from him. It is really my misfortune to be this boy's assistant. The stone is too brittle, and there is no point in covering it with soil. We need to soften the chakra in it. Not knowing whether doing research is addictive, Jing'ai buried herself in the laboratory and did not come out for a long time. Fortunately, Nara Shikashin is handling the affairs of the Umbu, and nothing major has happened in the village recently, so Jing'ai can focus on working on his puppets with peace of mind. Can't you? Looking at the puppet with a strange shape and stiff movements, Jing'ai was a little disappointed. His research made great progress, but the results were disappointing. On this day, Jing'ai, who was still in the laboratory, heard cheers coming into the base, so he controlled the puppet to go and check. Heitake Sakumo returned and was warmly welcomed by the villagers. With the village's deliberate publicity, Heitake Sakumo's reputation in Konoha has long surpassed Shizuichi's. The F4 group's plan to push Heitake Sakumo to cover up Shizuichi was successful. Nowadays, when people in the village mention the village's war hero, most people's first reaction is to say the name of Heitake Sakumo. When it comes to publicity, the F4 group is an expert. The puppet squatting on the roof watched Heitake Sakumo leave with the support of the villagers. Jing'ai really wanted to know whether the third Hokage and others would still be able to laugh after the daimyo's reward arrived. With another person around, Jing'ai asked curiously, "Have you finished your research?" Orochimaru looked at the welcoming team that was gradually going away and shook his head. "No, but the war on the front line is tense, and the old man hopes that I can end my vacation and return to the battlefield." Seeing Orochimaru staring at the welcoming team going away, Jingai couldn't help but laugh. What, are you envious? Envious? Orikamaru turned around with some surprise. Maybe. No one wants to reject the cheers and support of the villagers, and I am no exception. However, Sakumo-senpai's reputation is a bit exaggerated. Don't you have any thoughts in your mind? If we really count based on military achievements, Heitake Sakumo's contribution will definitely not be ahead of Shizuo's. Even if he didn't kill many enemies, one salamander Hanzo was enough to feed himself, not to mention, he treated a large number of wounded soldiers in the camp's medical room. When you counted them all, his efforts were no worse than others killing enemies on the battlefield. As a result, despite making the greatest contribution, he does not receive corresponding treatment and rewards. Instead, someone else became the most eye-catching person. Anyone else would probably be jealous to death. No idea. Jingai said meaningfully, I am only interested in the backlash drama. After all, Senior Shimao's contribution has been reported to the daimyo's mansion. What kind of reward do you think the daimyo will give him? What does the village's affairs have to do with Daming Prefecture? Orikamaru was stunned for a moment, but soon he connected some clues together and an excited smile appeared on his calm face. Even I'm starting to get curious. I wonder if the old man will be very angry. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Jingai finally stopped laughing. When will you leave the village? Orikamaru smiled and replied, maybe, tomorrow. Chapter 154, Heitake Sakumo, I understand, but I don't fully understand. The third Hokage recently went to see Orikamaru again, intending to appeal to his emotions and hoping that Orikamaru would make some contribution. Unfortunately, Orikamaru won't listen. You can end my vacation if you want, and you can send me to the battlefield if you want, but don't try to covet my experimental materials. The third Hokage was a little angry after failing to obtain the puppet again, so he urged Orikamaru to set off for the battlefield as soon as possible. It just so happened that Orikamaru also had the idea of going to the battlefield. Because he needs to get the materials. The war has been going on for so long, there must be a lot of enemy corpses piled up in the frontline camps, which are all top-quality materials for making puppets. Orikamaru didn't know yet that Shizuka was already working on the materials for the puppet. It is estimated that by the time Orikamaru returns, Shizuichi will no longer be interested in puppets made from ninja corpses. Orikamaru knew that Shizuka was doing research, but he didn't know what exactly he was researching, because his hands couldn't reach the embu. With puppets guarding the house, not to mention Orikamaru, even the F4 group can't reach the embu. That night, the work was finished. Jingai met an unexpected guest on her way home. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together. Heitake Sakumo took the initiative to invite. Okay. Why would you refuse if someone invites you to dinner? If I refuse this meal, I'm afraid Heitake Sakumo will imagine all kinds of messy things. Jingai knew the reason why Heitake Sakumo invited him to dinner. The place to eat was chosen to be the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. After they sat down, they ordered a lot of things. After everything was served, Heitake Sakumo put the marinated meat on the grill and smiled sheepishly. Jingai, I have always seen your contribution. To be honest, I can't compare to you, but I don't know why it turned out like this. Heitake Sakumo was very happy when he returned to the village. After I got home, rested for a while and calmed down, I realized something was wrong. After asking someone, I felt disappointed. This is not right. Why is it that Jingai's contribution is greater than his, but not many people in the village mention him, and instead everyone is talking about Heitake Sakumo? Heitake Sakumo is a straightforward and honest man. In addition, Shizuichi saved his life on the battlefield in the Rain Country, and Heitake Sakumo has always remembered these favors. He hurried over to Jingai to eat, just to explain that all this had nothing to do with him. Senior, don't get excited. Looking at Heitake Sakumo who wanted to explain but couldn't quite put it into words, Shizuichi waved his hands in a helpless manner. This matter really has nothing to do with you. It's all the work of the Hokage's office. I won't take it to heart. Besides, you are the hero of the village. You deserve the warm welcome and support from the villagers. Compared to you, my contribution is nothing. Heitake Sakumo smiled awkwardly. The villagers will be influenced by public opinion and propaganda, but he will not, because he knows very well how great Jingai's contribution is. Not to mention the distant past, the achievement of killing Hanzo of the Salamander was enough for him to admire him prostrating himself. You should know that he was chased by Hanzo of the Salamander on the battlefield of the Rain Country and almost collapsed on the battlefield. It was Jingai who treated him. Skillfully turning the grilled meat over, Heitake Sakumo asked in confusion, but Hokage-sama, why do you do this? Because they failed to take the puppet from me, they don't want my reputation to be too high. It just so happens that Senior killed the son and daughter-in-law of that old woman Cho, so it gave them a lot of publicity to push you to suppress me. Jing-ai took 2 sips of the juice and said, come to think of it, Senior was also affected by me. Is that so? Heitake Sakamo's face looked a little conflicted. He still couldn't understand, was it really worth it to make such a fuss just for a puppet? We are all from the same village, so we should cooperate and work together for the village during the war. The result was a huge quarrel. They also pulled him out and used him as a tool. This made Heitake Sakamo feel helpless. Fortunately, Jing-ai did not hold a grudge against him or have any misunderstandings about him, which made him feel relieved. This meal was not in vain. The more straightforward a person is, the more he values gratitude. Jing-ai saved Heitake Sakamo several times, and Heitake Sakamo will always remember these things. Seeing that the meat was ready, Jing-ai didn't hesitate to pick up a piece and started eating. Senior, you don't need to worry about it, because these things have nothing to do with you or the Heitake clan. The conflict between me and the Hokage's office seems to be over puppets, but it actually started long before the war broke out. I understood it, but not completely. It seems that I am not suitable to get involved in this kind of thing. After thinking it over carefully, Heitake Sakamo could only smile bitterly and nod. He has no problem going into battle and killing the enemy, but if he is asked to do these things, his brain will explode. The conflicts and interests involved were so complicated that it gave him a headache just thinking about it. Sure enough, I am only suitable for fighting and killing. Heitake Sakamo laughed at himself. Jing-ai was amused by Heitake Sakamo. Senior, this is called everyone has their own strengths, and some things, as you grow older, you will slowly adapt to them. Heitake Sakamo is a straightforward and honest man, but honest people may not be ignorant of how to manage their family and expand their political career. They are just prone to falling into traps and being targeted. People like him are only suitable to find a backer and serve as a background wall, but they can't rely on anything else. In the entire Konoha, Sakamo Heitake is the only Kage-level strongman who can be driven to suicide by rumors. Although his son Kakashi also likes to nitpick, he is much more humane than Heitake Sakamo. Hope so. Heitake Sakamo shook his head and stopped talking about it. He ate the barbecue peacefully and began to change the topic. The two chatted about what happened on the battlefield. Heitake Sakamo was eating barbecue while cursing. The people of the Sand Village are very cruel. Not only did they attack villages within the Land of Fire, they also killed people and caused all kinds of destruction. Even if they couldn't take away the looted materials and money, they would choose to burn them down. During the period of encirclement and suppression of enemies in the Land of Fire, Heitake Sakamo witnessed too many tragedies. During the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the Sand Village looted all the villages in the Land of Rain, taking away everything they could, without caring about the lives of the people in the Land of Rain. When they arrived at the Land of Fire, because Konoha had set up an encirclement and they knew they couldn't take all the supplies and property away, the people of the Sand Village actually set everything on fire. Leave no chance of survival to the villages that were attacked. I have reported these things to the Hokage, and he promised that the village will retaliate. The revenge issue has been going on for several months, but there has been no result. Jing-ai didn't have much hope for this. At the beginning, the F4 group couldn't find a suitable target for revenge. Tsunade, who couldn't stand it any longer, proposed Shizuka's suggestion, but the other party was still hesitating. The suggestion was made, but it was not adopted. Tsunade was really angry. Maybe. Jing-ai didn't really want to talk about this, so he decisively changed the subject. Chapter 155 Danzo threatens the third Hokage. The third Hokage was a man who had the responsibilities he should have, but he was not decisive enough sometimes. As he grew older, this flaw became more prominent. From the heroic ninja mode at the beginning, he developed to the point where he would start to hesitate at the mere words of others. After eating and drinking, Jing-ai and Heitake Sakamo separated and went home. Late at night, Konoha prison fell into silence, and all the prisoners who had worked all day returned to their cells to rest. In a special cell deep inside the prison, the third Hokage stood at the door of the cell, looking at his old partner Danzo Shimura inside the cell. Sarutobi, your promise has not been fulfilled. Shimura Danzo's tone was a little aggressive, because the third Hokage promised him that he would find a way to get him out when the total war broke out, but the total war has been going on for so long, and Danzo Shimura is still sitting safely in prison. This is more troublesome than you think, Danzo. The third Hokage sighed and recounted some recent events, causing Danzo Shimura to frown. So you just let him send people to surround the Shimura clan? Sarutobi, how can you be a Hokage? As the Hokage of the village, you can't even control the Umbu. I heard that the family's territory was surrounded by Umbu. The third Hokage had no choice but to negotiate with Shizuka, and eventually, after paying a certain amount of benefits, both sides stopped. Shimura Danzo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This is not the old man's fault. The third Hokage was yelled at by Shimura Danzo, and his face suddenly turned ugly. If it wasn't for helping Xiaochun, how could the Umbu be expelled? This is the first time in the 5 major ninja villages. What about me? Shimura Danzo grabbed the cell fence and said angrily. You were able to banish the Umbu just for that idiot Tamain Koharu, but you ignored me and let me be locked up in prison. It would have been better if the third Hokage didn't say this, but after he said this, Danzo Shimura became even angrier. The feeling is that Yutoa Koharu still has value, so you are willing to risk your life to help her, but I have no value anymore, so I can only be locked up in prison. Aren't the contributions made by me, Shimura Danzo, not as great as those made by others? In the F4 group, to be precise, among the several disciples of Senju Tobirama, the one who made the greatest contribution to the village is the third Hokage. Danzo Shimura would not dare to say that he is ranked behind the third Hokage, but he is at least in the top 3, much stronger than Mito Kato N, Akimichi Tofu, and Yutain Koharu. But when the cake was finally divided, he was relegated to the empty position of assistant to the Hokage. Akimichi Norifu gave up the cake and pushed his family forward, and Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato N were so full that they ate too much. As for Uchiha Kagami, he was simply ignored. Danzo, it's no use getting angry at me. The third Hokage lit his pipe and smoked slowly. If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to target Hinata Shizuka and Kushina, thus angering Lord Mito, we wouldn't be in the passive situation we are in today. You, Shimura Danzo, have made great contributions, but don't you have any idea of what you have done yourself? If it weren't for you, would the situation have developed to this point? Will the Hokage faction be torn apart? Will Inoshikacho run to Tsunade's side? All this was caused by you, Shimura Danzo, and you still have the nerve to question me. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo Shimura quoted some classic quotes. Unfortunately, this set is useless against the third Hokage, because it is what the third Hokage left over. Because the third Hokage was good at using the village's righteousness to morally blackmail others, it was almost impossible to apply the same tactics to him. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, looked directly at Danzo Shimura, as if to say, it's up to you whether I believe it or not. You. Being stared at by the third Hokage with such a look, Shimura Danzo immediately became angry and said, Saratobi, are you sure you don't want to help me? Danzo, what do you mean? The third Hokage felt that this guy had something else in mind. What do you mean? Having been locked up for so long, Shimura Danzo felt that if he continued like this, he would go crazy, so he had to get out of prison. You know what I mean, don't force me. You and I are one. You stand in the light, and I stand in the darkness. I know everything about you and what you have done, so don't force me. If the third Hokage had been fair, Danzo Shimura would not have been so angry. But the third Hokage sided with the elders, and this was something Danzo Shimura could not accept. You were able to remove the Umbu for the sake of the elders and gave enough benefits to Koharu Yudatan, but you watched me sitting in jail. Saratobi, what do you think would happen if the people in the village knew about the mirror? At this time, Danzo Shimura looked like a devil from hell. You. The pupils of his eyes contracted and the third Hokage almost jumped up on the spot. Few people know the details of how Uchiha Kagami died. This is a taboo topic, and no one even within the F4 group is willing to bring it up. Among Senju Tobirama's disciples, the strongest one was not the third Hokage, but Uchiha Kagami from the Uchiha clan. So the question is, everyone else is alive and well, only the strongest Uchiha Kagami died. What's the secret here? Saratobi, don't push me, you're too biased. Danzo Shimura doesn't want to take this path, because once he does, he will be further and further away from his dream. Orochimaru was right when he said that the dirt hidden in the gutter would never be recognized by the villagers. Failure to gain recognition from the villagers would mean the end of Danzo Shimura's dream of becoming Hokage. Damn it, how so? The third Hokage felt that it was a wrong choice for him to visit Danzo Shimura in prison. It was also a wrong choice to help Koharu Tsuchiya before. If you make a wrong move, all the steps will be wrong. In order to treat everyone equally, Danzo Shimura had to endure it even if he was unwilling. As long as he was alive, he had a chance. But the treatment is unfair. He keeps suffering losses while others keep gaining benefits. How can Danzo Shimura tolerate this? Even if you don't give me any benefits, at least get me out of here. Not only do they not give me any benefits, but they also keep me in prison. What the hell is this? This caused Danzo Shimura, who was constantly stimulated, to have some difficulty to suppress impulses in his heart. Danzo Shimura turned away, not wanting to look at the third Hokage anymore. Saratobi, the village is at war. I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but I hope you can find a way to let me out. Otherwise, I don't know what I will do. Remember, you only have 1 year. Without tearing the net apart, Danzo Shimura is still willing to continue working towards his dream. He doesn't want to be abandoned by his friends, nor does he want to become a piece of dirt that cannot be brought to the surface. Because he has a dream of becoming a Hokage. 1 year is the time period that Danzo Shimura gave to the third Hokage. If the third Hokage released him within a year, he would not mind suffering a little loss or grievance. Chapter 156. Why should he bear the responsibility alone for the affairs of 3 people? If you don't want to go out, don't blame me for being rude. The third Hokage came worriedly and left angrily. Although it was already late at night, he had no intention of going home to rest. Back in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage became more and more angry the more he thought about it. He directly sent someone to summon Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en. Why should he bear it alone when everyone is shouldering the burden together? So the 2 elder council advisors who had already gone to bed were woken up in confusion and hurried to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, you're in such a hurry to ask us to come here. Is there a change in the situation on the front line? Although they were very tired, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en still rushed over as soon as possible because they were not sure if there was a problem at the front line. During war, anything can happen. The Hokage's office has invited me. I have to crawl over there even if I am exhausted. Sit down. The third Hokage rubbed his stiff face. The 2 elder advisors had a lot of things to do and were very tired. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no exception and he even had more things to deal with. After the 2 sat down, the third Hokage let out a long sigh. The situation on the front line has not deteriorated. The village is still firmly rooted in the position. The situation is relatively favorable for us. After all, the supplies of the Sand Village are too scarce. Even if the war is based on the most basic consumption, they are no match for Konoha. Then let us come over. Mizuto Minion hesitated. Hiruzen, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't interrupt everyone's rest time. Yutin Koharu is not as tactful as Mito Kato-en. As soon as she opened her mouth, she blurted out something that made the third Hokage's eyes twitch. Xiao-chun, be careful with your words. Noticing that there was something wrong with the expression on the third Hokage's face, Mizuto Minion quickly winked at Yutin Koharu, reminding her to be careful with her words. Yutin Koharu looked confused. I didn't say anything wrong. Since the situation on the battlefield has not changed, why did you call everyone here in the middle of the night? Aren't you tired? After taking a deep look at the bewildered Koharu Yuditin, the third Hokage closed his eyes helplessly and didn't open them until a long while later. I went to see Danzo, and he was very unhappy with my decision to expel the Umbu. He warned me that I must release him within a year, otherwise he would make the matter of Uchiha Kagami public. Aren't you tired? Aren't you sleepy? Then I'll give you something exciting. I hope you can still sleep tonight. What? This is impossible. As soon as these words came out, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en stood up in shock, looks of disbelief on their faces. Is Danzo Shimura crazy? How dare you say such things? Once the news gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable, especially during war. This would be a severe blow to the morale of the village. The third Hokage was very satisfied with the reactions of the 2. I am pleased to see you so surprised and all your fatigue disappear quietly. I think you all know what kind of person Danzo is. If he says 1 year, he will definitely only give us 1 year. If we exceed the deadline. The third Hokage did not say the following words because it would not be conducive to unity. In any case, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en knew the answer clearly. No, I'll go find him. Koharu Yutin was about to walk outside. Mitoman-en quickly grabbed her and said, Xiao-chun, are you going to find Danzo? I'm afraid he will be even angrier when he sees you. Originally, Shimura Danzo was staying in prison peacefully, but because of you, he felt unbalanced and said such cruel words. If you go to him you'll just be adding fuel to the fire. Don't you think we have enough troubles? It seems so. Yutin Koharu was speechless. What should we do? We also want to let him out, but the key is that Tsunade and Hinata Shizuka won't allow it. Once Danzo is really released, God knows what kind of extreme reaction they will have. Besides, what right does Danzo have to threaten us? He was the one who caused all this. It's a typical case of each person having his own reasons. Koharu Yuditin thinks that all this is Danzo Shimura's fault and that he deserves to be locked up. However, Danzo Shimura believed that the third Hokage was biased and always favored the 2 members of the elders, so he felt unbalanced. Both sides had their reasons and they both refused to let go of their own ideas. So the third Hokage became the person caught in the middle. Alright, Haru. Seeing that Yuditin Koharu was about to accuse Shimura Danzo of wrongdoing, the third Hokage interrupted her in annoyance. We still have to find a way to release Danzo. His release will be beneficial to our operations. Ever since Danzo Shimura was imprisoned, the third Hokage realized the importance of Danzo Shimura. Without this black glove, he would be hesitant to do anything. Then we have to find a way to convince Tsunade and Hyuga Shizuka, especially Hyuga Shizuka. Only if he agrees will Tsunade nod. Fearing that Yutain Koharu would say something shocking again, Mito Kato and quickly opened his mouth to change the subject. So how do we convince Jing'ai? Thinking of the previous conflicts caused by puppets, the three of them had a headache. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten it for free and would have just cooperated honestly. Now the situation is so chaotic. The three of them discussed non-stop, but in the blink of an eye, dawn came and they still hadn't come up with a suitable solution. As a result, the three old guys were exhausted and had to be forced to leave. They planned to find another time to continue discussing the matter. As he got older, was under a lot of pressure, and didn't get enough rest, the third Hokage felt a little dazed after enduring for a while. He was just about to go home and rest for a while, but he hadn't even left the Hokage's office yet. The work secretary walked into the office. Hokage-sama, these are the photocopied documents for the meeting. Do they need to be placed directly in the conference room? Do you have a meeting today? The third Hokage's muddy mind became even more confused. Take it, I'll be there soon. If there was nothing important, the third Hokage could still take a rest, but that would not be possible if there was an important meeting. Others who had the same experience as him included Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en. They were woken up in the middle of the night and went to the Hokage's office building to discuss how to release Danzo Shimura. They talked until dawn. Just as they returned and hadn't even closed their eyes, people from the Hokage's office building came and notified them to hold a meeting. For a moment, Koharu-ten almost cursed. Mizuto Minion also had a bitter look on his face. After getting up early and having breakfast, Jing'ai, full of energy, took a leisurely walk and slowly came to the Hokage office building. The moment he walked into the meeting room, he felt that the atmosphere was a little off. As for what was wrong, I glanced towards the front of the meeting room and saw that it was one of the three pillars of the village, and he was so tired that he almost lost his identity. I am not seeing things, am I? I'm so tired. Without saying a word, he walked to his seat and sat down. Jing'ai nudged the fat man next to him with his elbow. Senior, what's wrong with those three? Why do they look like they are about to die suddenly? Although what you said is true, can't you be more tactful? Chiodaya Kufeng almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He was also very curious about what the third Hokage, Yutain Koharu, and Mito Kato-en had been doing these days to make themselves so tired. An expression of impending sudden death? Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. Jing'ai's little mouth is the most likable. Chapter 157, Hyuga Hayashi Sincerity. Ahem, now that everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Let's take a look at the documents on the table first. Seeing that everyone was present, the third Hokage immediately announced the start of the meeting. The meetings are still the same old ones. From the beginning of the total war to now, meetings are held every few days, but the content of the meetings has not changed much. Overall, they are still centered around the war on the front line. In Jing'ai's words, it is boring and tedious. Look, the fat guy Chiodaya Kufeng almost fell asleep. Jing'ai leaned back in his chair and listened absent-mindedly, his mind flying somewhere else. However, Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, who were sitting behind him, listened very carefully. The simple meeting lasted for more than 3 hours. If the Umbu didn't need a representative, Jing'ai would rather go into the laboratory and tinker with his puppet materials than waste time here. Jing'ai, can we find a place to have a meal and chat? The meeting just ended. Jing'ai decisively got up and left, but Hinata Hayashi caught up with him immediately and invited him to dinner. Sure. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, it would be great if someone treated me to a meal. As for why Hyuga Hayashi invited him to dinner, isn't it obvious? This guy hasn't given up yet. Outside the barbecue restaurant, Jing'ai asked with some hesitation, can we change places? Hinata Hayashi was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously, the taste of the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant is the best in the village. Is not what it means. Jing'ai quickly explained, what I meant is that I have been eating barbecue for several days in a row, so I want to change to something else. I didn't say that the barbecue of the Akimichi clan is not delicious. No matter how delicious the food is, I can't stand eating it for several days in a row. It just so happens that there are a lot of people I want to treat you to dinner recently. Orikamaru invited him, Uchiha Fugaku invited him, Heitake Sakumo invited him, and Hyuga Hayashi also invited him, and each of them liked to choose a barbecue restaurant. Jing'ai was numb, so Hinata Hayashi decisively changed to another store. As soon as they sat down, Hinata Hayashi said, my why has caused you trouble recently? How dare you say that? Jing'ai rolled his eyes directly. Fortunately, his eyes had changed. If it were the same as before, his eyes would be the same whether he rolled them or not. After taking a sip of hot tea, Jing'ai lazily crossed his legs. He was not used to kneeling. Young patriarch, let's not talk about politeness. My Hui is very cute and I like her very much. In fact, I have always been curious about why you and the elders of the family are willing to push the people of the main family out. Uchiha was able to push Uchiha Mikoto out and bring her to his side because he had such courage. But what about the Hyuga clan? Even if they could push it, according to past practice, at most they would send a girl from the branch family. The main family wouldn't even think about it because every member of the main family is a treasure. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Hyuga clan also showed off their awesomeness for once. This is my personal suggestion. Father accepted my suggestion and convinced the other elders. The plan to bring forward Hinata Miwi to win over Jingai was initiated by Hinata Hayashi. He persuaded the old clan leader, and the old clan leader persuaded the elders of the family. Without his father stepping in, the young clan leader Hyuga Hayashi would not be able to do it at all. Jingai looked strange. I heard that Maihui was trained as the future wife of the clan leader. Compared to the choice of a wife, I think you will be of greater help to the family. Hinata Hayashi said this very calmly. Jingai, depend on. It is not easy for anyone to become the young clan leader. But if Hyuga Hayashi changes his wife, can he still give birth to a little Hinata? The same goes for Uchiha Fugaku. If he changed his wife, could he still be Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke? Even if it is possible, we still need to worry about the appearance of these two brothers. After all, Uchiha Fugaku's face is here. Itachi and Sasuke can become the male gods in the hearts of countless people, all thanks to Uchiha Mikoto's excellent genes. If it were someone else. You are so persistent. Jingai also admired Hinata Hayashi. Ask him for advice when you have time, invite him to dinner when you have time, do everything you can to get closer to him, and don't be discouraged even if you are rejected, just try again next time. Young patriarch, I will not say nice words. If you really want to change the family, but you cannot change the family rules and heritage, then I can only say that you need to start with the treatment of the branch family and the arrogance of the main family. Why is the conflict between the main family and the branch family so deep? In addition to the caged bird curse, the biggest reason is that the people of the branch family are treated too badly. The people of the main family are too arrogant and do not regard the people of the branch family as human beings at all. If this goes on for a long time, it would be strange if the people of the branch family do not have knots in their hearts. If you really want to change the Hyuga clan, start from here. Hinata Hayashi didn't have the ability to activate the caged bird seal, and he also couldn't change the rules of family inheritance. Since the general direction doesn't work, we can only start from other places. For example, changing the arrogance of the main family, improving the status of the branch family, and improving the treatment of the branch family. As long as these 2 points are achieved, the conflicts between the main family and the branch family can definitely be resolved. Can this really improve family conflicts? Hinata Hayashi cheered himself up. Jing was speechless for a moment. The young patriarch who wanted to improve the relationship between the main family and the branch family was essentially no different from the people of the main family. Why not? Jingai was not in a very good mood and said casually, from the beginning to the end, the people of the main family are too arrogant and proud, even you, the young clan leader, are the same. Sometimes, if you lower your status appropriately, people won't think that the people of the main family are cheap. You can learn from other families, such as the Uchiha. Don't the people in the Uchiha clan's compound think they are superior and a level above the others, but does anyone look down on them because of that? Why is Uchiha Fugaku so popular and respected in the family? He never puts on airs as a young clan leader. He gets along with the clan members in a friendly and equal manner. Over time, he will naturally gain the recognition and support of the clan members. The Hyuga clan would definitely not bother to compare themselves with ordinary families, even Hyuga Hayashi would be pretentious. But Uchiha is regarded as the biggest rival by the Hyuga clan. Taking Uchiha as an example is the most appropriate, but Hinata Hayashi thought about it seriously for a while. He felt that it was very difficult to do this. It was not that he was being pretentious, he could also treat his clan members equally like Uchiha Fugaku, but other people in the main family would not allow him to do so. No buts. Chapter 158 Breaking the Limitations, Experiment Successful. Jingai interrupted him. If you can't even do this, then I advise you to just do what you need to do and stop thinking about how to change the family. Since you have this idea and determination, then set a small goal first. Convince the old patriarch and the elders of the clan to lower their posture appropriately and treat their own clan members equally. This will not lead to a lowering of the status of the clan. Having said what needed to be said, Jingai stopped talking. Finish your meal quietly, then say goodbye and leave. Hinata Hayashi was left sitting alone in the box, thinking quietly. People who are high and mighty can never see how the people below them live. Only by lowering themselves can they see what they want to see. As long as Hayaga Hayashi can really make up his mind, it is not impossible to ease the conflict between the main family and the branch family. As for a complete solution, this is impossible. As long as the caged bird curse exists, this problem cannot be solved. After returning home, Hinata Hayashi came to the place where his father was resting. Did you gain anything this time? Father, Jingai gave me a lot of practical suggestions this time, but it is difficult for me to implement them. The resistance from the Zone family will be great. Hinata Hayashi, kneeling on the mat, recounted Jingai's suggestions in detail. The Hayaga clan leader, who was resting on the tatame, listened carefully. He didn't speak until his son finished speaking. Sure enough, the arrogance and pride of the Zone family has blinded our eyes. I can also understand why Jingai hates the people of the Zone family so much. Hinata Hayashi sat there obediently, motionless, like a statue. The Hayaga clan leader said with emotion, even without the caged bird curse, the arrogance of the main family alone is enough to bring countless resentments from the branch families. The people of the main family really went too far. Between improving the treatment of branch family members and asking the main family members to humble themselves, the former is easier to achieve. As long as the suggestion is reasonable, even if some members of the main family are not happy about it, they will be forced to agree under the efforts of Hayaga Hayashi and his son. But it is a bit difficult to get these people who are used to being superior to others to humble themselves. Not to mention Hayaga Hayashi, even the Hayaga clan leader himself could not convince everyone in the main family. This suggestion was even more difficult for them to accept than pushing Hayaga Mui out. Let's improve the treatment of the separated families first. This is relatively easy to do. Yes, father. Hinata Hayashi has a certain degree of autonomy, after all, he is the young patriarch of the family. But as long as his father is alive, he will never be able to take control of the family. Even if he gained power and became the clan leader, there would still be people from the main family restricting him. Therefore, Shizuka has always been pessimistic about Hinata Hayashi's idea of changing the family, and even thinks it is a bit ridiculous. Because he, Hayaga Hayashi, is one of the people who are high and mighty, how can he change the current situation? He can't even get absolute say. Fortunately, the Hayaga clan leader is also willing to help his son. Even if he cannot convince the people of the main family to humble themselves and change their stubborn thinking, it is still possible to improve the treatment of the branch family members. The father and son joined forces and successfully persuaded the people from the main family. However, this small change took Hinata Hayashi and his son several months. At the Umbu base, Jingai looked at the puppet in front of him and finally revealed a satisfied smile. After spending several months and using countless materials, they finally synthesized a kind of clay suitable for making puppets. This means that Jingai can turn on the mass production mode at any time, materials will no longer be a factor that bothers him in making puppets, and the price of synthetic clay is pitifully low. Jingai no longer needs to purchase various materials and parts to make puppets. A few months passed, and the village remained the same, without much change, except that the cloud of war still shrouded the village, and even the lively atmosphere of the new year could not dispel it. Senior, are you slacking off? Narashika, who was drinking tea leisurely, blew his beard and glared angrily. This is a reasonable arrangement by me, how can you call it lazy? Jingai threw all the things to Narashikashin, but Narashikashin was not a fool and it was impossible for him to handle everything by himself, so he followed suit. As more and more people from Inoshikacha joined the Umbu, he had sufficient personnel and reliable helpers at hand. Narashikashin decisively divided things up and asked family members to help deal with them. So he became free like Jingai and became an old man who drank tea and watched the fun. You look so smiling, was the experiment successful? Jingai has been working in the laboratory for several months. Now he is willing to leave the laboratory with a happy smile on his face. You can tell at a glance that good things are happening. Success. Sitting on the chair and stretching, Jingai put his legs on the desk, but what he got in return was a look of disgust from Narashikashin. In the future, when making puppets, I will no longer be limited by funds and materials, and I will not need to continue using puppets made from corpses. Anyone who likes to mess with corpses will not have a good reputation. There is a reason why the puppet ninjas of the Sand Village have a bad reputation. Look at Orochimaru. Because of the puppet issue and his long-term contact with the corpses of ninjas, some unpleasant words have always been circulating in the village. Fair enough. Narashikashin sighed and said, even if the corpses of ninjas have value, it is better to let them rest in peace after using them. Using puppets made from corpses for a long time will affect your reputation. Even Princess Tsunade will be implicated. It's mainly because it's easy to be exploited. They were just some rumors, Jing'ai didn't really care about them. However, since he could save a lot of money and gain a good reputation, why would he refuse such a good thing? The only one who was relatively depressed was Orochimaru. If Jing'ai comes up with new materials and uses mixed clay to make puppets, it means that the cooperation with him will end. After chatting with Narashikashin for a while, Jing'ai decisively left. After spending so much time in the laboratory, he urgently needed to take a hot spring bath to relax himself. He doesn't have the research perseverance that Orochimaru has. If it weren't for more suitable materials, Jing'ai would not have the heart to stay in the laboratory. Good, very good. In a remote valley in the land of rain, Jiraiya clapped his hands excitedly and encouraged his 3 disciples with a smile. Under his careful education, the 3 future members of Akatsuki grew rapidly. In particular, Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is the most outstanding. Teacher Jiraiya, how did we perform? Konan happily ran to Jiraiya, looked up at him eagerly, her big eyes filled with the words seeking praise. Ha ha ha, you did very well. Jiraiya smiled and patted Konan on the head, then said to Yahiko and Nagato, you two have performed very well, beyond my expectations. I'm afraid you won't be worse than my other disciple. Speaking of this, Jiraiya suddenly missed Noeki a little. I wonder how much this kid's strength has improved under Jing'ai's education. Chapter 159, A request for protection from the daimyo. While missing her, Jiraiya also had a headache about how to explain to Noeki when he returned to the village. He is really not doing his job as a teacher. Another disciple? More than half a year has allowed the 3 future members of Akatsuki to come out of the shadow of losing their loved ones and homes. Jiraiya is good at teaching his disciples and has a strong ability to enlighten people. Teacher, what kind of person is he? Zionin asked curiously. Jiraiya laughed. How should I put it, feels very similar to me. Jiraiya recalled and found that Noeki was really like him, with a carefree personality, liked to play tricks, was always forgetful when doing things, and easily said the wrong things out of his mind, eventually getting beaten. Then teacher, will you abandon us? Jiraiya mentioned another disciple, Noeki, which made Konan feel a sense of crisis. She was very afraid that Jiraiya would abandon them and leave the rain country directly. Nagato and Yahiko also became nervous. Nagato didn't even care whether his Samsara would be exposed and raised his head for the first time. But he didn't know that Jiraiya already knew that he possessed the Rinnegan. Will not. Jiraiya knew what the 3 children were worried about, so he encouraged them with a smile, just study hard, and leave the rest to the teacher. Jiraiya wanted to leave the rain country and return to the fire country, back to Konoha, but he knew that he couldn't leave, at least not yet, because the 3 little ones are still too young. If he left, with the strength of the 3 of them, it would be difficult to survive in the chaotic place of rain country, and they would encounter all kinds of dangers. Even though the war is over, the chaos in the Rain Kingdom will not stop with the end of the war. This land is filled with a large number of rebel ninjas, some of whom were left over from the war, and some of whom fled here from other places. For rebellious ninjas and some dangerous elements, a chaotic place like the Rain Country is their best hiding place. Because the war broke out earlier, Konan and the other 2 are younger than in the original work, and Jiraiya needs to stay in the land of the rain longer. It's just a pity for Shenshu, who hasn't received any instruction from his teacher yet. Maybe by the time Jiraiya returns, Noeki will no longer need a teacher. This is no joke, because Noeki had already taken part in the Chunin exam after the new year and passed it successfully. According to Shizuka's plan, Noeki will pass the Jonin exam in about 3 to 4 years. As for the special Jonin assessment, Jing'ai simply ignored it. The level division of special Jonin is very tricky. Just skip the special Jonin and focus on the assessment Jonin. Of course, ordinary people don't have this treatment, but is Shinshu an ordinary person? There is a rough arrangement for Shenshu's assessment, but as for the little yellow-haired boy, Jing'ai has never worried about him, because according to Shizuke's speculation and Namikaze Minato's growth rate, he will probably take part in the Jonin examination at the same time as Noeki, or even faster. With individual guidance and training from his teacher, Minato Namikaze's growth rate is truly amazing. It's the kind that can't be stopped once it starts flying. This caused Shenshu to be envious, because Shenshu discovered that if the little yellow-haired boy continued flying at this speed, he might soon surpass him. While feeling envious, Shinshu also started to get anxious. If the little yellow-haired boy caught up with him, he could still accept it, at least his talent could not be compared with that of the little yellow-haired boy. But it was a bit unacceptable that Minato Namikaze, who was younger than him, caught up with him and surpassed him. The result was that the little yellow cat's hair became so curly that Shenshu had to give up some of his hobbies and restrain his carefree personality to follow the curly nature. As it rolled, I found that even Kushina was rolled in. When it comes to improving her strength, Kushina has always had a rather casual attitude, especially after she knew she couldn't catch up with Jing'ai. Her efforts gradually slowed down. As a result, Jing'ai couldn't catch up with her goal. Seeing Noeki and Namikaze Minato working so hard every day, she felt a little sloppy. Feeling something was wrong, Kushina could only grit her teeth and roll up. The little yellow-haired boy was happy to accept Kushina's inward-looking behavior, but Noeki felt his anus tighten. Kushina was already difficult to deal with, and if she followed suit, would he still have a way to survive? Having only one Namikaze Minato is enough. Why is it that even Kushina is becoming more and more inward-looking? Unwilling to admit defeat and fearing that his family status would become even lower, Shingshu could only roll as hard as he could. The advantage of working so hard internally is that the three little ones' strength increases extremely quickly, far exceeding that of children of the same age. Jing'ai was also happy to see the three little ones in various styles. This would save him a lot of worry. "My lord, the Hokage-sama wishes to see you." It was a new day. As Jing'ai just walked out of the door, the Hokage guards appeared. Since the Umbu was separated, the third Hokage has completely abandoned the Umbu and reorganized several teams called the Hokage Guards, which are specifically responsible for the Hokage safety and helping to run errands. Nowadays, the Hokage office building is basically manned by members of the Hokage Guard. The Umbu have already evacuated from the Hokage's office building. Jing'ai naturally applauded the decision of the third Hokage. It was a good thing to withdraw the Umbu people so that there would not be a need for a group of people to guard the Hokage's office building. As for whether the Hokage Guard can protect the safety of the Hokage office building after the Umbu withdraws, this has nothing to do with Jing'ai. It was the third Hokage's own decision to let the Umbu withdraw. He was worried that the Umbu would monitor him while guarding the Hokage's office building. "Did you say why?" Jing'ai walked calmly towards the Hokage's office building, and the Hokage guards could only follow patiently. Hearing this, the ninja who came to run errands could only shake his head. "I don't know." "Alright." Jing'ai didn't try to make things difficult for the other party. Arriving at the Hokage's office building, Jing'ai went straight to the second floor, pushed open the door of the Hokage's office, and walked into the office. "Hokage-sama, what do you want from me?" The third Hokage and Shizuichi were the same. If there was nothing going on, they wouldn't want to see each other. "This is a request for protection from the Daimyo Prefecture. I'm afraid this mission will require the deployment of Umbu personnel." The third Hokage wasted no time and handed over a scroll sent from the Daimyo's mansion. "Protection mission? The power of the Daimyo Prefecture should be enough to protect the Daimyo." Konoha arranged a lot of people in the Daimyo's mansion, who were responsible for protecting the Daimyo's safety. In addition, the Daimyo himself also recruited a lot of ninjas. Plus, the Daimyo is the bottom line. Unless someone is crazy, no one will go and attack the Daimyo, because touching the name means a fight to the death. He is not the Daimyo of Hokage, but the Daimyo of the Land of Rain. The third Hokage shook his head. "The name of the Rain Country?" Jing'ai opened the scroll and looked at it carefully. It turned out that with the death of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, the war in the Land of Rain came to an end. The war ended and Konoha's ninja army withdrew from the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain became more chaotic with the evacuation of Konoha. It has almost become the best gathering place for all kinds of dangerous people and rebellious ninjas. Chapter 160, 6 Home Robberies in One Day. The entire Rain Country was in chaos, and the daimyo of the Rain Country became anxious. Under normal circumstances, the daimyo could not move, but that was under normal circumstances. Today, the Rain Country has become what it is today. All those desperate outlaws and various rebellious ninjas who are trying to escape from the village are concentrated in the Rain Country. No one can guarantee what shocking things these people will do when they are pushed into a corner. In desperation, the daimyo of the Rain Country had to contact his relatives, the daimyo of the Fire Country, to seek protection from the Fire Country. But the daimyo of the Rain Country was unwilling to leave the Rain Country, because leaving the Rain Country would mean he would need to live a life of inferiority, so seeking protection became the only way out. For a mission like this, it would be most reasonable to send out people from the Umbu. The third Hokage then approached Shizuka, hoping that the Umbu could take on this task. He closed the scroll and put it away, and said quietly, "Send someone directly over there." The third Hokage shook his head and said, "I think it would be better for you to go there in person, arrange for the protection, and meet with the daimyo of the Land of Rain on behalf of the village. To meet the daimyo of other countries, Konoha should send someone of high enough status. The third Hokage would not leave the village easily. As for the elders, let's not talk about them, they were already busy enough." After counting carefully, the third Hokage found that Shizuichi was the most suitable candidate. This is a normal mission trip and there is no possibility of cheating anyone. Shizue thought about it for a moment and agreed, okay, I will lead 3 Ambu teams to the Rain Country tomorrow and leave the 3 teams behind to protect the Rain Country daimyo. To protect the daimyo of the Land of Rain, 3 teams are enough. No more manpower is needed. All expenses of these 3 teams need to be borne by the daimyo of Rain Country, and the daimyo of Rain Country also needs to pay Konoha a sum of money as protection fee. At this time, it would not be a problem for the Ambu to randomly dispatch a few teams. After confirming that the mission belonged to the Ambu, Jingai turned around and prepared to leave, and many more. The third Hokage raised his hand and called Jingai. Jingai turned around and looked at him in confusion. Is there anything else? Can you help me find Jiraiya? If you find him, please tell him to return to the village as soon as possible. The village needs him. It is good. After considering for about 10 seconds, Jingai did not refuse the third Hokage's request. Because he also wanted to meet Jiraiya, it was no big deal for him to say a word for the third Hokage. As long as the third Hokage doesn't act up, Jingai doesn't mind living in peace with their F4 group. If you don't make trouble, it will be good for you, for me, and for everyone. You guys are being naughty, so I can only say sorry. I'm even more naughty than you. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Shizue arrived at the Ambu base. Tora, select 3 teams and follow me to the Rain Country tomorrow. For a long time, the 3 teams will stay in the Rain Country to protect the daimyo of the Rain Country. Yes. Who didn't ask any other questions and immediately went to select 3 suitable teams. Since it is a protection mission, you have to choose the right team. But don't let Konoha take on this protection mission and then something happens to the daimyo of the Rain Country, as that will cause a serious blow to the reputation of both the Ambu and Konoha. In addition to the 3 visible Ambu teams, Jingai will also leave behind a puppet team, to ensure the safety of the daimyo of the Rain Country. I don't know where Jiraiya is hiding in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya was hiding from the village's search. He was afraid of getting into trouble because he knew that the third Hokage would find a way to get him back to the village. But he still couldn't let go of the 3 future members of the Akatsuki organization. The 3 little ones are still young. Without him, they cannot grow up and live safely in the Rain Country. The next day, after packing up his things, Jingai gave instructions to Kushina, Noeki and the little yellow-haired boy, then left the village with his people and headed straight for the Rain Country. Without the burden of carrying weight and the encumbrance of the team, they could travel very quickly. However, it only took a day and a half to cross most of the Fire Kingdom and arrive at the frontline camp. After resting in the camp for a night, he led his men into the Rain Kingdom. Please, leave us some food. Without food, the children cannot survive. An elderly middle-aged couple knelt on the muddy ground, begging in the heavy rain to the ninjas who rushed into their home to steal their money and food. Get out of here, old man. The 2 actors who played the role of ninjas who broke into the house and robbed the couple didn't care how the other party begged. They held the samurai sword in their right hand and the stolen things in their left hand, and kicked them towards the begging middle-aged couple. In the rain, 2 shurikens flew out, their traces almost covered by the rain. It hit the ninja who raised his foot to kick someone. With a scream, the ninja who broke into the house fell to the ground. His companions were stunned for a moment and looked around in panic. But he was horrified to find himself surrounded. A group of ninjas wearing black armor and masks have surrounded him. Konoha Ambu. After seeing the other person's attire clearly, he panicked and dropped what he was holding and tried to run away. A silver blade flashed in the rain and cut his throat. Blood spurted several meters away and mixed with the mud on the ground. The middle-aged couple whose property and food were robbed were so scared that they hugged each other, not daring to make any sound. They could only pray silently in their hearts that the other party would not hurt them. Squeak, squeak. The unique sound of shoes stepping on muddy water came from far away. Jingai walked slowly with an umbrella and took a look at the body on the ground. How many times has this happened? My lord, this is the 6th case. The captain of the squad that followed Jingai took a step forward and answered. The chaos within the Rain Country was far beyond Jingai's expectations. Rebel ninjas and dangerous elements from all over the place are running here, along with some rebel ninjas left over from the war. The Rain Country is more chaotic than a pot of mixed porridge. Leave some food. Leaving these words behind, Jingai left first. The team leader quickly took out a rainproof bag, placed it in front of the middle-aged couple, and waved to signal the Umbu members to follow. Did we survive? The middle-aged couple stared blankly at the Umbu people leaving, and it took them a while to come back to their senses. A group of strange people killed those who robbed their property and food, and left some food for them. Although it is not much, this little food is particularly important to this family. After entering the Rain Country, Jingai did not rush to the daimyo prefecture immediately, but released a lot of puppets in the Rain Country to search for Jiraiya's traces and observe the current situation in the Rain Country. The result was a bit bad. This is the aftermath of war. The death of Hanzo of the Salamander not only meant the end of the war, but also led to the complete disappearance of the Rain Village, and it became history. Those surviving ninjas of the Rain Village all became wandering ninjas. During the war, a large number of rebel ninjas also remained. This resulted in an astonishingly large number of rebel ninjas in the Rain country. Just one day after entering the Land of Rain, they encountered 6 cases of rebellious ninjas breaking into homes and robbing people. Chapter 161 Jingwen, Jiraiya, are you addicted to being a nanny? After gaining a thorough understanding of the current situation in the Rain country, Jing'ai did not waste any more time and led his men straight to the daimyo prefecture. Compared to other places, Daimyofu is the only relatively safe place in the Land of Rain. After arriving at the daimyo's mansion, Shizuichi went to meet the daimyo of the Land of the Rain on behalf of Konoha. The daimyo of the Land of Rain is very young, and precisely because of his youth, he is more courageous than ordinary daimyo. He supports the development of Rain Village in various ways. Unfortunately, the final result still disappoints him. The countless financial and human resources invested ultimately turned into nothing. It also caused the Rain Kingdom to become a chaotic place. After a brief communication with the daimyo of the Rain country, Jing'ai left the palace where the daimyo lived. For the next period of time, he needs to stay in the daimyo prefecture, and the Umbu people will come forward to clean up the stray ninjas and rebellious ninjas who sneak into the daimyo prefecture. Only when daimyo prefecture has completely calmed down will he leave daimyo prefecture and go look for Jiraiya. With Jing'ai's arrival, some wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas who had sneaked into the daimyo's mansion were horrified to find that their good days were over. All wandering ninjas and rebel ninjas will be driven away. Those who really want to stay in the daimyo's mansion need to prove their identities and backgrounds and make sure they are harmless and not dangerous before they can stay. As for those whose identities cannot be confirmed and those who have a dangerous record, the Umbu people will not keep them. In just a few days, the unstable factors of the daimyo of the Rain country were basically eliminated by the Umbu people. Some wandering ninjas with clean identities stayed and responded to the recruitment of the daimyo of the Rain country. Jing'ai did not interfere with the actions of the daimyo of the Rain country. The Umbu is only responsible for protecting the safety of the daimyo of the Rain country, and does not care about other matters, not to mention meddling in or interfering in the internal affairs of the Rain country. Only after the daimyo prefecture in the Land of Rain had completely quieted down did Jing'ai quietly leave. He was more interested in finding Jiraiya than the daimyo of the Land of Rain. The scattered puppets searched every place in the Rain country, marked some suspicious places, and waited for Jing'ai to go and check them out in person. So after breaking into the lairs of 3 rebel ninjas in succession, Jing'ai came to a hidden valley. Various traps were set around the small valley. Needless to say, this is Jiraiya's masterpiece. This guy is really good at hiding. Jiraiya had gone to great lengths to avoid the people in the village, and Shizuichi amusedly picked up 2 stones and threw them at the trap on the ground. Boom! The triggered trap exploded instantly, and the explosion alarmed Jiraiya in the valley and the still-growing trio of the future Akatsuki organization. The trap was triggered. This kind of thing has happened quite often since they settled down in this small valley. Jiraiya, who heard the explosion, rushed over immediately, followed by the 3 little guys. When they arrived outside the valley, Jiraiya's serious and tense face relaxed, because he saw clearly the person standing outside the valley. Watching from afar Jing'ai raising a middle finger to himself, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Jing'ai, why are you here? You guess. Jing'ai easily bypassed a trap and walked to Jiraiya's side. He looked at the 3 frightened little guys and praised. Yes, you have the potential to be a nanny to be able to raise 3 war orphans so well. It would be a pity if you don't become the director of an orphanage. Ahem, stop joking, I don't have that ability. Jiraiya was so embarrassed that his toes dug several holes in the ground. Come, let me introduce you to my 3 disciples. This is Yahiko, he is the oldest. You should be familiar with this red-haired boy, his name is Nagato, he has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. As for this little girl, her name is Konan, she is a cute and enthusiastic little angel. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, this is my good friend, his name is Hinata Shizuichi, don't worry, he won't hurt you. After Jiraiya's introduction and comfort, the 3 children walked forward a little scared and bowed to greet. Hello. Hello. Jing'ai gave a friendly smile and waved at the 3 little ones in response. After saying hello, Jiraiya took Jing'ai and walked towards the valley. We are preparing to have dinner. You came at the right time, come and try my cooking. There is a small wooden house in the valley. The house is well built, has 2 floors and is not small in size. It's clear at first glance that the people who built the wooden house put in a lot of hard work and planned to live there for a long time. The wooden house was very clean, and the stove on the wall was burning firewood, making the house fresh and dry, without feeling damp. A fish more than 1 meter long was placed on the low table in the wooden house, and the roasted fish still exuded an enticing aroma. It seems that Jiraiya's cooking skills have improved. When the Rain Country War broke out, the grilled fish made by Jiraiya was not so delicious. For the sake of the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, this nanny has really put a lot of effort into it. Come on, try it. Jiraiya enthusiastically picked a piece of meat with the least bones for Jing'ai and invited Jing'ai to taste it and give his comments. Not bad, you have improved a lot compared to before. It seems that I was right, you do have the potential to be a nanny. After taking a bite of the fish, Jing'ai gave a fair evaluation. Although the taste is a bit strong, it is already good to be able to eat such food in a hellhole like the Rain Country. Ahahaha, I knew it. My cooking skills must have improved. After receiving Jing'ai's fair evaluation, Jiraiya laughed triumphantly, and almost put his hands on his hips and did a tactical backward move. Come on, come and eat with us, sit down quickly. Jiraiya greeted the 3 disciples who seemed a little restrained and began to distribute the fish to them. Feeling a bit monotonous, Jing'ai took out a scroll and took out a lot of fruits from it. Eating grilled fish alone would be a bit greasy, and it would be much better with fruits. Gulp. Looking at Jing'ai eating an apple, the 3 little ones swallowed subconsciously. In the chaotic Rain Country, being able to eat staple food is already a blessing, let alone fruits. Fruits are a complete luxury and more precious than meat. After taking a look at the 3 little ones, Jing'ai took out some fruit and shared it with them. Even with Jiraiya's care, their lives were not much better, at least not compared to those living in Konoha. Scarcity of resources is so helpless. Many things can be bought outside, but Zilla was worried about leaving the 3 little ones at home, so he had to make do with what he had. Fortunately, with Jiraiya, they will not lack staple food and meat. For most people in the Rain Country, this is already a dream life. Teacher, is it okay? The 3 little guys looked at Mizutani on the table, their eyes full of desire, but they didn't dare to reach out to take it, so they could only look at Jiraiya. Chapter 162 Jiraiya's second choice. Eat it. This guy is a very good person. He helps take care of another disciple of the teacher. Jiraiya patted Konan on the head, took an apple and put it in her hand, giving her enough encouragement. Zionin then smiled and happily took a bite of the apple. Seeing this, Yahiko couldn't help himself and picked up an apple to eat. Only Nagato stood behind embarrassedly, worried that his eyes would be discovered. In the end, it was Jiraiya who helped him get the fruit. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Looking at the grateful Nagato, it is hard to believe that this little guy who is so grateful to Jiraiya will run to Konoha to carry rice in the future. Konoha was almost destroyed by this little guy. If Naruto's mouth-to-mouth skills weren't powerful enough, no one could predict what would happen in the end. It's all Danzo's fault. If it weren't for Danzo, the evildoer, who went to the Rain Country to stir up trouble and forced Yahiko to death, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have taken the extreme path. Even if it had, Nagato wouldn't have hated Konoha so much without this incident. All the kindnesses were gone when Yahiko was forced to death. Noticing that Shizuichi was observing him, Nagato quickly lowered his head. Could it be that Jing'ai discovered it? Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat, because he didn't know what Shizuichi would do to Nagato after he discovered the Rinnegan. Jing'ai, did you come to the Rain Country to look for me? Jiraiya quickly changed the subject and slowly moved his body to completely block Nagato behind him. Yahiko and Konan, who noticed that the atmosphere was wrong, also became nervous. They were not sure whether Jing'ai was a friend or an enemy. While eating the fish, Jingi said disdainfully, "How dare you be so shameless? Depend on, do you have to be so blunt?" Jiraiya's forced smile collapsed. Looking at his depressed face, Jing'ai smiled and explained. The Rain Country is too chaotic. The daimyo of the Rain Country is worried about his own safety, so he came to the village for help. So the protection mission was handed over to the Embu. I came here with the Embu people. After cleaning up the daimyo's mansion in the Rain Country, I came to find you. Ahahaha, that's right, you wouldn't take the initiative to look for me. Jiraiya was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Rope tree. That's good. I almost forgot about your teacher. I guess he will chase you and beat you up when you return to the village. Jiraiya, by the way, your teacher asked me to bring a message to you. He said that the village needs you and hopes that you can return to Konoha as soon as possible. After saying that, Jing'ai continued eating and no longer cared about Jiraiya. As for what Jiraiya thought, that was Jiraiya's own business. Teacher, are you going to leave us? Jing'ai's words made the 3 members of Akatsuki panic. They couldn't imagine how they would live without their teacher Jiraiya. Today, the Rain Kingdom is a place where people eat each other. Seeing the three children's worries, Jiraiya laughed. Don't worry, the teacher will not leave you. I will always be with you until you grow up. Teacher, is it true? Zionin looked at him in surprise. Of course it's true. Jiraiya smiled and picked up the little girl, placing her on his lap. After comforting the three children, Jiraiya raised his head in embarrassment. Jingai, you don't need to tell me anything. I'm just a messenger. I won't force you to return to the village. Jingai was too lazy to persuade Jiraiya. Whether he stayed or was willing to return to the village had nothing to do with him directly. He is just a messenger. After hearing Jingai's words, Jiraiya felt inexplicably relieved. He could ignore the third Hokage surging, but he couldn't ignore Jingai. After all, Jingai was sitting in front of him. What worries Jiraiya the most is that he cannot defeat Shizuichi. If Shizuichi really wants to take him away, there are too many ways for him to do so. Not to mention arresting him directly, even threatening him with the three little ones would force him to compromise. Jiraiya would not leave, and Shizuichi would not try to persuade him or use force. The atmosphere in the cabin became lively again. Not to mention Yahiko and Konan, even the extremely introverted Nagato smiled, but his eyes were covered by his bangs and could not be seen clearly. The meal was finished quickly. Jiraiya sent the three children into their room to rest. After the three children left, Jiraiya and Shizuka were the only ones left in the living room of the cabin. Jiraiya made a pot of hot tea, poured a cup for Jingai, and considerately pushed the tea in front of him. Jingai raised the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "If you have to fart, just fart." Hey. Jiraiya smiled sheepishly. The things in the scroll. Jiraiya was not short of money. Even if most of the money was contributed to Noeki, he still had a lot left. However, the Rain country was too chaotic, and he needed to hide from the people sent by the third Hokage, so Jiraiya had no way to leave to purchase supplies. Giving Jiraiya a look that said, "I'm convinced," Shizue took out the scroll and threw it on the table. Jiraiya chuckled foolishly and put the scroll away as quickly as possible, fearing that Jing would regret it later. Jingai drank her tea slowly, too lazy to look at him. How shameful. Soon after finishing a cup of tea, Jingai rubbed his palms and said, "I will return to the village soon. Do you have anything to say to me?" "What?" Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, have a good trip. By the way, don't tell the old man that I'm here." Gone? You sure?" "I do, Facing Jingai's playful eyes, I'm sure Jiraiya swallowed half of what he said, and swallowed the rest back by himself. Because he was not sure whether Jingai had noticed that something was wrong with Nagato. The reason why Jiraiya hid in this valley was not only because he was afraid that the third Hokage would send someone to find him and persuade him to return to the village, but also because he was worried that Nagato's eyes would be discovered. Once the news of the legendary immortal's eye spreads, it will definitely attract countless people's attention. Jiraiya shuddered at the thought of countless people staring at Nagato, mainly from the 5 major ninja villages. It's so dangerous. No, I have to find a secluded place to hide. This small valley is not safe anymore. It would be better to build an underground base or something. Jingai didn't know how many weird things Jiraiya had imagined. Chapter 163. Want to know the truth? Asked the Toad Immortal. Feel sorry. Jiraiya rubbed his hands awkwardly, like a green-headed fly. The eye of the immortal is of great importance. I am also worried that the news will be leaked. Once someone knows about this, it will be a disaster for Nagato. Not to mention the people outside, even the village will be unable to bear it. Some things can't be hidden forever, and don't you think it's strange? When did the Uzumaki clan have strange eyes? I believe Jiraiya is clear about the nature of the Uzumaki clan. This guy actually thinks that Nagato's Rinnegan originally belongs to him, but it seems understandable that Jiraiya would think so. After all, apart from the 2 conspirators, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, the people in the ninja world have almost no information on this matter. It would be great to know the eye of the immortal. As for why the sage's eye appeared on Nagato, who would think too much about it? Zilla is the best example. The funniest thing is that the toad in Mayaboka Mountain couldn't even explain it clearly. You have to know how the 6th-path sage changed his Byakugan into Sharingan, and the Sharingan into Rinnegan. The toad sage of Mount Mayaboka knows it very well. After all, if it wasn't for it fanning the flames behind the scenes, the 6 Paths brothers would not have turned against Kagaya at Satsuki so quickly. As a result, Jiraiya was looking for the savior and the child of prophecy everywhere, and the toad sage was either sleeping or being confused. It's incredible to think about it. It's okay that the toad sage himself was confused, but the other toads in Mayaboka Mountain didn't know these inside stories. What's the meaning? Jiraiya was a little confused. Jingai said unhappily. The uniqueness of the Uzumaki clan lies in their special physique, which allows them to possess enormous vitality and chakra, rather than strange eyes. Is that right? Jiraiya scratched his head subconsciously with a distressed expression. He felt his scalp was a little itchy. He knew some basic information about the Uzumaki clan. After all, they were distant relatives of the Senjo, and there was also a lively little girl in the village. Unfortunately, knowing is one thing, and understanding it deeply is another. If it were Orochimaru, his eyes would definitely light up, as a new course of research has arrived. Suddenly I didn't want to chat anymore. I feel so tired. Jingai stood up and left decisively, leaving behind a confused Jiraiya sitting on the floor. No, I don't think I said anything. Please make your words clear. In a hurry, Jiraiya hurriedly chased out. I didn't even bother to take an umbrella and just chased out of the valley in the heavy rain. Jingai, wait a minute. What exactly did you mean by that? I can't understand what you said just now. Can you explain it clearly? Go to Mayaboka Mountain and ask the toad. Don't look for me. I'm tired of talking to you. Leaving Jiraiya with his back, Jingai's figure disappeared in the rain. Want to know the truth? Don't come to me, go to Mayaboka Mountain to ask for help yourself. Anyway, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain have the most knowledge about this matter. The toad from Mayaboka-san? Jiraiya was standing in the heavy rain, soaked like a drowned chicken, and his mind was almost in a knot. As a gust of cold wind blew, he came back to his senses shivering after standing in the heavy rain for a while. Kids, pack your things. We should leave. It's not safe here anymore. After returning to the valley, Jiraiya urged the 3 members of Akatsuki to pack up quickly. Teacher, is it unsafe here? What happened just now? Zionin thought that Jingai would leak their information. Jiraiya quickly explained, don't talk nonsense, he is the teacher's friend and will not betray the teacher. It's just that he can find this place, which means that many people can find it too, so we need to find a safer place. The rain country is in such a mess right now. I left you in the valley and I don't even dare to go out to buy things. Jiraiya made up his mind. He took his 3 children to another place to live and built an underground base, letting the 3 children hide in the base at ordinary times. He went out to purchase some supplies and went to Mayaboka Mountain to ask the toads about the Eye of the Sage. Oh. Zionin nodded quickly, realizing that she had misunderstood Jingai, and the little girl's face turned red instantly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she quickly ran into the room to pack her things. Half an hour later, Jiraiya took the 3 little guys out of the valley where they had lived for a while. He chose a new hidden place and with the help of Earth-style ninjutsu, Jiraiya easily built a suitable underground base. However, the base was rather simple and living in it would make people feel depressed. But the 3 little ones don't care about these, as long as they are safe, they can accept it. Living in a dark underground base is better than wandering without a place to stay. Grown-ups. Jingai returned to the border camp. He decided to rest in the camp for one night and returned to the village the next day. Before going back, he needed to use the ninja eagle in the camp to transmit some news to the village, such as the smooth progress of the protection mission of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, and that he met Jiraiya, but the other party was unwilling to return to the village. Jingai did not explain where he met Jiraiya, he only said that he met someone, but Jiraiya was unwilling to go back. As for the rest, it depends on the 3rd Hokage's imagination. Anyway, I am just a messenger and the message has been delivered, but you, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, are rebellious and unwilling to listen to you as their teacher. If you don't believe it, just send someone to look for it yourself, or go there yourself. After delivering the message, Jingai stayed in the camp to rest. On the other hand, while out purchasing supplies, Jiraiya used the toad's summoning technique to come to Mayaboka Mountain. It was raining heavily in the rain country, but in Mayaboka Mountain, the weather was clear and the sky was cloudless. A large number of toads were basking in the sun comfortably. Gamabunta, who pulled Jiraiya back to Mount Mayaboku, was lying on the ground covered with a huge mat, with his chin resting on one hand, a huge wine glass in the other hand, and a big pipe in his mouth. Hi Bunta, long time no see. Is it really that long? Gamabunta put down the wine glass in his hand, squatted down, and shouted at Jiraiya. Last time you called me over, I was besieged by the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Have you forgotten so quickly? Is there still this? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. Gamabunta's eyes turned dangerous. Ah, sorry, I almost forgot about that. When Jiraiya saw that the other party was angry, he quickly apologized with a smile. He knew that Gamabunta was just complaining and didn't mean to blame him. It's embarrassing to say, but after Jiraiya signed the summoning contract with Gamabunta, he would always bring the other party out at critical and dangerous moments, causing Gamabunta to often be besieged as soon as he appeared. Every time, Gamabunta would get so angry that he would curse Jiraiya while fighting the enemy and helping Jiraiya attract fire. Humph! Toad Bunta held his pipe in his mouth, clasped his hands together, and complained unhappily. Then why did you come here this time? You are not going to be besieged by the enemy again, right? Chapter 164 Jiraiya, I seem to smell the scent of conspiracy. No, I just want to ask about the immortal eye. Jiraiya shook his head quickly. The eyes of the immortal. Gamabunta blinked his huge eyes and tilted his head to ponder. I seem to have heard of it. By the way, the great toad sage said this word. If you want to know about the sage's eye, you need to find the great toad sage. I'll go over and ask. When Jiraiya heard Gamabunta say that Gama sage knew about the Rinnegan, he turned and ran. He doesn't have much time, and he can't let the three little ones stay alone in the base for too long. Fortunately, the toad immortal did not fall asleep today. If the other person fell asleep, then Zilla would have to return home disappointed. Big toad immortal. When they arrived at the place where the toad sage lived, Jiraiya shouted loudly, "Who is coming?" The toad sage stared at Jiraiya with a confused look. Jiraiya paused and looked at the other person speechlessly. Again, I always ask this first. After staring at Jiraiya for a while, the toad sage finally reacted. So it's little Jiraiya, what do you want from me? I don't know if it's because he's really too old, or if he does it on purpose, but the toad immortal is always falling into a deep sleep and speaking strangely, as if he has Alzheimer's disease. I have experienced all of this myself. Big toad immortal, do you know anything about the immortal eye? Worried that the old ancestor's Alzheimer's disease might suddenly flare up, Jiraiya didn't even bother to say hello and asked about this right away. Immortal eyes? The toad immortal looked confused. Do I know this? Jiraiya's expectant face froze slightly, but the toad immortal, who had an expression of I don't know in the last second, seemed to be lost in some kind of thought in the next second. It seems, what is it like? You tell me. Jiraiya was almost dying of anxiety. The eye of the sage, Sharingan. What the hell? Jiraiya, with a miserable look on his face, was completely confused. When he wanted to listen carefully, he found a familiar snoring sound coming from his ears. An old toad suffering from Alzheimer's has fallen asleep. Jiraiya, gone. Will you die if you say a few more words? I don't go to bed early or late, but I fell asleep at this time. Jiraiya's cheeks were puffed up with anger. Although his heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten's claws and he felt extremely upset and uncomfortable, Jiraiya did not dare to disturb the toad sage's sleep. Otherwise, the toads in Mayaboka Mountain will fight him to the death. What exactly does the big toad immortal want to say? The eye of the sage, the Sharingan? What does it mean? It can't be that the legendary sage's eye is related to the Sharingan. Although the legend of the three major eye techniques has been circulating in the ninja world, Byakugan, Sharingan, Sage's Eye. Many people know this legend, but no one would associate the Sage's Eye with the Sharingan. Even though the Sharingan is very powerful, in everyone's perception, the Sharingan is not worthy of being compared with the Sage's Eye. So annoying. Jiraiya was feeling anxious and distressed. He grabbed his hair in pain and pulled it hard a few times, not caring how much hair would be pulled out. At this moment, he just wanted to vent his depression. So does Jingai know something? If Shizuka knew nothing about the Sage's Eye, why would he come to Mayaboka Mountain to ask the toad? Judging from the reaction of the toad immortal just now, he knew about the immortal's eye. It was a pity that the old guy fell asleep too quickly and couldn't finish a complete sentence. Why don't you ask Jingai? At this point in time, is Jingai on his way? Jiraiya was still thinking about this question when he found a cloud of smoke covering him. Before he could react, he had disappeared from Mount Mayaboku and returned to the land of rain. First settle the three little ones down, and if possible, find an opportunity to meet Jing. Jiraiya would not be satisfied until this issue was clarified, because he is afraid. If the Sage's Eye is really related to the Sharingan, then we will be in big trouble. This means that Jingai's guess was correct. Jingai's guess was correct, and new problems and troubles would follow. Where did the Sage's Eye come from, and why did it appear on Nagato so coincidentally? There must be a shocking conspiracy here. Jiraiya is not a fool. On the contrary, when he is investigating something, his performance is always eye-opening. As long as he focuses, you can completely trust him. The Sage's Eye may be related to the Sharingan, which in turn comes from the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya grew up in the village and had never heard of any connection between the Uchiha and the Sage's Eye. With his head full of conspiracy theories, Jiraiya returned to the underground base as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the three little ones are safe and the base is very hidden, making it difficult for ordinary people to find it. Konan and Yahiko were arguing, and Nagato sat quietly on the side, watching the two of them, as if he was a quiet listener. He enjoys this kind of life. After confirming that the three children were safe, Jiraiya felt relieved. Arriving at the restroom, Jiraiya closed the wooden door he had made, took out paper and pen, wrote a letter, then bit his finger and used summoning techniques. Pfft. White smoke rose and a small toad appeared on the ground. The little toad looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya folded up the letter he had written and said, "I'm sorry, I need you to help me run a trip and give this letter to Hyuga Shizuka in Konoha. You should be able to find his location. He is probably on his way back to Konoha. Please." Jiraiya had no way to find Shizuka on his own, so he could only ask Toad to write the question about the sage's eye in a letter and have the toad go find Shizuka. The little toad did not refuse Jiraiya's request. He opened his mouth, swallowed the folded letter in one gulp, and then disappeared into the room. On the way to Konoha, after resting for a night in the border camp, Jingai set out on the journey back to the village the next day. Since he was going back alone, Jingai was not in a hurry. A person is walking slowly. At his current speed, it would take about 3 days to return to Konoha. For Jingai, he doesn't lack this time. It's a rare opportunity for him to leave the village, take a walk, have a look, which is also nice, just like an outing. Somewhere in the forest, beside a small river, Jingai, who was sitting by the river and grilling meat, felt a little confused. There seemed to be a lot of toads today. After we arrived at the river and sat down to rest, we saw a lot of toads jumping around. It was a very strange phenomenon. Chapter 165, Can raising a few war orphans resolve grievances? Just as Jingai was curious about this strange phenomenon, a toad bigger than a palm jumped out of the creek and looked around. When he saw Jingai, he quickly jumped towards him, opened his mouth wide and spit out the letter in his stomach. Forehead. Send a message with a toad. This should be Jiraiya's work. Orochimaru likes to use snakes to deliver messages. As for Tsunade, she also uses slugs to help run errands when she has nothing to do. As long as the approximate location can be determined, it is indeed very convenient to let the spirit beast run errands. Did Jiraiya ask you to deliver it? Jingai asked the little toad. The little toad nodded, indicating that it was Jiraiya, and it was an errand boy. Maybe it hasn't grown up yet, this little toad can't speak yet. After confirming that it was Jiraiya's work, Jingai picked up the letter from the ground. Open the envelope and take out the letter inside. Jingai took a quick glance. This guy was really quick and even asked the toad immortal. It's a pity, I dare to say it, but do you dare to believe it? The toad sage is indeed unreliable. After giving Jiraiya the words sage's eyes, sharing on, he fell asleep, which made Jiraiya very anxious. Jiraiya had no choice but to look for Jingai. After reading the contents of the letter, Jingai threw the letter and envelope into the fire, lowered his head and said to the little toad lying on the ground, "Go back and tell him that I don't know. Let him guess for himself." Kwaye. The little toad was a little confused. Are you sure you don't need to write a letter or something? Just a word? It seems like it can't speak yet. Jingai continued to grill the meat and ignored the little toad. The little toad had no choice but to jump into the river. Since you can't speak, find someone who can speak to communicate with Jiraiya. So Jiraiya, who was eating at the base, was holding chopsticks and preparing to start eating, and then they arrived at Mayaboka Mountain. What? Jiraiya, who hadn't realized he had arrived at Mayaboka Mountain, picked up the colorful insects with chopsticks and stuffed them into his mouth like noodles. Jiraiya chewed the delicious food with big mouthfuls, looking very satisfied. After chewing for a few times, his face turned green. He threw away the chopsticks in his hand and covered his throat. Wow! Jiraiya, who couldn't enjoy the insect feast, vomited directly. Gamashima, who was standing in front of the dining table, looked disappointed. It seems that Jiraiya doesn't like the feast I made. Toad Shinsaka looked at his wife speechlessly. Jiraiya doesn't like the feast you cooked. It's not like you just found out today that this kid has been protesting against your insect feast since he first came to Mayaboka Mountain. Ugh, Jiraiya vomited a lot. I am about to vomit out the jaundice water. Hello, Master Fukasaku, Master Shima. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. Jiraiya knew without opening his eyes that he had come to Mayaboka Mountain, and accidentally took a big bite of the insect feast made by Toad Shima. These disgusting things are Toad's favorite, but Jiraiya can't enjoy such deliciousness. Jiraiya, the little toad who delivered the letter for you said that the little fellow named Hinata Shizuichi did not reply to the letter, and only brought one sentence. Toad said in a deep voice. What? After vomiting for a long time, Jiraiya felt that he was finally alive. A little scared, he subconsciously moved away from the dining table and the various strange insects on the table. He is not worthy of this thing. Gama Fukasaka said. The little toad came back and said that the other party said he didn't know and asked you to guess it yourself. Jiraiya, if I knew, I wouldn't ask. Still guessing. Jiraiya felt that either Jingai was deliberately playing a prank on him, or he really had no idea and was just guessing. As for why I know everything about Mayabokuzen, is there any need to think about it? The 3 holy places of Mayabokuzen, Ryokai Cave, and Wet Bone Forest are neighbors. Is it strange to know some secrets from the slug immortal? Not surprisingly. After all, the slug immortal exists from the same era and at the same level as the toad immortal and the white snake immortal. It seems that if we want to find out the connection between the sage's eye and the Sharingan, we can only wait until the toad sage wakes up and ask him again, or the owner of the sage's eye will come out himself. But is this possible? You should know that this kind of circle eyes is known as the eyes of the immortal because the last person who possessed such eyes was called the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of all ninjas. Sighing, Jiraiya said to the two toads, "Okay, Master Fukasaku, please take me back." Toad Shima said regretfully, "Aren't you going to stay and eat something?" No, no. Jiraiya was so scared that his face turned green and he quickly took a few steps back. Game Fukasaku rolled his eyes and sent Jiraiya away. His wife is good in every way except that she is too enthusiastic. She always likes to treat others to the insect feast she makes. Not to mention the toads in Mayaboka Mountain, the key point is that she likes to treat others to feasts. This is a bit fatal. After returning to Konoha, Shizue first went to the Umbu base, and only went home with peace of mind after confirming that there were no problems with the operation of the Umbu. At the same time, the third Hokage in the Hokage office building had received the news that Shizuka had returned. Jiraiya doesn't want to come back. Because there are so many things to do, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato and cannot just run to the Hokage's office for no reason. They both knew that the third Hokage asked Shizuka to deliver a message, but they were skeptical. After all, Jiraiya was hiding from the people in the village, and it was still unknown whether Shizuka could find him. Thinking of this incident, Mizuto Minion asked curiously. The result was a deep sigh from the third Hokage. After arranging his work, Jingai went to look for Jiraiya, and he found him, but Jiraiya was unwilling to come back. He wanted to stay and take care of the 3 war orphans. This is just nonsense. He has no rules at all. He said he won't come back, so he won't come back. Does he still consider himself a member of the village? It's totally outrageous. Yutin Koharu glared and couldn't help but curse. If Jiraiya's behavior happened to someone else, they would definitely get into trouble. Don't you want to come back? Well then, don't come back. I'll give you the rebel ninja meal. Just wait for the Umbu to hunt you down. However, Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage, so he could not send the rebel ninja meal to him and could only curse at him. Konoha is one of the main culprits for the Rain country becoming what it is today. He himself is also a murderer who destroyed other people's homes. Could it be that he wants to raise a few war orphans and resolve the grievances between the village and the Rain country? Koharu, seeing that the third Hokage's face looked a little unhappy, Mito Manyin hurriedly pulled her. Even if you are angry, don't keep cursing. At least consider Hiruzen's face. The third Hokage shook his head and said, I'm fine. Jiraiya did go too far in this matter, but don't scold him. I will make him make amends when he comes back. How to compensate? Need I say more? There are a lot of tasks arranged. As long as you don't die, use them ruthlessly. I believe that Jiraiya will not refuse. Chapter 166. The most suitable candidate is Hinata Shizuka 1. No more. The third Hokage didn't want to talk about Jiraiya. What do you think of Tsunade's proposal? I think it's okay. Maida Yen was the first to agree. Yutin Koharu hesitated for a moment and said, I think the plan is feasible, but such revenge requires choosing the right people, and their strength cannot be weak. After all, the oasis is the lifeblood of the Wind Country. Once it is destroyed, the Sand Village will suffer crazy revenge. And those who are too weak cannot completely change the environment of the oasis. After almost a year of twists and turns, Tsunade's oasis revenge plan was finally put on the table. It was because the war continued, causing the impact on the village to intensify, that the third Hokage was forced to come up with this plan. As long as we take revenge on the Sand Village, I believe it will boost morale and we can also give an explanation to the daimyo prefecture. Ever since the Land of Fire was destroyed everywhere, the daimyo's attitude towards Konoha has always been sarcastic. This year's funding has been delayed. He only gives a little when he sends people to urge them, and he gives more when he sends more people. It's like squeezing toothpaste, and it doesn't feel as refreshing as before. The F4 group then became anxious. So, the candidate you have chosen is? The third Hokage hesitated to speak. Yutin Koharu glanced at Mito Kato and hinted to him, you say it. Mizuto Minion was speechless. The 3 of us were sitting in the Hokage's office discussing things. Why did you 2 have to act like thieves with guilty consciences? Speechless, Maida Yen could only say, I think Jingai is the most suitable. First of all, he is the deputy director of the Umbu, the only person who can control the Umbu besides Tsunade. Secondly, he is strong enough. The fact that he was able to kill Hanzo of the Salamander is enough to prove his strength. Thirdly, he has a lot of puppets in his hands. Even if he is retaliated by the Sand Village afterwards, he can still leave calmly. Although many unpleasant things happened between me and Jingai, But in this kind of revenge incident, after taking revenge on the other party, the person who went to do the task must return safely. Otherwise, you won't gain face even if you retaliate against the other party, like Cho's son and daughter-in-law. So what if he brought serious damage to the Fire Nation? He was defeated in the Fire Nation and helped Hei take Sakumo. If these two people had managed to escape successfully, the Sand Village would have been happy to publicize it. Unfortunately, the people were dead, and the Sand Village was too embarrassed to publicize such a thing, because daring to promote it would be like rubbing salt into Cho's wounds. After saying this, Mizuto Minen looked at his nose and his heart, treating himself as an outsider. He didn't want to take on the task of persuading Jing'ai. This task can only be accomplished by the third Hokage himself. Yutang Koharu had the same idea, and after Mito Kato finished speaking, she lowered her head tacitly. When the third Hokage saw his two old friends acting like this, he knew that these two did not want to get involved in this mess, and that the job of persuading Shizuka to go out had to be shouldered by him, the Hokage. If it's anyone else, just give the next order. Jing'ai is not one of these people. If you want him to leave the village to carry out a mission, you need to write it down first. He will only accept the mission if he agrees. Otherwise, the Hokage's order will be useless. Just refuse directly. I'll give it a try. If it were someone else, the third Hokage would dare to make a promise, such as Tsunade and Orochimaru. But if it were Shizuka, forget it. This promise cannot be made, otherwise there is a risk of being slapped in the face. Really not bad. In the laboratory, Jing'ai used the prepared soil materials to make new puppets. As for those puppets made from ninja corpses, they would be gradually replaced and used as consumables. After a trip to the rain country, Nara Shikashin helped him get a lot of materials. Moreover, the raw materials are still being purchased in a steady stream through the Umbu and the Inoshikache family. Zhu Ludi never dreamed that one day they would be engaged in the business of purchasing soil, rocks and metal ores. Puppets were quickly created and then given life using the Samsara eye. Brand new puppets were just freshly produced. Moreover, these puppets have no strange smell and are completely natural and pollution-free. Senior, do you have something to ask me? Noticing footsteps behind him, Jing'ai knew who it was without turning around. I have nothing to do with you. Nara Shikashin watched Jing'ai making the puppet with curiosity. Even though he was mentally prepared, his eyes were still filled with shock. He felt his old face burning. He had previously mocked Jing'ai for not being able to use these things to make puppets, otherwise the puppeteers of the Sand Village would have found a place to crash to death. As a result, not long after, Jing'ai succeeded. Cheap materials, make large quantities at a time. It's so weird, like I saw a ghost. But Hokage-sama has something to ask you. Nara Shikashin was just an errand boy. He was drinking tea in the office when the third Hokage asked him to pass on a message. Currently, the third Hokage cannot enter the headquarters base. It should be said that no outsiders can come in, no matter if you are from the elders or the Hokage, the puppets will keep them out. Oh. Jing'ai paused and said, I don't think I noticed that someone from the Hokage's office came here. If outsiders come, the puppets will definitely intercept them. If the puppet moves, Jing'ai, the master, will know. They want to come in. Narashika felt inexplicably sympathetic towards the third Hokage. As the Hokage of the village, he cannot even enter the headquarters base of the Umbu unless he gets permission from Shizue. It's really sad to think about it. It just so happened that all this was caused by the third Hokage himself. I asked someone in my family to help pass on a message, so I came to find you. No wonder. Maybe it's something important. After saying that, Jing'ai continued to busy himself with the things at hand. Nara Shikako, who was standing at the door, seemed to be hesitant to speak. This is the Hokage's order. If it were someone else, they would have run faster than a rabbit, but Jing'ai continued to do his own thing calmly, choosing to let the Hokage wait. This is simply. For some reason, Nara Shikakamai began to miss Tsunadeheim again. If it was Princess Tsunade, even if she didn't like the third Hokage, she would still put the big picture first. As for Shizuka, I will participate in major events, but for general matters, it depends on my mood. By the time Jing'ai had used up all the prepared materials, an hour had passed. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, he saw the dark and sour faces of the third Hokage, Yutatan Koharu, and Mito Kato-en. Jing'ai, we've been waiting for you for 2 hours. The third Hokage couldn't help but say, Oh, has it been that long? Jing'ai recalled suspiciously, shook his head and said, Sorry, there are some important matters in the Umbu that I need to deal with. After dealing with the matter over there, I rushed here. I don't know what the Hokage and the 2 elder advisors want to see me about. Do not be angry. Now is not the time to be angry. Mitoman-en had been using his eyes to warn the forbearing Yutatan Koharu, fearing that the old woman would lose control and explode on the spot, and then start a quarrel with Jing'ai. They still need Jingyi to work harder. Chapter 167. If the Umbu minister can go, why can't the two elder advisors go? Given Jingai's hedgehog-like personality, if she quarreled with him, there would be basically no hope for her to get revenge. Sit down and talk. Now that Shizuka has said this, what else can the third Hokage say? Besides, he didn't know what Jingai was busy with. I can only lightly cover up this matter. After Jingai sat down, the third Hokage explained his intention of looking for him. Ever since the Sand Village sent people to infiltrate the Land of Fire, it has caused serious losses to the Land of Fire. Although the enemies that infiltrated the Land of Fire have been wiped out, this incident has caused dissatisfaction from the daimyo. The village needs to give the daimyo an explanation. So the village is going to carry out its revenge plan? Jingai felt very strange. When Tsunade made this suggestion before, these three old guys always dragged their feet, which made Tsunade very angry. Now, after all the war has been going on for so long, people finally remember to give an explanation to the daimyo. This explanation is really late. If I were a famous person, I would definitely spray you in the face. You didn't retaliate at that time, but only retaliated after fighting an all-out war for such a long time. What are you kidding? This was Tsunade's suggestion at the time, but when the full-scale war broke out, the village was unable to spare the manpower to carry out this mission. The third Hokage handed the document to Mizuto Kato-en, who then handed it to Shizuchi. Jingai took the document and started reading it. Good boy, exactly as he suggested. After a quick glance, Jingai closed the file and said, I agree with the village's revenge action. The village does need to give an explanation to the daimyo's mansion, and the revenge plan can also disrupt the layout of the Sand Village. As long as the mission is successfully completed, the Sand Village will face pressure from the domestic and Wind Country daimyo. This will help in the village's war. The daimyo of the Wind Country is a petty guy. Once you make him angry, he will definitely target the Sand Village. If the revenge action becomes more serious, the Sand Village will definitely be in trouble. After saying that, Jingai felt something was wrong. You three, what are you looking at? Are you planning to ask me to carry out this mission? Wow, you guys really dare to think like that. So, Hokage-sama, do you have a suitable candidate? Cough cough. Seeing Jingai asking, the third Hokage coughed, cleared his throat, and took over the topic. Originally, I was going to give this mission to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru. Great idea, I agree. Before the third Hokage could finish his words, Shizuchi clapped his hands in praise. He could guess with his toes what the third Hokage would say next. It would simply be that Orochimaru was on the battlefield, so Orochimaru could not carry out this mission, and he needed to do it himself. So Jingai forced an interruption on the opponent. The third Hokage was stuck on the spot. No, can you please listen to what I have to say first? Jingai. Midaman saw that the third Hokage's rhythm was interrupted, and quickly added to his unfinished words. Orochimaru is at the front line with an important mission, and the only strong person left in the village who can handle this mission is you, so we hope you can take on this mission. No, I can't. Jingai shook his head decisively and refused. To carry out this mission, it is best to select a ninja who is good at earth escape ninjutsu. I am not good at earth escape ninjutsu at all, I am not suitable. Earth escape ninjutsu? After fusing with the Rinnegan, Jingai naturally mastered chakra of various attributes and also learned a lot of various ninjutsu. But why did he go on this mission? I just came back from the Rain Country. Do you want to treat me like an old cow? The donkeys in the production team were not used in this way. So, refuse decisively. I think it would be a good idea to be the leader of the Jonin squad and bring a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. After all, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are all proficient in the 5 attribute ninjutsu because of the family's secret techniques. It is most appropriate to give this task to them. Jingai forcefully rejected Mito Kato-en's proposal and pulled the Sarutobi clan out. For such a great and glorious mission, the Sarutobi clan is the most suitable person to take part. Who made you good at so many ninjutsu? He also controls many chakras of different attributes. Forehead. Mito Kato-en was stunned, Yutin Kohara was frowning, and the third Hokage was speechless. We want you to make the trip in person, rather than asking you to push the Sarutobi clan out to take the blame. What? Can't a Sarutobi clan ninja go on dangerous missions? Then I'll send an Umbu for a trip. Without waiting for the three to speak, Jingai continued to put pressure on them. If it doesn't work, I'll let the Uchiha people go too. The Uchiha people are good at fire escape, and there are also some ninjas in the Umbu who are good at earth escape. Jingai, stop for a moment. The third Hokage was paralyzed. Seeing that Shizuka was about to pull the Uchiha out, he quickly stopped him. The Sarutobi clan can go on this mission, but the village needs someone of sufficient weight to lead them. Running to the enemy base to cause sabotage is not an easy job. The danger level is very high. Anyone sent carelessly will be surrounded. If there is no strong person who can keep the situation under control, the person who sneaks into the wind country may become the enemy who once sneaked into the fire country. They were surrounded and besieged by the sand village. The people sent out at that time will be in danger. What the third Hokage and his men wanted was revenge on the sand village, not sending people to die. Aren't the two elder advisors important enough? The Umbu chief can go to the front line, and the deputy chief can run towards the rain country, so why don't they need to go out? Jing turned the gun and pointed it at Yuting Koharu and Mito Kato-en. Those two old guys must have stayed in the village long enough. Are you used to a comfortable life? How about taking you guys out for a walk? Cough cough. Mizuto Minen was pulled out by Jing-ai to block the bullet and choked directly. Yuting Koharu also widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. The third Hokage was also surprised. Is Jing-ai planning to drag the elders into this? Jing-ai, don't call me. Jing-ai clasped her hands together and looked at the two elder advisors with a half-smile. If Hokage wants me to go, it's not impossible. Just pick a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura families, who are good at earth escape techniques, and two elder advisors should go with me. Otherwise, find someone else. After some discussion, Jing-ai laid his cards on the table. You want me to lead the team? Yes, but I need to recruit a group of ninjas who are good at earth escape from families like Sarutobi Shimura, and two elder advisors must go with me, otherwise you can find someone else to go. Chapter 168. He doesn't take action, but that doesn't mean the enemy won't. The corners of the third Hokage's mouth twitched a few times, and he glanced at his two old companions with ugly faces, trying to defend them. The two elder advisors have not participated in combat for many years, and their age. None of my children are afraid of death, so what are they afraid of? Have the nerve? Where is your face? Do you still have any shame? Don't you like staring at me? Okay, from now on I will bring you two along for any dangerous missions and make sure you complete them. As for whether you can come back safely, I can't guarantee it. Seeing that the two elder advisors were shaking with anger but had not made up their minds, Jing-ai continued to provoke. Is age a problem? Cho is so old, but hasn't she been active on the battlefield? Or is our elder advisor afraid of death? Enough. Midaman N was able to hold on, but Yuting Koharu couldn't. Hinata Jing-ai, don't use that old woman Cho to provoke us. Just as you said, you, a child, dare to carry out such a dangerous mission. Men Yen and I are not afraid of death. Let's go. How the hell can you tolerate being carried on the face by a teenager? If she could bear it, she wouldn't be called Yuting Koharu. The third Hokage. Mizuto Minion slapped his forehead and said, if you are impulsive, go by yourself. Why take me with you? Very good, then it's settled. 3 days later, at dawn, we will set out directly from the Umbu Passage. I hope you two will not back down. Yuting Koharu is still as bad-tempered as ever, and still as easily irritated as ever. After Jing-ai climbed on his face, he jumped up. After making the decision and agreeing to something, Jing-ai left decisively. After Jing-ai left, Midaman Yen, who was forced to wear a mask of pain, said helplessly, Xiao-chun, that guy was deliberately provoking you, why did you agree? Are you afraid of death? Yuting Koharu asked back with a dark face. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of dying without knowing why. Mizuto Minion held his breath in his chest and almost got angry to death. Xiao-chun, you shouldn't have agreed. Even if you did agree, you shouldn't have brought Minion along. The third Hokage sighed. Hinata Shizuka clearly didn't want to accept this mission, so he deliberately dragged the family behind us into it, and even dragged you into it. This mission is very dangerous. With Hinata Shizuka here, it may be even more dangerous. If Jing-ai only cared about himself during the mission, it would be fine. But if he played some tricks secretly, everyone who was sent out would be in trouble. It would be fine if other people were unlucky, but nothing must happen to Yuting Koharu and Mito Kato-en. You mean, that guy might attack us? Yuting Koharu came to her senses. Midaman N said helplessly, that's why I said you shouldn't agree. What we should do is stay in the village to assist Hiruzen instead of running to the wind country to carry out some revenge mission. As for whether Hinata Shizuka will attack us, who knows, maybe, maybe not. Once the truth is exposed, it will not do him any good. So, what should I do now? Can I refuse? Yuting Koharu asked stupidly. There was absolutely no point for the two of them to go on such a mission, but Jing-ai just wanted to drag them along. When they encounter danger, the enemy may prioritize chasing the two of them instead of Jing-ai. In the eyes of most people, these two elder consultants are much more valuable than Jing-ai. Reject? How to refuse? The words have already been said. If they change their minds, Jing-ai can just tell others that the two of them were afraid of death, so they refused to carry out the revenge mission and then regretted it. Then they can hide their faces in their crotches. If he wasn't laughed to death, he would be drowned by the villagers' saliva. Ha ha ha. Not to mention Yuditen Koharu, who was already dumbfounded. Shizue burst into laughter as soon as she walked out of the Hokage's office building. It's so fucking interesting. This kind of thing can happen more often in the future, so that he can take the two elder advisors out for a walk. As for whether the other party can come back, that has nothing to do with him. In danger, he can only choose to protect himself. He was very considerate not to attack his own people, mainly because things like attacking one's own people, once exposed, will cause a huge blow to one's reputation. Otherwise Jingai wouldn't mind tricking these two old guys. But just because you don't take action doesn't mean the enemy won't take action. Once the revenge begins, the Sand Village will be extremely anxious, and the daimyo of the Wind Country will be furious. Once the Sand Village has endured enough anger from the daimyo, he will definitely go crazy and hunt down these people. Jingai is confident that he can escape safely and return to the Fire Nation. As for the others, it depends on their own luck. Jing just needs to adhere to the principle of not cheating others, but also not saving people casually. At worst, just think of it as a trip to the Kingdom of Wind. Anyway, he has already found an excuse. He is not good at earth escape and fire escape, so he can only follow the team. As for other things, he can't do anything about it. As for whether he will be able to use fire escape and earth escape in the future, it doesn't matter. Hinata Shizuka, learned it because I knew my shame and then worked hard. Is that not okay? Ha 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 ha. He smiled all the way to the Umbu base. As he walked into the office, Jingai couldn't help laughing. Nara Shikashin's face was full of question marks. What good thing must have happened to me that I'm so happy? Ha ha ha. Jingai laughed and told what just happened. Nara Shikashin's eyes widened. No, they really agreed. Holy shit, so cruel? Just because Jingai provoked you, you fell for it? Did Yutang Koharu agree? As for her, it's not surprising. She has always had a bad temper and can't stand any provocation. How could I bear it after Jingai got on my face and fucked me hard? Ahem, Jingai, I know you have a lot of opinions about them, but this task is very complicated. Nara Shikaksen was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Jingai would turn around and trap the other party. Once this kind of thing is exposed, it will be a big trouble. Just look at Danzo Shimura now. Why have you been locked up in prison all this time? In addition to Tsunade's toughness, it was because he betrayed the interests of the village and attacked his own people, which made people angry and resentful. If Shizukazuma attacks the two elder advisors, he will become the second Danzo Shimura after the truth is exposed. Senior, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I won't put myself in trouble for two people I don't like. Jingai knew that Nara Shikaksen was worried that he would do something wrong, so he gave him a reassurance. Do it yourself? It's not worth it. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for two bugs. Unless there is a perfect opportunity and the news has not leaked out, Jingai will really take action to trick them. But just because he doesn't take action doesn't mean the enemy won't. Chapter 169. He is the most dangerous guy. That's good, that's good. We can't touch this kind of thing. We really can't touch it. Nara Shikashin wiped the sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that Jingai was a calm person. At least I'll listen to advice on some things. But you are ruthless enough to let the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura families carry out this revenge mission. This mission is very dangerous. Once they are besieged and hunted by the enemy, I am afraid that many people who sneaked into the Wind Country will not be able to come back. Nara Shikako was somewhat impressed by the generosity of the third Hokage. In order to make a move, he did not hesitate to drag his family members into the water. Not at all? Don't hesitate a fart. If the third Hokage knew what Nara Shika was thinking, he would definitely scold him to death. I didn't even have the chance to speak, and Yutang Koharu agreed after being fucked in the face. What can I do? Regardless of the face of the two old partners, should you choose to refuse? If I refuse, what if Jingai runs out and says something nonsense? The war is still going on at the front line. Other people's lives are not important, so are the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan so precious? If this really happened, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan would definitely become rats crossing the street. Jingai smiled and said, they like to stare at me, so I have to find something for them to do. Anyway, I have a tough life and it won't be that easy for me to die. As for the others, tisk tisk. Jingai really wanted to say to the third Hokage, if you have such a mission in the future, please be sure to inform me, I will never refuse you. As long as you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are willing to invest, I, Hinata Shizuka, will definitely cooperate with you. It doesn't take a lot, just 2 or 3 times, and the families behind the third Hokage and his group would be seriously damaged. Okay, it has to be you. Nara Shikashin began to sympathize with those guys who participated in the mission. This mission is already very dangerous in theory, and it will only become more dangerous after Jing'ai and 2 members of the elders join in. Will the Sand Village let go of these 3 big fish? Regardless of whether the war is won or lost, as long as these 3 big fish are killed, the Sand Village will make a huge profit. At that time, the people of Sand Village must have been chasing them like crazy. Danger is often accompanied by opportunities. Of course, that is in fantasy novels. In the ninja world, there is no such thing as opportunity. Even a guy like Jiraiya who was lucky enough to go to Mayaboka Mountain, his abilities were acquired through his own practice. There are no so-called opportunities in the ninja world, only countless pitfalls waiting for you to fall into. That night, when they returned home, Jing'ai said to the 3 little ones while having dinner, "In a few days, I will need to leave the village for a while." Kushina was stunned for a moment, and asked anxiously, "Is there a mission to be carried out? But you just came back from the rain country. Uncle Hokage is really something. Why does he let you carry out missions all the time? What do you know?" Rope Tree curled his lips and said, "Shizuka is a high-ranking member of the Ambu. The village is currently at war with the Sand Village. Is it strange that he has more missions? You really have no knowledge at all. Let me see you." "Hey, Minato, why are you pulling me?" Noticing that someone was pulling him, Shenshu turned his head. The little yellow-haired boy covered his face helplessly and pointed at Kushina's location. When Noeka looked back, his face froze on the spot because Kushina was staring at him expressionlessly. Just staring at her would be enough. The girl's long red hair was slowly fluttering, which was the prelude to Kushina's outburst. "Done. I'll be beaten to death." Shingshu's heart skipped a beat. "Let you talk dirty. Kushina is worried about me, but you are just criticizing others directly." "Okay Kushina, Noeki has no other intentions, just forgive him this time. Besides, we are having a meal, so we can't fight." Jing'ai raised her hand and pressed it on Kushina's little head. Kushina, who was about to go crazy, seemed to have a control switch pressed. The anger in my heart was extinguished in an instant. The long red hair that was floating in the air also slowly fell down. I was scared to death. If Shenshu was given a chance, he would definitely not interrupt. Looking at the panicked Rope Tree who was trying to find a place to hide, Kushina snorted in dissatisfaction and glared at him angrily, as if to say, "If you mess up my show again, I'll beat you up." In fact, whether Noeki interrupted or not is not the point. The point is that he was sabotaging Kushina when she was caring about Shizueichi. Directly stepped on Kushina's red line. If Jing'ai hadn't held down Kushina's little head, this guy would have definitely been beaten. "If you don't change, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a girlfriend. Being a bad mouth is nothing, what's scary is being a straight man with a bad mouth. This is a bit bad. How is that possible? When I grow up, there will definitely be many beautiful girls who like me." Shingshu didn't take Jing'ai's persuasion seriously at all. "Will I have no girlfriend? How is this possible? There are so many beauties for me to choose from." This. The little yellow-haired boy looked at him in astonishment, unable to understand where Shingshu got his confidence from. "As long as you are happy." Too lazy to pay attention to Shenshu, Jing'ai said to Kushina. "Kushina, what Noeka said is right. As a high-ranking member of the Ambu, I can't turn down some important tasks. This mission is more troublesome, and there is no suitable person in the village to carry it out." "Is that dangerous?" Jing'ai said that the task was troublesome. Kushina automatically understood that it was dangerous. He was worried that Jing'ai would encounter danger while performing his mission and would not be able to protect his own safety. "Humph, he is the most dangerous guy. Kid, don't be fooled by him, In the sealed space, the 9-tailed fox, who had already reached a certain level of reconciliation with Kushina, was strangled by chains before he could finish his words, and the whole fox was hung up. As she grew older, Kushina became more and more adept at using the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing techniques, and it only took her a few minutes to control the 9 tails. "Don't say anything bad about Jing'ai, or I'll hang you up and beat you." After warning the 9 tails not to talk nonsense, Kushina's consciousness left the sealed space. Noticing the violent chakra fluctuations in Kushina's body, Jing'ai looked at Kushina's angry look and knew that the little girl was angry. It was estimated that a big fox was in trouble. "It's not dangerous, it's just a little troublesome for me." "Yes, relatively troublesome." Jing'ai thought for a while and gave a more pertinent description. "Even if such a revenge mission is completed, the person who goes to carry out the mission will face the danger of being hunted down crazily, but that is for other people." For Jing'ai, there was only trouble left. He wanted to leave, but no one in the Sand Village could stop him, not even if all the ninjas in the Sand Village were dispatched. After all, he is not the third Raikage. On the contrary, other people need to be more careful, otherwise they may risk losing their lives at any time. Chapter 170. If you are not afraid of having your legs broken by the puppet, just run away. Especially some elders who are of average strength and have not fought for many years. If we were surrounded by the enemy, it would be a dead end. Well, I will stay at home and I won't run around while you are away from the village. Kushina had no choice but to accept the reality that Jing'ai was about to leave. Fortunately, the little girl was very sensible and knew that Jing'ai was not in the village, so she could not run around and had to stay at home obediently. The activity area is limited to home and ninja school, as well as the market and commercial streets, and no other places can be visited. You can't run around at night. So nice. Shizuichi smiled and rubbed Kushina's head, and Kushina happily jumped into his arms. After calming the little girl down, Jing'ai looked at the little yellow-haired boy and Shenshu. Minato, after I leave, your training will continue as usual. Remember my words, don't run around and stay still. Is teacher? The little yellow-haired boy agreed obediently, because he knew that his teacher had offended many people. The teacher is not afraid of revenge from these people, but he is different. Running around will only hurt himself. As for you? Jing'ai looked at Shenshu and grinned. Before he could start preaching, Shenshu quickly raised his hand and promised. I promise not to run around and just train with Minato. Very good. I hope you can keep your word. Also, cut off those little tricks in your mind. If I come back and find that you really run away to form a team with others and leave the village to carry out a mission, then you should be prepared to live in the Umbu prison. This boy, Naoki, is a bit restless. He actually wants to form a ninja team with his classmates and go out on missions. Ah, how did you know that? Rope Tree exclaimed. Jing'ai picked up the chopsticks and knocked him, saying angrily, my puppet has been following you to protect you. How do you think I know this? You want to carry out a mission? After your training is finished, no one will care what mission you want to carry out. But before your training is finished, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Don't cry if you dare to run around and get your legs broken by a puppet. Jing'ai gave the puppet a death order. If Shenshu really disobeyed, the puppet would really break his legs and bring him back. Rope Tree, what the hell? Do you want to be so cruel? After sternly warning Shingshu, Jing clapped her hands. During these 3 days, I will stay at home. You can stay at home. I will cook whatever you want to eat. I can also play whatever you want to play with you. 3 days later, as agreed, stay at home obediently. Great, I want to go shopping, I want to buy new clothes, and I want to eat barbecue. Big pieces of barbecue. I want to buy new clothes and eat barbecue, too. Kushina and Noeka jumped for joy. Kushina is not short of money, but she wants Jing'ai to accompany him, while Noeki has an empty pocket and is short of money. He is always the first one to spend the pocket money Jing'ai gives him. What about you? Jing'ai looked at the little yellow-haired boy. Namikaze Minato smiled, scratched his head and said, Teacher, can you train with me? Compared to eating and shopping, the little yellow-haired boy would rather train, hone his fighting skills, and then improve his strength. This is not okay. Jing'ai decisively rejected the young apprentice. During these 3 days, I just want to have a good rest, forget about training, but I can let the puppet protecting you help you train and hone your fighting skills. When a puppet moves, it does not need to consider whether its body will be sprained or unable to withstand the impact. It can move as fast and as violently as possible. Although the attack method is relatively simple and straightforward, it just fits the training model of the little yellow-haired boy. Before, Jing'ai didn't allow the puppet to train with Minato Namikaze because he was worried that the puppet would hurt him. People will show mercy, but puppets will not, and Jing'ai cannot always be distracted to control the puppets. Very good. Finally being able to use the puppet for training, Minato Namikaze smiled like a fool. What about me, what about me? Shingshu quickly pointed at himself. You. Jing glanced at him and said, you'd better focus on honing your water ninjutsu until your reaction speed can catch up with Minato. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be beaten to death by the puppet. What's your reaction speed? Don't you have any idea? Wouldn't it be better to just train in ninjutsu? I have to seek abuse. After being rejected, Shingshu felt unwilling, but he didn't want to be abused. He knew very well that puppets were not human beings and would not hold back when they could no longer stop themselves. If he was not careful, it would turn into a one-sided abuse. Jing'ai has quite a few puppets, and they are divided into several levels. Among them, the most powerful group of puppets were made from the corpses of senior ninjas. Although there were not many of them, they were strong. In addition, there are a group of puppets made by powerful creatures in secret. These puppets are lurking in the dark and will not show up until the critical moment. The person protected by these puppets is basically Kushina. In the following 3 days, Jing'ai had a good time with Kushina. The little girl was very happy every day and smiled almost all the time. Feeling bored, Rope Tree and Little Yellow Hair simply continued training. The 2 men, sweating profusely, lay on the lawn in the yard. Noeki ran back into the house and took out 2 bottles of juice. He handed one to Minato Namikaze, who unscrewed the cap and started drinking it in big gulps. Minato, why do you think Shizuichi is so strict with us in our training, not even letting us step out of the village? Although his safety was guaranteed, Shinshu began to feel distressed when compared with his classmates of the same period. Others either form their own teams to carry out missions, or follow the teachers sent by the village. Only he and the little yellow-haired boy need to stay in the village and train hard to improve their strength. For protection. The little yellow-haired boy took a sip of juice and answered affirmatively. Protect? Shinshu said in a tangled way, I can understand Jingai's good intentions, and I know how good he is to me, but is it really okay for us to just train like this, not carry out missions, and not participate in battles? Taking a look at the conflicted Noeki, Minato Namikaze knew that Noeki was upset because of his classmates' matter. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The teacher said that newly graduated students are like flowers in a greenhouse. Instead of leaving the village at this time, it's better for them to stay and train peacefully and work hard to improve their own strength. Actually, Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, and finally said something he didn't want to say. In fact, you only see the glorious side of others, but fail to see the hidden danger and darkness. For example? Shinshu asked curiously. The little yellow-haired boy spread out his hands and answered, for example, how many of my classmates from the same period are left? Shinshu was stunned for a moment. Because he remembered that at the last class reunion, it seemed that quite a few people were absent, some of whom had not yet returned to the village, while others had already left this world. Chapter 171 Refusing any possibility of taking the blame. The mortality rate of new genin is very high. Even with a teacher leading the team, the mortality rate remains high. Those who could not be assigned a teacher and had to form their own teams were even worse off. It was considered good if 2 or 3 out of 10 could survive. In fact, the teacher has no objection to us leaving the village to carry out the mission. He even wants to take us out with him, but now he can't leave. It seems to make sense. My sister, that bastard Jiraiya, and Orochimaru didn't have many opportunities to go out on missions before. After all, their teacher is the Hokage. Noeki compared himself to Tsunade's trio, and found that he seemed to be treated much better than them. Although his teacher was not a good person, fortunately, there was Shizue to replace Jiraiya, so his training would not fall behind. Forget it, let's not think about it. Since Jingai has such an idea, let's look forward to it. Come on, little yellow hair, let's continue. Don't call me little yellow hair. Hey, others can yell, but I can't. 2 fools. Pfft, shut up and don't call me that. The teacher can call, but I can't. Little yellow-haired boy, you're going too far. You 2 idiots, we are the same. Standing on the road not far from home, Jingai looked at the 2 boys who were quarreling and arguing in the yard, and shook her head speechlessly. Before he knew it, the little yellow-haired boy had also turned bad. But what each of you said is very true. If Noeki can call Minato Namikaze a little yellow-haired boy, then it is reasonable for him to be called a fool in return. 3 days passed in a flash, and at a special passage in the Umbu, a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura families gathered. There were about 50 of them, and these ninjas were the elite of the families. He was specially selected by the 3rd Hokage. In addition to them, there are 2 elder advisors. Although Yutain Kohara regretted it, she had no face to go back on her words as they were already spoken. In addition to these people, the 3rd Hokage was also there. As for Jingai, he came alone and did not bring anyone from the Umbu. Jingai, according to the agreement, I have selected a group of elite soldiers, and 2 elder advisors have also joined us. I hope that they can take charge. What do you think? The decision to let Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and take charge was the result of the 3 of them sitting together and negotiating. Yutain Koharu is just a figurehead, the real commander is Mito Kato N. They were worried that Jingai might betray them after becoming the team leader. So we must seize the initiative. Okay, I have no objection. Jingai had no intention of objecting to this. It would be better if he wasn't in charge, so he wouldn't have to take the blame. Then let's go. Mizuto Minion is also a decisive person. Since he has to make this trip, he will be decisive and straightforward. Finish the task early and come back early. He believed that as long as he had the initiative in his own hands, the danger of the mission could be reduced. Sometimes, the people who betray you are more terrifying than your enemies. Therefore, with the initiative in hand, Mizuto Minion was also full of confidence. After all, the members of the team were all carefully selected elites. As long as they were not surrounded by a large number of enemies, they could retreat calmly. The group bid farewell to the 3rd Hokage, left the village through a special passage, and headed straight for the Wind Kingdom under the cover of night. After leaving the village, the team's route did not go towards the river country, but instead towards the rain country. It is obvious that Vitamin N decided to sneak into the Kingdom of Wind from the direction of the Kingdom of Rain. In the Land of Rivers, a full-scale war is going on. The defenses of the Sand Village must have reached a strict level. It would be more difficult to infiltrate from here, and it would be easier to encounter the enemy. On the contrary, it is relatively quiet in the Rain Country. You just need to be careful to avoid the enemy's sentries and patrols. On the way, Jing'ai found that many people were secretly observing him. It was obvious that they were afraid that he would cause trouble. What an ignorant person. Jing'ai didn't make any comment on this. If you like to observe, then just observe. As long as you don't feel tired. Do we really need to tell him? We can't decide for ourselves? On the way, Koharu Yutain was a little dissatisfied, because Mido Minion said that he wanted to find a place to rest and then discuss the upcoming revenge plan with Jing'ai. She felt that since the initiative was in their hands, there was no need to waste time negotiating with Jing'ai. They could just make the decision themselves. Can't you broaden your horizons a little? Mizuto Minin really wanted to reason with Yutain Koharu, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Because once Yutain Koharu is unreasonable, there is a high probability that he will lose his temper, and at that time he won't be able to explain himself clearly even if he is right. Just because Hiruzen handed over the command to us doesn't mean we can leave Hinata Shizuichi aside. He is also a member of our team. Mido Kato-en had no choice but to bring out the third Hokage. Okay then. Seeing that the third Hokage had been moved out, Yutain Koharu had no choice but to compromise. The team stopped to rest. Jing'ai had no questions. It seemed as if he was an outsider who came here to enjoy the scenery and didn't care at all about what mission he was carrying out. Looking at Jing'ai standing on the rock, leisurely looking at the sunrise, holding juice and meat patties that he had taken out from somewhere and eating slowly, Mido Minion really didn't know what to say. Brother, we are here to carry out a mission, not to watch the sunrise or enjoy the scenery. Ahem, Jing'ai. Is something wrong? Jing'ai was watching the sunrise and eating the delicious meat pie. She felt very relaxed at the moment. If that was not enough, she would just have another sip of juice. But fruit juice is not satisfying enough. When I have free time in the future, I will pull Orikamaru over and let him study the formula of happy water and make it. In the hot summer, have a bottle of iced happy water, take a sip, the taste is amazing. Taking his eyes away from Jing'ai, Vitamin N walked forward and stood side by side with him. For a long time to come, we will need to work together to complete the tasks assigned to us by the village. I have some ideas I want to discuss with you. No, you can decide for yourself. After all, the right to command is in your hands. You don't need to ask me for this kind of thing. I can do it. Jing'ai shook her head decisively and refused. What a joke. I don't have the authority to command. As long as I don't interfere in anything and do my job well, it won't be my turn to take the blame even if the mission fails or the team suffers heavy losses. Why would you drag me into this kind of thing where I need to take the blame? Vitamin N. Eating meat patties and drinking juice, Jing walked away leisurely. Don't give the other party a chance to speak again. In short, Hinata Shizuka, have nothing to do with these things. You can do whatever you want, but just don't involve me. I was rejected. Vitamin N came back dejectedly, and Yutain Koharu couldn't help but laugh at him. Chapter 172. Are you really here to carry out a mission? Enough. Mizutomanin's face was dull and he said with a dark face, Xiao-chun, this is necessary. Even if I am rejected and lose face, at least no trouble will come to us for the right to command, because Jing'ai rejected me. Jing'ai's clear refusal and non-participation in anything means that Mido Minion has the command power firmly in his hands, and there will be no conflicts due to command during the mission. Even though it was embarrassing, at least it could be considered a good thing. You know, the most frightening thing when you are out on a mission is disagreements within a team, with one person wanting to go east and the other wanting to go west. As long as you are happy. Yutain Koharu really wanted to roll her eyes, but she held it back. So, what should we do next? Yutain Koharu said very tactfully, although the focus of the Sand Village is on the battlefield of River Country, they are also on guard against the direction of Rain Country. It is not easy for us to sneak in quietly. So we can't go directly from the Rain Country to the Wind Country. We need to take a detour. Vitamin N took out a map and pointed to the border between the Rain Country and the Wind Country. We're going into the Land of Grass? Isn't that taking a detour too far? The most appropriate choice is to enter the Kingdom of Wind from the Kingdom of Rain. As for the Kingdom of Grass, one will undoubtedly have to take a long detour. If possible, I would even like to go around the sea and enter the Kingdom of Wind from the back. Vitamin N pointed at the map and said, the other side of the Wind Country is close to the sea. This is also the place with the most oases in their country, but it's too slow to go around the sea. The defenses in the Rain Country are definitely not as strict as those in the River Country, but the risk of being exposed when entering the wind country from here is still very high. What we are going to do is very dangerous. Once exposed, we will be surrounded and killed by the Sand Village's ninja army. Safety is the most important thing. Tenkin Koharu was a little hesitant, because according to Mito Kadoan's plan, they needed to sneak into the grass country from the fire country, then enter the rain country from the grass country, then take a detour from the rain country to the bird country, and finally enter the wind country. This big circle is not a short journey, and you have to go through several small countries. Fortunately, among these countries, the grass kingdom and the bird kingdom are too weak, and the rain kingdom has been scrapped. As long as they are careful, the risk of being exposed is very small, which is lower than sneaking in from the rain kingdom. Then follow your plan. After thinking for a while and unable to come up with any good idea, Yutin Koharu could only agree with Mitaman's suggestion: take a detour, or go in a big circle. The team quickly set off and had a smooth journey in the fire country. However, when they arrived at the border of the fire country, Jing'ai discovered that the team's route was not to the rain country, but to the grass country. The grass kingdom is also a small country sandwiched between big countries, but unlike the rain kingdom, the grass kingdom borders the fire kingdom and the earth kingdom. Moreover, the ninjas of the land of grass all have a very strange characteristic, which is that they are particularly fence-sitters. When Konoha is strong, they hold on to Konoha and become Konoha's little followers. When Konoha becomes weak, they will jump up and bite Konoha back, and then turn to the arms of the Uegakur and make trouble for Konoha in various ways. After taking benefits from the Uegakur, he began to wag his tail towards Konoha, and his main style was to be a fence-sitter, taking sides. It's a pity that Konoha and Uegakur need the grass country to stand between the two major countries to reduce friction between them. Otherwise, with the grass country acting like a fence-sitter, it would have been destroyed long ago. The two elder advisors needed to go around in a circle, and a very big circle. Jing'ai had no intention of asking any questions and followed the team into the Kingdom of Grass with peace of mind. Since the team has already taken a detour through the Grass Kingdom, it is impossible for them to enter the Wind Kingdom directly through the Rain Kingdom. They must continue to take a detour, otherwise there would be no need to go around in vain and take a detour through the Grass Kingdom. In this regard, Jing'ai only wants to ask, aren't you tired? No matter which direction you sneak in from, you can't avoid the secret sentries and patrolling ninjas. Why don't you try to get rid of these people and choose to take a big detour? Okay, let's take a detour. The command is not his anyway. Jing'ai has a good attitude and follows the team to take a detour. In the Rain Country, a hidden resting place, the Umbu people came to see Jing'ai. Sir, the chaos in the Land of Rain has subsided a lot because of the stability of the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the Land of Rain wants to borrow the power of the Umbu to clean up the chaos in the country. Tisk. Listening to the report from the Umbu, Jing'ai burst into laughter. How dare he think that he could use our people as his subordinates? Don't bother with him. The mission of the Umbu is to ensure his safety. As for the chaos in the Rain Country, it has nothing to do with the Umbu. Tell him directly that these are my original words. If he is dissatisfied, he can go to the Fire Country daimyo's mansion to complain. We sent people to protect you for the sake of the Fire Nation daimyo, so you should just thank us obediently. But you still want us to help you quell the chaos in the country? What kind of peach do you want to eat? If the daimyo hadn't spoken, no one would care who the daimyo of the Rain Country is, or whether you are at risk of assassination. The status of a daimyo is noble, but you are the daimyo of the Rain Country, and have nothing to do with Konoha. Okay, you guys go back. Ensure the safety of the Rain Country daimyo before the war is over. I have other tasks here. After the report, Jing'ai asked the Umbu people to leave. There was no plan to ask the Umbu members to stay and help clear the way. That is the job of Mizuto Kadoan and Yutin Koharu, and there is no need for the Umbu to get involved. After the Umbu people left, Jing'ai came to the agreed location and said to the two elders, the Umbu's mission report is over, we can continue to set off. Why not let the Umbu people stay to help explore the way? Yutin Koharu really wanted to ask this question. After all, the people in the Umbu are best at doing this kind of work. Okay, let's go and continue on our journey. Mizuto Kadoan stopped Yutin Koharu. He knew that Shizuichi would not sacrifice the Umbu members to help them. Since he would not do that, why bother asking for it? If you open your mouth, you might be laughed at. He believed that the ninjas selected this time would be able to handle the task. It took 2 days for the group to successfully reach the Bird Kingdom and come to the border between the Bird Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom. Before entering the Kingdom of Wind, you can already see the vast Gobi Desert and Orange-Yellow Desert within the Kingdom of Wind. The entire Kingdom of Wind is basically like this terrain. Only in places close to other countries does the geographical environment is slightly better. The deeper you go into the Kingdom of Wind, the more desolate this place feels. There's nothing but desert. Midaman N sent 2 teams of senior ninja to enter the Land of Wind first to investigate the situation. Jing-ai took out a hat with a veil and put it on his head. Although it was his first time in the Kingdom of Wind, Jing-ai had made sufficient preparations. The hat could block the sun and prevent him from being overexposed to the sun, and the veil could block the sand blown by the wind and prevent him from having a mouth full of sand when he opened his mouth. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato En, who were discussing which target to attack first, subconsciously looked towards Shizuchi. When they saw Jing-ai wearing a hat, their expressions became very strange. Even the sun hat and veil are ready. You, Hinata Shizuka, are not really here for fun, are you? Cough cough. Midaman Yen coughed and asked tentatively. Jing-ai, we are about to enter the Kingdom of Wind. I suggest that you change your clothes and disguise yourself to confuse the enemy as much as possible. What do you think? Chapter 173, Act separately, but don't assign anyone to me? There is a group of unknown people in the Land of Wind who are wreaking havoc everywhere. In the absence of clear intelligence, the Sand Village may mistakenly think that they are desert bandits or wandering ninjas. Faced with the desert bandits who pop up from time to cause trouble, and the wandering ninjas who come from nowhere, the Sand Village usually does not target them with high fanfare. If these people were ninjas from Konoha, the situation would be different. This would definitely irritate the Sand Village, causing it to take it seriously immediately, send people to track them down, and then surround and kill them. Changing clothes could confuse the enemy. Jing-ai had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. Jing-ai agreed to his suggestion, and Midaman Yen continued. The second is the offensive route. Spreading out the map and placing it on the ground, Midaman Yen pointed to the distribution map of oases within the Kingdom of Wind. The Wind Country is huge, and the oases are unevenly distributed. My suggestion is to split up and have the larger group take this road, while the smaller group starts from this side. Concentrate your forces on attacking the area with more oases, and send a small number of people to the other side. Although operating separately will weaken our overall strength, it will be more beneficial to our operations and will also confuse the enemy. What do you think the Sand Village will think if the oases and villages on the 2 routes are attacked? The 2 old guys wanted to split up the team, but they didn't want to assign him any people. Jing-ai looked at them both deeply and pointed to a route with fewer targets. I'll go this way. Leave the target here to me. After completing the mission, evacuate directly from the Wind Country. Want to cheat someone? Let's see who gets cheated in the end. Make an agreement in advance and evacuate directly after completing the task. No one should wait for anyone else. Even if you are surrounded and attacked, don't expect others to rescue you. I agree, but manpower. Mizudaman N looked embarrassed. Jing-ai said with a smile, no need, I am enough alone. After saying that, Jing-ai took out a scroll. Write down our plan and send it to the village in advance for the 3 of us to sign. Jing-ai is not afraid of being cheated, but he is afraid that someone will refuse to pay. Don't say nice things before the troops are divided, and then start to pass the buck when you are being chased and suffer heavy casualties. It is good. Mito Kato En and Yutane Koharu knew that Shizuchi was trying to prevent them from cheating others and shirking the blame. Similarly, they also wanted to send such an intelligence letter to the village first to prevent Tsunade from catching them if anything happened to Shizuchi. Jing-ai is stronger than them, but Jing-ai is only one person, while they are different and have a complete elite force. Although they have more targets, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato En believe that the trouble on Shizuchi's side will be bigger than theirs. After the intelligence letter was written, the 3 of them signed it and used the Ninja Hawk to send the intelligence letter away. They watched the Ninja Hawk fly into the sky and head towards Konoha. Then the 2 sides separated and entered the Kingdom of Wind from different directions. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato En led their elite troops and advanced along the northern coastline, while Shizukazu headed down in the direction of the battlefield in River Country. It seems that Jing-ai's side has fewer targets to attack, but in fact it is more dangerous, because this side is closer to the battlefield of River Country and the Sand Village. Once the oasis and village towns along this route are attacked, the Sand Village will conduct an investigation as soon as possible. Jingi might have been targeted as soon as he started to take action. In comparison, the other route is safer. After the 2 sides separated, Jing-ai walked slowly in the endless desert, like a small black dot moving in the desert. Except for the yellow sand, there was almost no second color around him. After walking for a long distance, Jing-ai chose a secluded place to rest. He was in no hurry to attack his target. After taking out the tent and setting it up, Jing-ai lay in the carpeted tent, drinking the drink he took out from the ceiling scroll, eating the fruit he had prepared in advance, and contacted Tsunade calmly. River Country Camp. In the lounge of the medical department, Tsunaden lay weakly on the bed. She had been busy all night, either saving people or preparing potions. She had not been on the ground for the whole time. It was only now that she got a little rest time. You look very tired. Green light appeared in the eyes of the puppet crow on the bedside table, and Jingai's voice came out from the crow's mouth. The dazed Tsunaden woke up instantly and her body jumped up like a zombie. Damn it, don't come to me when I'm resting. Looking at the puppet crow, Tsunaden, who had a few black lines on her forehead, cursed a few words and then lay back, not caring about her image. In front of Jingai, she had long lost her image, so there was nothing to worry about. Feel sorry. Through the puppet crow, the sound of Shizuka's hiccups came through. Tsunaden clenched her fists in anger and cursed through gritted teeth. Asshole, don't contact me while eating. The conditions at the front line were already bad, and Tsunaden's cooking skills were not good, so it was difficult for her to even cook. Hearing the sound of Shizuka burping, Tsunaden thought that Shizuka was deliberately contacting her while she was eating delicious food to provoke her. On the other side, Jingai, who was lying in the tent, said silently, "You think too much. I was just lying in the tent, looking at the endless desert, drinking some drinks and eating some fruits. The burping was just because of the bubbles in the juice." "Where are you?" Tsunaden turned over and sat up, her expression changing from lazy to serious. "The endless desert? In the entire ninja world, only the Wind Country has such terrain." In other words, Jingai ran to the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind, where else could it be? After I came back from the Kingdom of Rain, your teacher couldn't bear to see me idle, and the daimyo was dissatisfied, so he brought out the revenge plan. "So this task is given to you?" "Not really. I took 2 elder advisors with me. After arriving at the Wind Country, we split up into teams. They took the elite troops selected from the village and took another route, while I took another route alone." "Nonsense." Tsunaden couldn't help but curse. Those 2 old guys actually dared to walk out of the village. "Wait, why do we have to divide our forces? The Wind Country is different from the Fire Country. We should concentrate our forces to launch an attack, launch a quick sneak attack, and evacuate quickly. The Fire Country is rich in resources." The people of the Sand Village sneaked into the Fire Country and divided their forces to carry out sabotage because dividing the forces was more cost-effective. They destroyed and plundered everywhere. As for the Kingdom of Wind, it is not worth sending troops because it is too poor. There are few places worth destroying. Therefore, concentrating our efforts is the best option. Fight a speed war. Before the Sand Village reacts, destroy as much as possible, and after gaining certain results, evacuate quickly. Chapter 174. It's still unclear who will cheat whom. Ha ha ha, because they are afraid that I will trick them, but at the same time they also want to trick me because the route I chose is towards the Sand Village and the River Country battlefield. Damn old things, they must have done this on purpose. And many more. So what if it was intentional? Tsunaden, who was cursing in her heart, suddenly came to her senses. Is Jingai afraid of these? Scared of shit. If someone else were to use this kind of troop division pattern, he would definitely be badly tricked. But Jingai was not one of them. Because he really can come and go as he pleases, no one in the Sand Village can stop him, and the human wave tactics pose no threat to him. You can't even touch people, so why use the human wave tactic? On the contrary, Yutain Koharu and the others need to be careful. Once they are caught up by the Sand Village and are hunted down and surrounded, it will be a question how many of them can return to the Land of Fire alive. After realizing that her worries were unnecessary, Tsunaden felt relieved and lay down on the bed again, saying weakly, "In that case, I wish you to complete the task as soon as possible. I'm tired after being busy all night. When you come over, we'll switch shifts. You hold on for me for a while." "No, it was you who was stubborn and insisted on running towards the front line. Now you are exhausted and want to change shifts. Woman, you are very unreasonable, do you know that?" Jingai really wanted to argue with Tsunaden, but found that the girl fell asleep in just a few seconds. It seemed like he was really exhausted. Come to think of it, Tsunaden is like a firefighter in the frontline camp. She will be there wherever she is needed. Command the operations, be in charge of the medical department, develop antidotes, produce medicines, go into battle to kill the enemy, and enter enemy territory to rescue. There is nothing Tsunaden can't do, except what you can't think of. This also caused Tsunaden to be like a spinning top, spinning non-stop with no time to rest at all. Never mind. After the mission is completed, I will replace Tsunaden for a while and let Tsunaden return to the village to have a good rest. As for the time, let's wait until the new year, and then bring her to the front line. Consciousness was withdrawn from the puppet. Jingai, who was lying in the tent, sat up straight and looked at the vast golden desert. Not to mention, after living in Konoha for a long time, where there are plants everywhere and lush greenery everywhere, after coming to the Land of Wind, I feel that the scenery here is not bad, but a bit simple and a bit stuffy. Anyone who knows about the climate in the desert knows it well. Not only is it full of sand and wind, it is extremely hot during the day, and it is very sunny and hot. At night, the temperature drops rapidly, and in the middle of the night, it can even make people cry out in cold. Fortunately, the tent Jingai brought was the kind with an insulation layer, which could keep out heat. If it didn't have these functions, he wouldn't have been so foolish as to set up the tent and stop to rest. Jingai was lying leisurely in the tent, and even had the leisure to lean against the tent and read a book. On the other hand, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato-en were not so happy. They changed into strange outfits and had to travel under the scorching sun, because they need to reach the first attack site in the shortest time possible. Tsunade was right. The revenge against the Sand Village must be carried out quickly, fiercely, and accurately. Once the results are almost achieved, we must evacuate immediately. We must not waste any time. Otherwise, you might be hunted down if you are not careful. In addition, you must guard against the unpredictable weather in the land of wind. You never know when a sandstorm will blow up in the desert. Once a sandstorm blows up, even a powerful ninja can only find a place to hide. Not to mention the people from Konoha, even the ninjas from the Sand Village would need to find a place to hide if they encountered such extreme weather. Because some severe climates are beyond the control of humans, fortunately, the people of Sand Village are local residents after all, and their ability to avoid natural disasters is far beyond that of outsiders. After walking for a whole day under the scorching sun, everyone in the group was exhausted. Can you still hold on? Behind a sandstone in the backlight, Mito Kato-en looked at his old friend Yutin Koharu with some concern. Perhaps it was because she was used to the comfortable life in the village, and the climate and environment in the areas she passed through had changed so much since she left the village, which caused Yutin Koharu's complexion to look a little unsatisfactory. I'm not that vulnerable. Koharu Yutain is a typical duck whose mouth remains stiff even after death. He was obviously feeling a bit overwhelmed, but he was holding on tightly. Vitamin N didn't try to expose her, and handed the kettle over. Drink some water and take a rest. We will continue on our journey after the sun sets. We hope to reach the first target location in the early morning. We don't have much time left. As long as the attack is launched, even if some means are retained to confuse the enemy, it can only buy a little time. Time is the most precious thing. Sooner or later, the Sand Village will discover their true identities. After taking a few sips of water, Yutin Koharu couldn't help but curse. Hinata Shizuichi, that bad guy, just wanted to embarrass us on purpose. Do you regret it now? Too bad, it's too late. Mizuto Manin turned around, afraid that his rolling eyes would be seen by Yutin Koharu. He has never understood why Yutin Koharu agreed to do it so easily. Is this typical thankless task really suitable for them? Seeing that Vitamin N didn't respond, Yutin Koharu paused and asked, do you think that guy would deliberately frame us? Hearing this, Mizuto Manin turned around, shook his head and said, it's unlikely. There are conflicts between us, but it's not to the point of life and death. Secondly, he needs to care about Tsunade's feelings. Arguing with us, fighting with us, are all normal conflicts within the Hokage faction. We can resolve them internally. Once it escalates to the point of harming our own people, I'm afraid even Tsunade won't tolerate such a thing. There is one thing that Mito Kato-en was right about, Jingai could not care about their lives, but he needed to care about Tsunade's feelings. And I have already considered these problems, so I decided to split up the troops. In fact, the trouble on Hayagashaizuka's side is bigger than ours. The route he took is closer to the Sand Village and the battlefield of River Country. Once the attack begins, the Sand Village will go to investigate immediately. The possibility of him coming back to screw us is too small. Yutin Koharu opened the map and looked at it carefully, and found that what Mito Kato-en said was right. According to normal analysis, it would be good enough for Jingai to complete his task successfully. It would not be easy for him to run back and trick them. Moreover, some things would carry the risk of being exposed once done. By then, I would not only cheat them but also discredit myself. This deal is not worth it at all. After talking with Mito Kato-en, Yutin Koharu felt much more relieved. Seeing that the other party was looking at her with hesitation, she said unhappily with many wrinkles on her face, don't look at it. I won't get angry with that boy anymore, and I won't accept such a mission casually. It's better for you and me to stay in the village and help Hiruzen. I'm glad you know it. I'm just worried that you can't stand the stimulation. After being hit by a flying dragon, my mentality immediately exploded. Chapter 175 Familiar Recipe, Familiar Taste. The sun set quickly and night fell. A large number of stars were reflected in the sky. The faint starlight brought sporadic points of light to the desert at night. Let's go. After resting for a few hours, eating and drinking enough, and regaining his energy, Mizuto Minion took the lead and rushed towards the first target of attack. The first target of the attack was a small village. Kill. Ninjas are all cold machines. Mido Kato En, who survived the First Ninja World War, is not a merciful person. What's more, the Sand Village did the same to the villages in the Fire Country last year. Now they are just seeking revenge. If your Sand Village did it, can't I, Konoha, do it? As Midaman En gave the order, dozens of Konoha ninjas quickly ran towards the village. The killing begins. The shrill scream soon broke the quiet night sky. Standing on the sand dunes, Midamonen En and Yutain Koharu looked indifferently at the village that had turned into a hell. There was no sympathy or pity in their eyes, only a hateful pleasure. How long would it take for an elite force led by at least 5 jonin to kill their way through an ordinary small village? The answer is less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, there was no sign of life in the village. Not to mention living people, even passing dogs had to be kicked twice before they could run away. Is anyone injured? Yutain Koharu asked as usual. Like Tsunade, she is also a medical ninja, but her medical skills cannot compare with Tsunade and Shizuka. Sir, no one was injured. Several jonin who led the team stood up. Very good, you did a great job. Let's continue to rush to the next target location and try to take down the second target tonight. Yutain Koharu nodded in satisfaction. It was just a routine inquiry whether anyone was injured. She would definitely curse if they were to deal with a small village that didn't even have any ninjas and someone got hurt. The disaster that once occurred in the Land of Fire has now befallen the Land of Wind, but the Sand Village knows nothing about it. In the night sky, an inconspicuous bird followed the team and continued to move forward. Jing'ai, lying in the tent, looked through the puppet's eyes at the severely damaged village below, where no one was left alive, and sighed. It's fast enough. The division of troops only applies to the 2 elders. To Jing'ai, there has never been any talk of dividing the troops. Although I have separated from you, my puppets are still following you. Wherever you go, wherever you hide, my puppets can see it clearly. During the day, the eagle puppet will fly to a very high altitude, and it is difficult for people standing on the ground to notice the small black dot in the sky. At night, it is more convenient to observe. Rest for 2 days, then make a concerted effort to destroy all the targets of the attack, and then lie down and watch the show. In the early morning, near dawn, the team arrived at their second target location, a small oasis. The raid happened again, but the resistance of the small oasis was much stronger than that of the village because there were ninjas from the Sand Village stationed in the oasis. There are too few places in the Land of Wind where crops can be grown, and all oases are protected areas, where the Sand Village will send ninjas to garrison. Unfortunately, there were too few ninjas stationed in the oasis and they were too weak to form an effective resistance. Do you need to set a fire? Looking at the oasis filled with corpses, Yutain Koharu asked. No need, just destroy the terrain and completely change the flow of groundwater. It's still dark, and setting a fire will easily attract the enemy's attention. It would be better to directly change the oasis terrain and cut off the flow of groundwater. Without sufficient groundwater, an oasis will turn into a dead zone over time. It is good. After a brief thought, Yutain Koharu agreed. Under the extremely destructive Earth-style ninjutsu, the topography of the oasis began to change. Large areas of green plants were covered by sand and soil, and the flow of groundwater under the sand and soil was blocked. The originally vibrant oasis turned into a mess. By the time the Sand Village reacts and wants to rescue the situation, it will take a lot of effort. After dealing with all this, the team quickly evacuated and headed towards the next target location. After they left for a while, the puppet flying in the sky opened its mouth and spit out a small green ball of light, which fell towards the severely damaged oasis. When the ball of light fell into the oasis, fire covered all kinds of plants and began to burn. Midaman En and the others had already run far enough away that they had no idea that there was an eagle behind them quietly doing something bad, setting fire to the oasis they had destroyed, and even the village they attacked in the early morning was burned down by the fire. It's a pity that the distance was too far and they couldn't see it at all. Jing'ai's fire prevention was not shown to them, but to the Sand Village. Otherwise, how can it be considered as seeking excitement? Since I can't cheat you openly, I can just do it quietly. There will always be a period of time between the places that are attacked and a raging fire will start. People running in front may not notice it, but the people in the Sand Village will. After all, the patrol team will wander around the territory of the Wind Country. Once they find something wrong, they will go forward to investigate and then send the news back to the Sand Village. As a result, when the third target of attack caught fire, it was discovered by the patrol team of the Sand Village. When the patrol team arrived at their destination, they were stunned by the scene before them. What on earth happened? The transit village that originally occupied the desert road was littered with corpses. The fire burned everything that could be burned in the village. The houses built with stones and mud were also burned black, and corpses were everywhere on the ground. There was still a burning smell in the air. Quickly inform Lord Fengying that there are enemies wreaking havoc in the territory. After coming to their senses, the patrol team quickly reported the news back to the Sand Village. That night, the news was delivered to the Kazekage office and placed in front of the 3rd Kazekage. There was a war going on at the front line, and the 3rd Kazekage, like the 3rd Hokage, was staying in the village and did not enter the battlefield. Because the village needs them. Are there unknown enemies attacking villages and wreaking havoc in the country? Looking at the intelligence scroll on the table, the 3rd Kazekage felt that this scene was very familiar. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. It seems that this is how the Sand Village targeted the Fire Nation last year. The Fire Country was in chaos, and Konoha took great pains to clear out the enemies in the territory, and was scolded countless times by the daimyo during the process. Is it Konoha? Chapter 176, The Reincarnation I Seeking the Tao Jade. The identity of the enemy is unknown, it's just that it hasn't been clearly identified, but the 3rd Kazekage suspected that it was Konoha's doing. Because the Sand Village did this first, it was reasonable for Konoha to retaliate against them, it was just that the revenge came a little late. Moreover, when both sides are at war, sabotage behind enemy lines is also a normal means of warfare. Select a group of ninjas to help me defeat these enemies. The 3rd Kazekage would never be as hesitant and indecisive as the 3rd Hokage. He doesn't care whether the enemy is a ninja from Konoha. As long as they dare to do these things in the territory of the Wind Country, they will face his crazy revenge. An elite force was quickly mobilized and, under the leadership of the 3rd Kazekage, left the Sand Village as quickly as possible. Among them, the 3rd Kazekage flew away directly. After all, the omnipotence of the all-purpose Kekkei Genkai of magnetism is obvious to all. It can attack, defend, assist, and fly. Of course, the result of the panacea is that the magnetic attack is just SOSO. It looks scary, but actually kills very few strong people. It is known as the strongest defense, but it is repeatedly broken and slapped in the face. It covers everything, but it is not good at anything. The Sand Village noticed. After the patrol team discovered the attack site, Jingai stopped his trick of setting fire. He set the fire just to remind the Sand Village that enemies had sneaked into their hometown. Once the Sand Village reacts, there will be no need to do this anymore. Just wait and watch. As for his own goals, Jingai didn't care at all. With only a few goals, he could accomplish them all in half a day. The 3rd Kazekage, who was able to fly in the sky, arrived at the scene first. After inspecting the scene, the 3rd Hokage knew that he was right. The enemy must be from Konoha. Because such means are not something that desert bandits or wandering ninjas can do. Everyone who died, whether ordinary people or ninjas, was killed cleanly and quickly, with almost no signs of resistance, which shows that the gap in strength between the two sides was too large. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Lord Kazekage, according to the news from other teams, the villages and oasis strongholds in the north and east have also been attacked by the enemy. The patrol team leader gritted his teeth and reported the news to the 3rd Kazekage. It appears this was a premeditated and planned attack in retaliation. The 3rd Kazekage did not vent his anger on his own people. He waved his hand slightly with an expressionless face and said, "Notify all patrol teams to approach the north and west and conduct a search to find any traces left by the enemy. The constantly blowing wind will cover up the traces left by the enemy, but the people of the Sand Village have lived in this vast desert for generations, and naturally have their own unique way of collecting intelligence. Some inconspicuous traces can become clues for them to track the enemy. Also, notify Cho at the front and ask her to dispatch a group of ninjas to return to the territory. I want to eat all the enemies who attacked and retaliated. Didn't you, Konoha, eat all the people in our Sand Village? Now it's our Sand Village's turn to perform. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I wonder if you will feel pain after eating these people." It was also fortunate that the 3rd Kazekage didn't know that there were 2 elders in this revenge team, otherwise he would have been overjoyed. "Since you have come all the way here to come to my door, don't blame me for being cruel." "Yes, Lord Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage has arrived, and there is a backbone." Under his orders, the ninjas of the Sand Village all act quickly. The encirclement began to take shape slowly. It's time to get to work. You have to watch the fun and complete the tasks. The encirclement of the Sand Village is forming, gradually moving towards Yutin Koharu and others in a semicircular arc. Jingai decided to deal with her target first and then watch the show slowly. Besides, after staying in one place for 2 days, he felt a little tired. "When I first arrived at the desert, I felt that the scenery here was pretty good, but after staying there for 2 consecutive days, I found that after the novelty wore off, the so-called spectacular scenery was just that. Put the tent and other things into the ceiling scroll. Jing'ai released his own transport tool, an eagle puppet more than 3 meters tall. If such a giant eagle had appeared in the previous life, it would definitely shock the world. However, in the ninja world, it was just a bird of prey that was slightly larger in size and slightly stronger in strength. Standing upright on the ground, the eagle is more than 3 meters tall, almost as tall as a floor, and looks very big. In fact, compared to those wild boars that are bigger than a house and giant pythons that are longer and thicker than a train, this eagle puppet is already a relatively petite creature. Jing'ai jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle puppet with a wingspan of more than 10 meters spread its huge wings and flew into the sky with Jing'ai, heading towards the target location at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary ninja eagles and crow puppets. In less than half an hour, Jing'ai arrived at the location of the first target. Standing behind the eagle, looking down at the target as big as a black sesame seed, Jing'ai raised his hand, and a baseball-sized Samsara eye-seeking jade appeared in his hand. The jade was covered with the Samsara eye's unique green chakra. After determining the target location, Jing'ai casually threw the guidance jade in his hand down and controlled the eagle puppet to fly to the next location. Compared to Yuting Koharu and others, it is extremely easy for Jing'ai to carry out such a destructive mission. After all, most people would not understand the value of the Samsara eye. Others need to run back and forth, conduct various investigations, conceal their actions, and make sure that everything is okay before launching an attack. They also need to work hard to kill and destroy. Jing'ai only needs to stand on the back of the puppet, fly in the sky, and throw a small-sized reincarnation eye-seeking jade down to solve everything. Even though the Samsara eye guidance ball thrown out is not as big as a fist, the power of its explosion is definitely not inferior to that of the tailed beast ball. There are unknown enemies wreaking havoc in the land of wind. The news from the sand village is quickly transmitted to various towns and villages, and the oasis where ninjas are stationed is no exception. It was morning, and 2 ninjas from the sand village were standing under the shade of a tree to avoid the sun, and were chatting about their enemies. When the 2 were chatting enthusiastically, a ball that seemed to be burning with green flames fell from the sky and landed in the oasis. The speed was so fast that ordinary people's eyes could not catch the trajectory of the falling green ball of light. In addition, the scorching sunlight would cover the color of the Samsara eye's truth-seeking jade, making it almost impossible for anyone to notice this truth-seeking jade that fell from the sky. Boom! Along with the shaking of the earth, the explosion of the Samsara eye-seeking truth jade directly swept the entire oasis. Under the shock wave of the explosion, everything in the oasis was destroyed, whether it was plants, animals, or humans. Even the insects hiding in the sand were not spared. Chapter 177 Destroying My Oasis? I can't stand it. The ninjas stationed at the oasis were torn into pieces by the shock wave of the explosion and became part of the explosion dust before they even figured out what was happening. They are quite powerful. Next time, if you see someone you don't like, just throw a few of them at his house. Jing'ai was very satisfied with the power of the Samsara eye and the Seeking Dao Jade. It was also the first time for him to use this thing as a bomb, and after using it he realized that the effect was surprisingly good. What happened? Such a horrific explosion and vibration attracted a lot of people's attention. The waves of the explosion traveled a very long distance. Those who felt the explosion rushed towards the direction where the oasis disappeared. No matter how fast this person ran, it would take a certain amount of time to reach the destination, and Jing'ai had already arrived at the next attack site. Following the same method, Jing'ai wiped out all his mission targets in less than half a day. The successive explosions made everyone in the sand village dizzy. They could only keep sending support signals to the village, requesting the village to send more people to investigate. When the people from the sand village came to investigate, Jing'ai had already changed direction and flew towards the direction to watch the show. His task had been completed, just as he had expected. It should have taken at most half a day to finish, but in fact it didn't take half a day, and most of the time is spent on traveling. Oh my god, what on earth is going on here? When Ebizo and his Umbu men arrived at one of the explosion sites, everyone was shocked when they saw the huge sinkhole in the desert. The mouths of these Umbu members hidden under their masks opened wide. I remember that this place used to be the village's medicinal herb production base. There are many oases in the land of wind, and the sand village controls a part of them. Most of the oases controlled by the sand village are used to grow medicinal herbs rather than food. Compared with growing food, growing medicinal herbs is more valuable, but now everything is gone. With a loud bang, not to mention the medicinal herb planting base, even the oasis has disappeared, leaving only a huge sinkhole in its place. Sir, This is the village's number 6 planting base. The Umbu member hesitated for a moment, but still answered bravely. Ebizo asked expressionlessly, "Are you sure you remember the location?" The Umbu ninja replied, "That's right. Ebizo, since the location is correct, who can tell me what exactly happened? The planting base is gone just like that?" Not only the planting base, but even the oasis disappeared, as if it had been wiped out by something. Broken wood, rags, some meat, and the remains of medicinal herbs were scattered around the Tiankeng. Although they couldn't believe what they saw, the Umbu people still quickly conducted an investigation and finally got a result that no one could believe. Lord Ebizo, based on the intelligence we have collected, we speculate that a strong explosion occurred here. It may have been caused by some terrible ninjutsu, which directly destroyed everything. Even the oasis suffered devastating damage. Ebizo asked with a dark face, "How many similar explosions has the village detected?" "This is just one of the explosion sites, there are others. If the place where the explosion and vibration were heard was the same as the number 6 planting base in front of us, then the losses of Sand Village would be great." "No, it's not just the losses of Sand Village, the losses of Wind Country will also be great. It might even cause panic, because they don't even know who did it. It can't be that oasis itself exploded." After listening to his subordinates' reports, Ebizo's already anxious heart sank to the bottom. "Immediately, send someone to investigate, collect all the clues and information that can be used, find the culprit as quickly as possible, and also, send someone to notify Master Fengying immediately." At the end of his speech, Ebizo's voice was trembling. "Because this matter is a bit serious and it is not something an old man like him can handle. The oasis is the lifeline of the Sand Village and the Wind Kingdom. Anyone who dares to destroy the oasis on which the Wind Kingdom depends for survival is digging at the roots of the Wind Kingdom. So cruel. This is totally not giving people a way out. Whether you kill people or burn things, the worst that can happen is that the planting base is destroyed, and we in the Sand Ninja Village can just bear the loss and rebuild it. Why do we have to kill them all? We have actually destroyed the oasis. Or it's the kind that destroys it from the root, making it impossible for the Sand Village to repair the oasis. This move is cruel and vicious." Ebizo couldn't imagine how angry the third Kazekage would be when the news spread. The third Kazekage is fine, but the daimyo of the Wind Country is the most terrifying person. In the northwest direction of the Wind Country, the third Kazekage was leading his men to slowly narrow the encirclement. He wanted to kill all the enemies who had sneaked into the Wind Country to cause sabotage. Damn thing. It was discovered that a village within the Kingdom of Wind had been attacked and destroyed by the enemy, all the people in the village had died, and everything had been burned down by fire. Looking at such a tragic scene, the third Kazekage felt no wavering in his heart, because similar things have happened in the Fire Nation. The Sand Village could do it, and Kana had turned around to retaliate. The third Hokage didn't find it strange, but when they came to a destroyed oasis, the third Kazekage who had been keeping a poker face could no longer hold it back. He broke down the defense and started cursing in front of many of his subordinates. The village was attacked and everyone was killed, but it was actually no big deal. Such things happen all the time in the ninja world. If a village is destroyed, just rebuild it, and if people are gone, just migrate some of them from other places. But the oasis has been destroyed at its root, which is unacceptable. This is the lifeline of the Kingdom of Wind, the root of the Kingdom of Wind. Gather everyone, surround them immediately, and crush these damn bugs to death. The third Kazekage, who originally wanted to slowly surround and capture them all in one fell swoop, didn't dare to do that now, as he was afraid that the enemy would continue to dig up the roots of the Wind Kingdom. "I can tolerate you killing people, I can tolerate you burning down the village, but I cannot tolerate you destroying the oasis." Following the order from the third Kazekage, the Sand Village ninjas on the encirclement line quickly chased in the direction the enemy fled. At this time, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato had already discovered that the enemy was chasing them. According to intelligence, the Sand Village intends to surround us and block us in the northwest direction. In the hidden cave, Mizuto Minion's face was heavy, and he stared at the map on the table with deeply worried eyes. It's good enough to keep it secret for a while. Yutin Koharu had already been mentally prepared for such a result. They were quite ruthless in their attack. The place they targeted was so barren that not a blade of grass could be seen. They almost picked up the eggs and shook the yolks apart. Chapter 178 Yutin Koharu, it's all Danzo's fault, it's too late to regret. With such a group of terrifying enemies in the territory, it would be strange if the Sand Village could sit still. We will definitely send someone to investigate as soon as possible. After confirming their identities, we will definitely find a way to kill them within the territory of the Wind Kingdom. It is not surprising that the enemy will appear, and even the gradual formation of an encirclement is expected, because last year, Konoha had targeted the ninjas of the Sand Village in this way. Yutain Kohara paused for a moment and continued. The only good news is that our identities have not been leaked, so the enemy is not tracking us very quickly. Without the important figures around, they would just be a group of ruthless enemies. If their identities were discovered by the Sand Village, the situation would change. The Sand Village would then do everything they could to keep them in the Wind Country. So our next challenge is how to break out of the enemy's encirclement. There are two ways to break out of the encirclement. One way is to continue northward and enter the small country in the north. By then, the Sand Village will not be able to chase and kill us in a big way. The premise is that their identities are not exposed. Going west, you will enter the sea. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the naval power of Sand Village and Konoha is relatively weak. Not to mention compared with the Mist Village and the Cloud Village, even the Uegakure's naval power is stronger than the Sand Village and Konoha. Once they escape to the sea, the probability of escaping pursuers is very high. Mizuto Minion's eyes kept wandering around the map. He was thinking about which path to choose. Although the revenge mission did not end successfully, it did achieve good results. After getting the benefits and taking advantage, don't continue to delve into it stubbornly, but choose a retreat route first. After all, his and Yutain Kohara's identities are too sensitive. If it is possible not to expose your identity, keep it a secret. Xiao-Chen, which route do you think we should take will be more advantageous? Yutain Kohara thought for a moment and replied. If the enemy's pursuit is not strong and their numbers are not large enough, then it is obviously more appropriate to go north. If the enemy is determined to keep us here, the sea is our only route. It's not to say that the Sand Village has no naval power, but it's not much stronger than a landlubber. The most important thing is that they dare not pursue too deep, because it will jump to the nerves of the Mist Village. Listening to Yutain Kohara's analysis, Mito Katoen's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. These words seem to make sense, but in fact they contain huge pitfalls that they will easily fall into if they are not careful. Who can be sure whether he will be injured or killed by the fall? The Sand Village is a landlubber at sea, and Konoha is not much stronger. If they escape from the sea west of the Wind Country, they will easily run into the Mist Village's maritime patrol forces. If the people of the Sand Village ran into these Mist Village maritime patrol forces, it would be seen as a provocation, and the same would apply to them. I will think about it. After struggling for a while, Mizuto Minin couldn't make up his mind. And the situation has not yet reached the point where a decision must be made, so he still has time to think and prepare. Putting away the map, Maida Minyan couldn't help but ask. You said, have all the mission targets on Hinata Shizuka's side been destroyed? Do not know. When it comes to Jing'ai, Yutain Kohara doesn't have a good face. If it weren't for Jing'ai, this old woman wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the territory of the Wind Country to take risks and suffer. He has no objection to our plan to divide the troops, which means he is confident that he can complete the mission. Don't forget that he is very powerful and has many puppets in his hands, including some that can fly. When she thought of these advantages, Yutain Kohara felt a pang of annoyance. We're on a dangerous mission together, can't you share some of your puppets with us? If they had a group of flying puppets, they wouldn't have to hide like this. Kohara Yutain gets angry when she thinks about this. Mizuto Minion was speechless. At the beginning, everyone thought that these puppets needed to be contributed free of charge, but it ended up like this. What's the use of regretting and being jealous now? Looking back now, the decision I made was a huge mistake. If they had the support of Jing'ai's puppet, their revenge plan this time would definitely start and end perfectly, and the Sand Village would not be able to do anything to them, because flying is a huge innate advantage. Secondly, on the battlefield of River Country, the puppets that are not afraid of death will definitely scare the enemy into submission. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. The people have been offended so badly that there is basically no possibility of cooperation between the two parties. Unless these old men and old women step down and elect a new Hokage, cooperation will be possible again. And the new Hokage must have a good relationship with Shizuka. Otherwise Jing'ai would not be able to cooperate with the other party. It's all Danzo's fault. For some reason, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but curse at each other. After all the conflicts started when Danzo Shimura forced Shizuka, which led to the split of the Hokage faction and finally evolved step by step into today's situation. It can be said that this big pot must belong to Danzo Shimura. The Sand Village really took great pains to do this. Sitting on the eagle's back and looking down at the densely packed figures on the ground, Jing'ai himself did not expect that the Sand Village would act so quickly and send so many people. A strong wind blew, and Jing'ai's clothes began to sway in the wind. Not to mention the wind was also mixed with dust and fine sand. This is a bit annoying. It's really not fun to watch a show from a close distance or high altitude. It is more appropriate to look at it from the perspective of the puppet. The annoying wind and sand have no effect on the puppet. After spitting out the sand in his mouth a few times, Jing'ai decisively chose to retreat. Instead of watching the show, it is better to find a place to rest and observe through the puppets. Go south to the country of rivers, or go north to the country of bears? After thinking for a while, Jing'ai controlled the puppet to fly towards the bear country. The river country is too chaotic, so the remote bear country is more suitable. Like Konoha, bear country is also a small country covered by a large amount of forests. The only difference from Konoha is that the forests in bear country are more like humid rainforests, with poisonous barriers and poisonous gases everywhere, and countless poisonous plants and animals. In addition to forests, poisonous gases and poisons, the bear country is more famous for its various dangerous and strange terrains, as well as the bizarre ninja village. The reason why it is so weird is that the leader of this country is the only one who calls himself Kage, except for the 5 major ninja villages. The ninja village is called Star Ninja Village, and their leader is also called Star Shadow. All the ninjas in the Star Ninja Village are a group of mobile carriers of nuclear radiation. Chapter 179, The Third Kazekage. How many people have come to Konoha? Treat a meteorite as a sacred object of the village, and then all the ninjas practice around a radioactive meteorite to improve their strength. I have to say, this behavior is really brave and ignorant. Jing'ai had no interest in the star shadows of the Star Ninja Village, nor in their sacred meteorites. He would not approach such things casually. Going to the bear country was just to find a suitable place to rest and watch the show in peace. As for why the leader of the Star Ninja Village dared to call himself the Star Shadow but was not attacked or targeted by the 5 major ninja villages, the reason is very simple. Because of its remote geographical location, and secondly, the geographical environment is harsh. Although most of the country is covered by forests, in fact most parts of the country are not suitable for human habitation. In addition, the country and the village are closed, and there is no oil and water that the 5 major ninja villages are interested in. Therefore, the Star Ninja Village's violations were directly ignored by the 5 major ninja villages. It's fine to call yourself a star, but if you just shut yourself in and play by yourself, no one will pay attention to you. If you jump out, it would be your fault. Apart from the fact that they played by themselves behind closed doors, there was another reason why the Star Ninja Village had not been targeted or attacked, and that was that it was too weak and not worthy of the 5 major ninja villages to take seriously, unlike the Rain Ninja Village and Hanzo of the Salamander before. If the Star Village had the strength of the Rain Village, and if their so-called Star Shadow had the strength of Hanzo of the Salamander, and the 5 major ninja villages felt threatened, you would be finished if the 5 major ninja villages didn't respond. We can ignore you and let you entertain yourself behind closed doors, but you cannot become a threat to our existence. After entering the country of bears, we found an uninhabited place with a pretty good environment and stopped to camp there. Where there are forests there are game. After eating dry food and meat patties for many days in a row, Jing'ai needed a big meal to soothe his internal organs. Fresh venison marinated and placed on the grill. While grilling the meat, Jing'ai also took out a pot and cooked some rice for himself. Roast meat with carrot and potato risotto. Wow, so lively. While the meal was not ready, Jing'ai transferred his consciousness to the puppet. The puppet left behind by Jing'ai has been hovering in the sky, following the protagonist of this drama. For some unknown reason, the Sand Village changed its previous steady advance and sped up its pursuit. Shizuka even saw the 3rd Kazekage. Although this is the first time I have seen him in person, he is the only one in the entire Wind Kingdom who can fly in the sky by stepping on iron sand. The 3rd Kazekage's disciple, Raza, also possesses the ability of magnetic jutsu, but what Raza controls is golden sand, not the jet black iron sand. The team responsible for covering the rear was caught up by the ninjas from the Sand Village, and a battle was about to break out. Through the puppet's perspective, Jingi watched with great interest. This kind of live drama is especially good when eaten with rice. The battle came and ended quickly. The remaining ninja team was quite strong, but they were surrounded by the enemy. After a fierce fight, they finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, their sacrifice bought a lot of time for the team in front, and also dragged many enemies back to the embrace of the Pure Land. Kazekage-sama. When the 3rd Kazekage landed on the ground stepping on iron sand, all the ninjas of the Sand Village straightened their backs and saluted. Glancing at the corpses on the battlefield, the 3rd Kazekage was slightly dissatisfied. A squad of enemy ninjas was surrounded, and their side paid a heavy price in casualties before they were able to capture the squad, which made the 3rd Kazekage feel a little embarrassed. It gives people the impression that the quality of the ninjas in Sand Village is lower than that of Konoha. Lord Kazekage, the identity of the enemy has been determined. They are all from Konoha. In addition to destroying the villages within the Kingdom of Wind, they also attacked our oasis. I knew this would happen. These damn things actually dug up the roots of the Wind Kingdom. The third Kazekage had a hint of anger on his expressionless face. Continue the pursuit and capture these enemies as quickly as possible. Also send someone to check the bodies of these guys to see if we can dig out some secrets from them. Every village would dig out some intelligence and secrets from the enemy's corpses. The Sand Village is no exception. We finally caught the enemy, we can't waste his body like this. If no valuable information can be dug out, it can be handed over to the puppet department to make puppets. In peacetime, the Sand Village would not dare to use the corpses of ninjas from other villages to make puppets, because doing so would affect the reputation of the Sand Village. But during war, no one cares about this. As long as it is useful, it doesn't matter whether you have a good reputation or not. If you start a war and expect to have a good reputation, you are dreaming. Looking towards the northwest, the third Kazekage narrowed his eyes slightly. He really wanted to see where these rats could escape to. At this moment, a cry came into my ears. The third Kazekage looked up at the sky, confirmed that it was the ninja eagle that was delivering information to the village, raised his hand and made a special cry towards the sky. Upon hearing the signal, the ninja hawk descended quickly and landed steadily on the arm of the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage untied the scroll tied to Ninja Hawk's feet, and the Kazekage's guards hurried forward and took Ninja Hawk away. Asshole. How many people did Konoha send? After opening the scroll and taking a look at it, the third Kazekage felt dizzy and started cursing without caring about his image and manners. Damn it, he thought that only the northwest direction was attacked, but he calmly led his men to surround it, wanting to capture all the enemies. Discovering that the enemy not only attacked the village but also the oasis, the third Kazekage quickened his pursuit. As a result, just as we started to make our efforts, we were attacked from another direction, and the force of the attack was even more terrifying. No matter whether it was a village or an oasis, it was completely wiped off the map. Who did this? No, we must find out who has sneaked into the Kingdom of Wind. We can't just chase them blindly. Realizing that he had to obtain intelligence first, the third Kazekage dropped the scroll and flew into the sky on iron sand. He needed to do it himself, at least to capture a few people alive. It is much easier to dig out intelligence secrets from a living person than from a corpse. Living people can be controlled by illusions, but dead people cannot. However, there are very few means to dig out secret intelligence from the dead. At least in the Sand Village, there are not many people who can do it. Unlike Konoha, there are a lot of various secret techniques. Not to mention those ninjas who have mastered special secret techniques, there aren't even many illusion ninjas in the Sand Village. Therefore, the third Kazekage came up with the idea of taking action himself. Without sufficient intelligence, the village would be passive. Only with enough intelligence could they target the infiltrating enemies. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to figure out the enemy's identity, only knowing that the enemy is from Konoha, which is very unreasonable. Kazekage-sama. Seeing the third Kazekage leaving everyone else behind and flying into the sky alone on the iron sand, the ninjas of the Sand Village looked at each other, not understanding what was happening. Chapter 183 Big Fish? Then stay in the Kingdom of Wind. He could only pick up the scroll that fell on the ground and chase after the third Kazekage in the direction he flew. As for what was written in the scroll, these people didn't dare to look. The third Kazekage personally took action to arrest people. It seems that the attack on another front has been discovered. Jing'ai threw the last piece of barbecue into his mouth and smiled happily because someone was about to be in trouble. Jing'ai took action at the critical moment, giving the Sand Village a great stimulus. The third Kazekage no longer dragged his feet, but went out in person to catch people, which showed that they were anxious. The third Kazekage, who originally had the mentality of a cat and mouse, could no longer hold back. He needed to obtain enough information as soon as possible, so it was important to capture someone alive. Can the third Kazekage capture him alive? The answer is yes, and it's easy. The ninja who was left behind to guard and pass on information was quickly caught by the third Kazekage. Without much resistance, he was surrounded by dense iron sand and was wrapped up like a big black dumpling. This guy seems to be from the Chimera clan? Jing'ai remembered that when they left the village and were on their way to the Kingdom of Wind, this guy looked at her with a somewhat unpleasant look in his eyes. Only when you are quiet will you look twice more and remember the other person's face. Ha ha ha, now the fun begins. The previous excitement was just an appetizer. The real show began after the third Kazekage captured the person alive. As long as they could pry open the mouth of a living person and extract information from him, the third Kazekage would definitely be furious when they learned that 2 elder advisors of Konoha had led a team to infiltrate the Wind Country and attacked many targets in the Wind Country. Pry open his mouth and dig out all the valuable information. After capturing the enemy alive, the third Kazekage did not continue his pursuit. Instead, he waited for the Kazekage guards and the village ninjas to catch up, and then threw the knocked-out enemy to them. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The person was taken away alive. The third Kazekage waited patiently. In less than half an hour, a scroll containing intelligence was delivered to the third Kazekage. Having successfully obtained the information he wanted, the third Kazekage opened the scroll, took a look at it, and then froze in place. Is the information wrong? Midaman N and Yutain Koharu lead the team to sneak into the Kingdom of Wind. Is Konoha crazy? And many more. In addition to these 2 old guys, there is also the deputy minister of the Umbu, Hayaga Shizuka, and after they sneaked into the Wind Country, they split up and acted. In other words, the destructive route to the south was done by Hinata Shizuka. Purple chakra enveloped the palm of the third Kazekage, and the information scroll in his palm shattered in an instant, turning into scraps of paper on the ground. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the third Kazekage said coldly, "Send a signal to the village and immediately dispatch a group of ninjas to assist in capturing all the enemies that have infiltrated the Wind Country." The third Kazekage didn't know whether Konoha was crazy, but he knew that he had to catch all these big fish. In the all-out war in River Country, the Sand Village gained nothing. As long as he can capture all the big fish in the Wind Country, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha. 2 elder advisors, 1 deputy director of the Umbu, 3 big fish, enough to make Konoha feel painful for a while. Although the third Kazekage didn't quite understand why Konoha wanted to separate such an important department as the Umbu. Do you like taking the lead in causing trouble so much? Then don't leave, all of you stay. The big move of Konoha surprised the third Kazekage. He couldn't understand how this wave of operations came about. 3 village leaders came to carry out such a dangerous mission. He didn't know whether Konoha had courage or the third Kazekage was really crazy. At least they, the Sand Village, would not do such crazy things. Just look at last year's attack and you will know that the people leading the team were Cho's son and daughter-in-law, 2 powerful warriors of the new generation. As for the village's top leaders, it is simply impossible for them to carry out such a dangerous mission of infiltrating behind enemy lines and carrying out sabotage. The death of a new generation of strong men is a loss to the village, so the death of a high-level leader is a heavy blow to the village. To some extent, in special times, the death of a village leader has a much greater impact than the death of a strong new generation person. As long as the 3 Konoha high-ranking officials who sneaked into the Wind Country were killed, it would definitely be a heavy blow to Konoha. Thinking of this, the third Kazekage could no longer contain his excitement. As for the anger in his heart, it had long disappeared. Villages and oases? Compared to the 3 high-ranking officials of Konoha, this loss is nothing. The third Kazekage was sure that as long as Yutain Koharu, Mido Kato-en, and Hayaga Shizuka died in the Land of Wind, the daimyo would not blame him. On the contrary, he would be very happy and increase his support for the Sand Village. Following the order from the third Kazekage, a large number of Sand Village ninjas quickly left the village and joined in the encirclement and suppression battle. Xiao Chun, the secret sentry we left behind is gone. Our identities may have been exposed. It's time to retreat. This mission is very dangerous, as there is a possibility of being surrounded and hunted by the enemy at any time, so Mizuto Minion has remained awake the whole time. He kept reminding himself not to be greedy for credit, not to be reckless, and not to get angry. But our mission is not over yet. Yutain Koharu was somewhat unwilling to accept this. The Sand Village reacted quickly and immediately sent a large number of enemies to surround and chase them. If this were not the case, they would be able to destroy more targets. That's enough. Midaman N shook his head and persuaded, "You and I will lead the team and sneak into the Kingdom of Wind. Although this revenge mission is not perfect, we have attacked many targets." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yutain Koharu suppressed the resentment in her heart. She forced herself not to compare herself with Jing'ai and to stop when it was time to stop. Otherwise everyone risks being left behind. After a pause, she continued, "Which direction do we evacuate from?" "To the north." Over the past few days, Mizuto Minion has considered carefully and finally chose to retreat to the north. Going north will lead to constant pursuit by the Sand Village's pursuers, but it is better than running to the sea because they have no ships that can cross the sea. Perhaps they can rush to the dock to seize a ship and enter the sea. Doing so would carry some risk of instability. Mizuto N was unwilling to take such a risk. Then head north. Midaman N made the decision, and Yutin Koharu didn't object. This revenge action is a bit anticlimactic. Hearing this, Mizuto Minion could only smile helplessly. Chapter 181, Koharu Yutin asks for help. Last year, the enemies of the Sand Village sneaked into the Land of Fire, and Konoha took a long time to wipe them out. In addition to the fact that the Sand Village seized the opportunity and caught Konoha off guard, there was another reason. The reason why the Sand Village was able to hold out for so long was because they sent a large number of people and attacked from many directions, making it more difficult for Konoha to encircle and suppress them. Secondly, there are too many places to hide in the Fire Nation. There are also many places that can be destroyed. Unlike the Kingdom of Wind, targets worth destroying are either villages or oases, which means they can only choose these places to attack, and also allows the Sand Village to locate their position more quickly. When does being too poor and too barren actually become an advantage? Mizutoman and really didn't know what to say. But this is the Kingdom of Wind, and you have no choice but to accept it even if you are unwilling. Throughout history, the Uegakur and the Mist Village had often gone to the Wind Country to harass the Sand Village. When they went to the Wind Country, they basically just took a stroll around and ran away, which disgusted the Sand Village. But in fact they didn't gain any benefits. Because you really have nowhere to fish. You can't just bring a batch of sacks here and carry a few sacks of sand back with you. Has the direction changed? My goodness, was this an accident or intentional? Noticing that Yutain Koharu and the others began to change direction, they stopped destroying the remaining targets and turned around to head north. Jing'ai, who was sitting in the tent observing, looked a little strange. He came to the Bear Country first, looking for a quiet and safe place to watch the show. Who would have thought that Mito Kato En and Yutain Koharu were also running in this direction? If they run towards the Bear Country, it means that the pursuers from the Sand Village will also chase them in this direction. There are not many places to hide in the Kingdom of Wind, but it is different in the Kingdom of Bears. After entering the Kingdom of Bears, you can use various complex terrains, dense forests, and various areas covered with poison gas to deal with the enemy. Damn it. It seems that we have to move forward to head south to the Kawanakuni camp. The fact that Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and are running towards the Bear Country with their men means that the Bear Country will be in chaos soon. Jing'ai couldn't continue to sit here and watch the show. Whatever. Then let's go to River Country in advance, and leave this damn place of Bear Country to Koharu Yutain and the others to deal with the people of Sand Village slowly. Having made up her mind, Jing'ai began to pack her things. Decided to leave after nightfall. Poor Bear Country. I hope that the competition between the two ninja villages will not turn it into the second Rain Country. With just the few people we have, we definitely won't be able to compete with the Sand Village. Jing'ai estimated that Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato En would ask the village for help, and there was a high probability that the third Hokage would send people to rescue them. Once Konoha's reinforcements arrive and the country has sufficient manpower, the Bear Country may really evolve into the second Rain Country. Jing'ai's guess was correct. After Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato En decided to go north into the Bear Country, they had already sent an urgent letter for help to the village. When Jing'ai took advantage of the night and stood on the back of the giant eagle puppet to head to River Country, the letter for help had already been delivered to Konoha. The Kingdom of Wind is such a damn place. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato En were helpless, and the third Hokage was not much better off. His two old partners would always pass on information about the mission's progress, and the third Hokage would be the first to check. After looking around, I finally discovered that the cost of causing trouble in the Kingdom of Wind is too damn high. As long as you attack a valuable target, you will soon be discovered, and the result of being discovered is that you will be hunted down. Because there are only so many valuable places, as long as you take action, the Sand Village will notice it. Unlike the territory of the Land of Fire, after the ninjas from the Sand Village sneaked in, they fired guns here and there, causing the people of Konoha to chase and run everywhere. The difficulty of encirclement and suppression is constantly increasing. At this moment, the third Hokage only wants to say one thing: wow. Putting down the scroll in his hand depressedly, the third Hokage rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Still no news from Hinata Shizuka has been sent back. Ever since the division of troops, Jing'ai seemed to have disappeared. He never appeared again, and even the progress of the mission was unclear because Jing'ai did not pass on any news to the village. The ninja from the intelligence department who came to the Hokage's office to deliver a scroll shook his head in embarrassment, because the intelligence department didn't receive any scrolls or letters sent by Jing'ai at all. On the contrary, the two elder advisors were quite active. I receive one almost every other day. It was also thanks to the fact that there were people in the team who had signed a contract with Ninja Hawk, otherwise there would be no way to convey the information in this way. The third Hokage was not worried about Shizuoichi's safety. He just simply wanted to know whether Shizuoichi had completed his mission after the division of troops. If all of Shizuka's goals were destroyed, and on the other side, Koharu Yudatan and Enmitaman only completed half of their goals, then the result. The third Hokage didn't want to see the famous scene where his two old friends and himself were ridiculed. If someone else were to take care of their face, even if they didn't agree in their heart, at least they wouldn't say it out loud. But Jing'ai was different. He dared to say what he thought. Never mind, rescue is more important. The two elder advisors cannot die in the Kingdom of Wind, otherwise it will be a heavy blow to the village. Go and inform the leader of the Jonin squad and tell him to dispatch a group of people to the Bear Country to support the two elder advisors. Make sure to bring the two elders back. We need to dispatch a group of people to provide support. If the number is too small, it will not work. If the number is too large, it will trigger a new round of war, turning the Bear Country into a new battlefield. This is so unfair to Bear Nation. But does anyone care about the feelings of Bear Country? Will not. Konoha won't do that, and neither will the Sand Village. If they were not afraid of unrest in the Uegakure, the Sand Village would have been eager to attack the Bear Country and plunder it, seizing its resources to fill the vacancy left by the Sand Village. After leaving a flying puppet to observe the movements, Jing'ai left the Bear Kingdom and flew towards the River Kingdom camp. The giant eagle puppet was flying in the pitch-black sky. At such an altitude, one could still observe something in the sky during the day. As for the night, it was difficult for anyone to notice that there was a huge eagle flying with a person in the sky. The giant eagle puppet was very fast. It flew along the border of the Wind Kingdom and brought Jing'ai to the vicinity of the River Kingdom in just a few hours. On the other side, Koharu Yutain and others were evacuating quickly under the cover of night, continuously advancing towards the Bear Country. Behind them, the pursuers from the Sand Village were chasing them and could not be shaken off. After entering the territory of River Country, you can see the devastation left by the war. The all-out war between Sand Village and Konoha almost affected the entire River Country, and only the daimyo prefecture was far away from the war. No matter how fierce the war is, the flames of war must not spread to the daimyo's mansion. Konoha and the Sand Village still adhere to this bottom line. If the war spreads to the daimyo's mansion in River Country, I'm afraid that the third Kazekage and the third Hokage will be warned by their own daimyo at the first opportunity. You can fight or make a fuss, but don't joke about your reputation. Chapter 182 The One with Green Hair, is it Itsong? Outside Daming Prefecture, no one will care even if you guys fight each other, but that won't work if the war spreads to Daming Prefecture. This is the bottom line for the daimyo of each country. It is also the bottom line that every village must abide by. Look at the Sand Village, they almost looted the Rain Country except for the daimyo prefecture. Don't they want to? No, they thought. Because daimyo prefecture is the richest place in the land of rain, but once daimyo prefecture is attacked, Sand Village will become the public enemy of the entire ninja world. Even if he was the daimyo of the Wind Country, he would not tolerate their behavior. There are traces of war everywhere in the land of rivers. In some places, there are still many corpses that have not been dealt with in time and are abandoned in the wilderness. Because of the war, a large number of civilians from Kawanakuni flocked to Daimyo. Only here could they live safely. The River Kingdom is larger than the Rain Kingdom, and has more places for civilians to hide from the war. Even if the war lasts for several years, the situation of the River Country will not be worse than that of the Rain Country. In comparison, the Rain Country is truly miserable. The country is not large in area, but a huge war broke out there that lasted for more than a year, leaving the entire country in tatters. During the war, a large number of civilians flocked to neighboring countries. After the war subsided, the population of the Rain Kingdom dropped to less than half. What? Stop. On the way to the Kawanakuni camp, Jing'ai discovered a team from the Sand Village, and in this team, he saw a person with unique hair color. In the ninja world, Konoha has the most ninja families, and non-mainstream hair colors are also the most common among all the villages. The common ones are black, yellow, white, and brown, and later there was red like Kushina. Besides Kushina, there are people with red hair in Konoha, but the red of these people is not as exaggerated as Kushina's. Also having the blood of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's hair is dark red with a hint of black, while Kushina's hair is completely wine red. Standing in the sun, her hair looks as if it were dyed red with blood. Jing'ai has seen black hair, white hair, yellow hair, red hair, and brown hair many times, but green hair, to be honest, this is the first time I've seen it. So he stopped the giant eagle puppet. Not to mention people with green hair, it's inevitable to encounter people with strange hair colors, but it's a bit strange to put green hair into a bun on top of the head. Could it be Itsong? People with green hair are really rare. Combining the other person's age and his identity as a ninja from the Sand Village, we can roughly infer his identity. Yi-sung, the beauty of the Sand Village, has an outstanding appearance and an enviable bloodline limit, scorch release, and is very powerful. He has a very high prestige in the Sand Village and, like Raza, is a strong contender for the 4th Kazekage. It was just that his death was a bit miserable. He was tricked by the village into going to the Mist Village, where he was ambushed and died in a confused manner. Speaking of which, Luo Sha was quite cruel. In order to consolidate his position, he actually sold out Yi-sung, a Kage-level strongman whose strength was no less than his, resulting in Yi-sung's tragic death in the Mist Village, and even his corpse became the experimental material of the Mist Village. Bring me the one with green hair. Jing-ai controlled the giant eagle puppet to slow down and continue flying forward. The scroll he dropped fell to the ground and scattered, and dozens of figures appeared in the dark forest. The puppet with green eyes quickly moved through the forest and ran towards its target. Stop! The scout ninja of the Yi-sung team shouted nervously. Captain, there are a group of enemies behind us. They are very fast and are coming for us. The team leader was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help cursing, asshole, how did you observe? How could there be an enemy coming out from behind us? The team was on the way to carry out a mission when a group of enemies appeared from behind them. The reconnaissance ninja in the team failed to detect the enemy in advance, which was a dereliction of duty. The reconnaissance ninja felt very aggrieved. I don't know either. There was clearly no trace of the enemy on the way here. Shut up and get ready for a fight, Yi-sung. If the situation becomes critical, take Tumi and evacuate immediately. Captain, I'm willing to stay and cover you. Yi-sung was unwilling to abandon his companions and escape. Yi-sung, I am the captain of the team, obey my orders. The team leader started cursing angrily. Yi-sung possesses the unique Scorch release, and Tumi is one of the rare reconnaissance ninjas in the village. The captain does not want them to die here. Before Yi-sung made a decision, the team has been surrounded. Figures with green eyes surrounded them. The scout ninja fan was frightened. She, who had the ability of an auxiliary ninja, stammered. Captain, these guys don't seem to be human. For ninjas with strong perception, the identity of the puppet is easy to distinguish because the puppet is not a living person and has no heartbeat. Not a living person? Could it be a puppet? Several members of the team began to feel confused. Puppets were not something the Sand Village was good at. How come there were a group of puppets surrounding them? And where was the person controlling the puppets? Everyone subconsciously looked at the fan of the picture. The fan was so anxious that he almost cried. I can't feel the person controlling the puppets. These puppets don't have any chakra threads. Controlling puppets requires close-range control by the puppet ninja. Except for some mechanical and rigid consumable puppets, combat puppets need to be controlled personally by the puppet ninja. But there was no trace of puppet ninja around. These puppets have no chakra threads, they can move freely. It seems like something remarkable has been discovered. The captain swallowed and said to Yi-sung in a pleading tone, Yi-sung, we are surrounded by a group of puppets that do not need to be controlled. This information is very important to the village. Please take Tumi and escape and send the news back to the camp. If that is not possible, then leave Tumi behind and escape on your own. Remember, you must deliver the message to Master Cho. Yes. Yi-sung reluctantly agreed to the captain's request. Be sure to be careful. The battle is about to break out. The puppets didn't give them much time to communicate and surrounded them from all directions. Jing-ai, who had already flown far away, stared at this side through the puppet's vision. Shizuichi couldn't help but smile when he heard the captain of this team plead with Yekara to escape with the scout ninja and asked her to deliver the message to Cho. Didn't the old woman Cho publicize the matter of the puppet? Go quickly. The captain led the last member to meet the enemy and yelled to remind Yi-sung to run quickly. Yi-sung gritted his teeth, picked up Tumi, and controlled a fireball to hit the oncoming puppet. The puppet, unable to dodge, crashed into the orange-red fireball, and most of its body was instantly burned by the fireball, and it fell to the ground. Seeing that half of the enemy's body was burned, Yi-sung hugged Tumi tightly in his arms and prepared to rush out. It was only when she rushed forward that she noticed that the puppet on the ground was glowing green. An ominous premonition suddenly arose, and Yi-sung, who was unprepared, was caught in the explosion. Chapter 183 What Happened to Princess Konoha? Boom! With a loud bang, Yi-sung and the fan in his arms were blown away. The sudden explosion caused the captain and another team member to be stunned. They didn't expect the destroyed puppet to explode. After being hit by the explosion at close range, Yi-sung flew far away and fell heavily to the ground. Her head was buzzing and she didn't even know what had happened. Two dark shadows rushed in front of her. After being hit hard on the back of the head, Yi-sung's eyes went dark, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell limply to the ground, losing consciousness. The target was achieved, the mission was accomplished. One of the puppets picked up Yitsung and evacuated quickly. The rest of the puppets also stopped attacking and retreated into the forest one after another, chasing after their master. The enemy was not completely wiped out. Watching the puppets retreating in an orderly manner quickly disappear, the captain, who was standing there in a daze with his weapon in hand, took a while to come back to his senses. Oh no, they kidnapped Yitsung. The opponent's target was not their team at all, but Yitsung. A puppet was destroyed, but Yitsung was captured. This deal was a good deal. Apart from that, a sealing scroll was the biggest expense. After all, this thing is very expensive. I originally wanted to watch the show quietly and take over Tsunade's shift, letting this silly girl go back to the village to have a good rest for a while, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. However, it is easy to catch people, but how to keep them once they are caught is a big problem. For a ninja like Yitsung, brainwashing is of little use to her. If you want her to stay wholeheartedly, it will take some effort. At least the cooperation of the Sand Village is required. For example, abandoning Yitsung on his own initiative. Would the Sand Village do such a stupid thing? The answer is, yes. To put it another way, it's just a Yitsung. Whether he is subdued or dead, it won't have much impact on Jing'ai. Jing'ai deliberately controlled the speed. Soon, all the puppets sent out on the mission returned, except for the one that was burned by Yitsung and then exploded. Speaking of which, the reason why Yitsung was taken down so easily was that she herself gave a great assist. If she had not burned the puppet in front, causing it to self-destruct, she would not have been blown away. In the case of unequal intelligence, these puppets that can self-destruct are really a bit scary. After putting away all the puppets, Jing'ai held Yitsung's with one hand and controlled the giant eagle puppet to continue heading towards Konoha's camp in River Country. Early in the morning, Jing'ai arrived outside the camp. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he chose to stop a few miles away from the camp. After putting away the giant eagle puppet, he slowly walked towards the camp with Yitsung in his hand, who, as expected, they ran into a Konoha patrol team after walking less than a few hundred meters. Umbu, Hyaga Shizuichi. Jing'ai gave her name and position information. Master Jing'ai. The patrol team members looked at each other, and the captain stepped forward, saluted, and said, Master Shizuichi, please show me your ninja ID. If you want to enter the camp, you need to pass the patrol first, and showing your ninja ID is the most basic requirement. Jing'ai took out his ninja ID and threw it to the other party. The patrol captain took the ID and identified it with the help of the torchlight, then returned it to Jing'ai. Sir, in order to verify your true identity, we need to find someone who knows you to come and identify you. Please forgive me. Is it so strict? Jing'ai was a little surprised. He remembered that there was no such strict inspection when he was on the battlefield in the Rain Country. Why did the inspection and identification become stricter after arriving in River Country? In response to Jing'ai's question, the patrol captain explained. Earlier, an enemy sneaked into the rear through a special channel and disguised himself as one of our people in an attempt to enter the camp. After being discovered, Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru ordered to strengthen the level of defense and identification. I see. Jing nodded to show her understanding. In fact, people in the camp do not need such complicated checks when they go out and come back, because they will record the code for the day when they go out, and they just need to check the code when they come back. This kind of inspection is only suitable for people who come to the camp for the first time. Regardless of one's identity, even if it's the Hokage, he has to come like this. Others would take more care of them and save the Hokage's face, but Tsunade and Orochimaru don't buy it. Who is in charge of commanding the operations in the camp now? The patrol captain didn't expect Jing to ask this. He looked embarrassed and looked around to make sure there was no one else. Then he said in a low voice, it was Lord Orochimaru. Lady Tsunade felt that the previous leader was not capable enough, so she supported Lord Orochimaru. What the hell? Seize power? This is something Tsunade and Orochimaru could do. With Tsunade's support, Orochimaru naturally dared to go forward. As for the person who was in charge of the command before, he would have to give up his position. It seemed that the third Hokage had no objection to this. Poor guy. Jing'ai observed a 3-second silence for the unfortunate guy. Master Shizuichi. Soon, the person in charge of identification arrived. Jing'ai also knew him as they often met each other at the Rain Country camp. Goro, long time no see. Ahahaha. Goro smiled and scratched his head. I didn't expect you to come to the Kawanakuni camp. Are you planning to stay there for a long time? After feeling Jing'ai's chakra aura and confirming that it was him, Goro nodded to the patrol team. The patrol team then withdrew. Next, Goro led Jing'ai into the camp. That's it. Jing'ai, who followed behind, sighed helplessly. Tsunade-sama said she was too tired and hoped that I could take her place. You also know the temper of our Konoha princess. What happened to Princess Konoha? Ahem, of course I am very righteous. Tsunade's voice suddenly came, and Shizuka quickly changed her words. Look at you. Tsunade, who was about to take a rest, rushed over after hearing the news, and just happened to hear Shizuka's complaint. Why are you here too? Aren't you busy? What do you think? Giving Jing'ai a look that told him to figure it out on his own, Tsunade stepped forward and said to the ninja leading the way. You go and do your work first, I'll take care of this guy. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Goro gave Jing'ai a look that said, take care, adult, and then slipped away. As for that, Tsunade won't eat people. Has the war situation changed? Entering the camp, Tsunade and Shizuka walked side by side towards the medical department. Chapter 184. Two elder advisors. Oh, they are being hunted. Still the same. Tsunade frowned and said, a full-scale war cannot be ended in a day or two. If there are no accidents, it would not be surprising if this war lasts for a year or two. By the way, this is... Shizue held Yekara with one hand, with Yekara face down, so Tsunade could not see her face. Yitsong. Jing'ai lifted the person in his hand a little higher so that Tsunade could see the other person's face clearly, a genius from the Sand Village who possesses a special bloodline limit. You should know her. Scorch release Yitsong. Konoha and the Sand Village are at war. Tsunade has been in the camp for so long that she would naturally get to know the important figures on the enemy side. The intelligence data said that this little girl is quite powerful and has caused a lot of trouble to the village. How did you catch her? Noticing that Yitsong was about to wake up, Jing'ai took out the tools and tied him up first to prevent Yitsong from waking up and causing trouble for himself. The houses in the Konoha camp are all built with wood, and Yitsong is professional in burning wood with the scorch release. After making sure it was tied, Jing'ai answered Tsunade's question. I met him when I entered the Kingdom of Rivers. He seemed to be carrying out some kind of mission. I captured him after sacrificing a puppet. To put it simply, this silly girl Yitsong used Scorch Escape to attack her own puppet and wanted to escape from this direction, but was affected by the puppet's self-explosion. Learned about the process of Jing'ai's arrest. Tsunade couldn't help but observe 3 seconds of silence for her. This girl is so unlucky. In fact, Yitsong was really unlucky. If she hadn't been eager to break out with her men, she wouldn't have happened to encounter the puppet's self-explosion. Sacrificing a puppet to capture Yitsong, this deal is simply like Qin Shuang eating peppercorns to win. Wait, what are you doing? Slow down. After entering the camp, Tsunade pulled Shizue and ran towards their resting place. Shizue, who was confused, could only speed up to catch up. Go ahead. I've been chewing on the ration so much that I'm almost turning into a piece of ration. Tsunade brought out a thigh meat that was more than a meter tall from the house and threw it on the table. She looked at Jing'ai with anticipation, signaling him to hurry up and eat it, as she was craving for barbecue. Jing'ai, I want to tell you, why are you in such a hurry? Is it just for a bite of meat? Raising his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, Jing'ai couldn't help but complain. Don't tell me you can't even find someone to help with the barbecue in such a big camp. The barbecue made by Orikamaru is not bad, but that guy deals with corpses every day. I don't want to eat the barbecue he makes. As for the others, I don't want to trouble them either. Tsunade said with a serious face, I have privileges in the camp, but I shouldn't have to trouble others all the time just for food. With Tsunade's status, let alone finding someone to help with barbecue, even if she needed a few professional chefs, the village would arrange them immediately, but Tsunade didn't want to make such an unreasonable request. Alright. Among the 3 ninjas, there are no more 3 ninjas. Among the 3, Tsunade has the strongest sense of responsibility and is the one who values the village the most. Jiraiya has a strong sense of responsibility, but this guy is prone to being stupid. Once he is involved with the child of prophecy, he becomes irrational. What village? Toad's prophecy is more important. As for Orikamaru, no comment. When this snake was thinking about the village, it was able to sneak into the Cloud Village alone and provoke the 8 tails of the Cloud Village to go berserk. It itself almost died in the Cloud Village, but that was not the time when it was thinking about the village. The life and death of the village is none of my business. I, Orikamaru, have been very polite by not getting involved. Taking out his tool, Jing'ai skillfully skinned the deer leg. How long do you plan to stay in the village this time? Maybe a few months. While Shizuka was processing the deer leg, Tsunade helped and ran to fetch some firewood. Fortunately, the climate in the Kingdom of Rivers is good. Except in the rainy season, it does not rain much in other seasons. Unlike the Kingdom of Rains, it rains every day, every month, and every year. There is always endless heavy rain. Tsunade piled the firewood together, lit it, and looked at the burning pile of firewood, and suddenly sighed. After I leave, you only need to stay in the medical department and be responsible for analyzing the poison ingredients and developing an antidote. You don't need to worry about other things. When he was at the Rain Country camp, Jing'ai had everything under his control. Even though he didn't end the war between demigods, his contribution was still huge. It's a pity that some people don't care about that. Tsunade knew all this, so she would not force Jing'ai to run around as busy as she did. That's a good feeling. After cleaning the cut meat, Jing'ai began to marinate it. He laughed and said, I have been lazy in the village recently. If you keep me busy, I may not be able to bear it. No matter how busy you are, there will always be people who are dissatisfied no matter how many achievements you have made. Others are reluctant to mention it. If that's the case, why bother yourself? Just maintain the appearance, there is no need to make yourself too tired. Pieces of venison were placed on the grill. For his own convenience, Jing'ai kept the tools in the sealing scroll. Ninja tools could be brought less, but the guys who were eating had to bring them. Looking at the meat that was beginning to ooze oil, Tsunade began to swallow her saliva. In order to avoid making a fool of herself, she had no choice but to change the subject. By the way, your mission is completed. Where are those two old guys? Mine is done. Jing'ai glanced towards the north and smiled gloatingly. Those two old guys, let me take a look. Oh, what a pity, they are being hunted by the third Kazekage. Cough cough cough. Tsunade was shocked. You are being hunted, are you sure? My puppet has been following them. Jing'ai shrugged her shoulders and said, this is the fact. As for whether you believe it or not, it depends on you. Jing'ai separated part of his consciousness and looked over through the puppet. At the northern border of the Wind Country, Yuting Koharu and Mito Kato were running towards the Bear Country in a panic. At this moment, the number of ninjas around them has dropped to less than 10. In other words, after being hunted by the Sand Village, the two paid a considerable price before they were able to escape to the Bear Country. Originally, Yuting Koharu and Mito Kato were able to evacuate calmly, but after the third Kazekage joined the pursuit team, the two could no longer do so. There were less than 10 ninjas left from the village. Most of these Konoha ninjas died at the hands of the third Kazekage. Fortunately, their sacrifice bought the two elders time and opportunities. Who is being hunted? Orochimaru's arrival interrupted Jing'ai's observation. After learning that Shizuka had arrived at the camp, Orochimaru went straight to Tsunade. Just smiled and said nothing. Chapter 185. Something is wrong with Orochimaru. Tsunade's expression changed, and she said helplessly, the two from the Elders' Council are currently being hunted by the third Kazekage. Is there such a good thing? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This guy noticed that there were changes in Orochimaru's pupils. Jing'ai was sure that Orochimaru must have conducted some strange experiments after arriving at the front line. His eyes were the proof. Maybe Orochimaru will soon solidify his title as Konoha's Great White Snake. I heard Jing'ai is carrying out a special mission with them? Orochimaru asked with a grin. Her revenge mission. Jing'ai did not hide it. What happened last year annoyed the daimyo. The daimyo kept putting pressure on us, and our Hokage couldn't handle it anymore, so he proposed this mission. The village wanted me to go, but I refused. In the end, the two elders accompanied me. However, after arriving in the Wind Country, we split up. They went northwest, and I went south. It seems that the village and the oasis were devastated, causing the Sand Village to react violently, so another group of people were hunted down. That's probably what happened. As for how he completed the task, Jing'ai was too lazy to explain. Anyway, he completed it. If you are not convinced, go and investigate. As for the group of people being hunted, they had nothing to do with him. He. Orochimaru's laughter was no different from usual, but if you listened carefully, you could tell that this guy was in a good mood. As for why he was in a good mood, you'd have to ask Orochimaru himself. It looks like the old man will have to work hard to rescue these two. I hope the rescue will not cause Bear Country to become a third battlefield. Hope so. Tsunade helplessly raised her hand to her forehead. She and Orochimaru both knew that the third Hokage would not easily kill two of his companions. But now the old partner is being hunted, so the only option is to rescue him. If the rescue team is too small, it will be ineffective. If there are too many people, the Bear Country may become the third battlefield. That's right. The Rain Country is the first battlefield, the River Country is the second battlefield, and the Bear Country is the third battlefield. There is nothing wrong with that. If the third battlefield is really formed, then Yuting Koharu and Mito Kato will definitely be recorded in history, because they will be the first in the history of the 5 major ninja villages to turn a small country into a battlefield in order to rescue the village elders. Hopefully it's not too late. The smile on Orochimaru's face gradually widened. When he was in the village, he was often disgusted by these two people. Now, the situation has changed, and it is time for Orochimaru to be happy. Can you make it? Tsunade looked at Shizuichi curiously. After thinking for a while, he said, "It depends on luck. The Sand Village is chasing us very closely, but there is a guy from the Sarutobi clan in the team. He has signed contracts with many flying summoning beasts. Their contact with the village must have never been interrupted. Maybe the rescue team has already arrived in the bear country. As long as the communication was not interrupted, the third Hokage should have sent people to rescue when the action started from the Sand Village. The distance is too far, and if you don't prepare in advance, you may not be able to make it. In that case, rescue should be able to arrive in time. I just hope that the third battlefield will not appear." Tsunade was too lazy to worry about these things. The third Hokage and his men failed to cheat others, and when they cheated her, she could only say that Yutain Koharu was stupid and fell for Shizuichi's provocation. "Anyway, it's so far away and I can't help you, so why bother worrying about it? Eating meat is the most important thing." Tsunade, who had been craving for the food for a long time, was enjoying the meal very much. Even Orochimaru nodded repeatedly. It seemed that the food in the camp was a bit poor. It's no wonder that Tsunade is so greedy. Even Orochimaru, who is not picky about food, has become like this. It is enough to show how bad the food in the camp is. "Buy some things and send them to me as soon as you get back, or I will go on strike. I promise to deliver it to you." Tsunade spoke vaguely. It's not that Jingai didn't want to give Tsunade something, but unfortunately she refused. She can't afford to be hurt because she can only cook dark food. Even if you give her a bunch of good things, she can't grasp them. Asking others to help make it will easily make people jealous, so it's better not to do it. Just as Shizuka and others were enjoying the barbecue, in the bear country, Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en looked extremely embarrassed. Mito Kato-en was okay, but Yutain Koharu, as a medical ninja, was in a bad condition. The two of them received special attention from the third Kazekage and suffered a lot of losses during their escape. "Is this Sandaime Kazekage crazy? He keeps chasing us." Yutain Koharu couldn't help but curse. Mito Kato-en chose to remain silent. If it were him, he would chase him even more closely than the third Kazekage. "Let's keep going. Once we enter the bear country, there will be more places to hide. There is nothing to block their way in the land of wind, so the three Kazekages can catch up with them wherever they run to." After arriving in the bear country, this situation will change, because the third Kazekage dare not fly around. Not to mention that the environment of the bear country is special. There are naturally formed poisonous gases in many places. Secondly, in a dense forest, it is easy to be ambushed when you fly over the forest. As long as the enemy escaped into the territory of the bear country, the third Kazekage would not be able to continue pursuing them alone, and could only track them slowly with a large number of people. This can give relief to those who are escaping in front and also buy time for the rescue team. "Lord Kazekage, the country of bears is ahead. Keep chasing, until we bring back the heads of those two men. We need to give an explanation to the villagers and the daimyo for this attack." The third Kazekage didn't care if he chased her to someone else's house. As long as he doesn't catch up to the land of earth, he will continue chasing. As for whether the bear country would have any objections, the third Kazekage decisively ignored them. "You are a small country and a small village sandwiched in the middle. What opinions do you have? Wait until you can gain the right to speak first. Otherwise, no matter how many opinions you have, just keep them to yourself." "That's right." But the third Kazekage did not chase after him arrogantly. In the territory of the Wind Kingdom, he could chase the other party alone, but in the territory of the Bear Kingdom, he might be ambushed if he chased him alone. The third Kazekage would not take such a risk. So he had to wait until the village's main force arrived and then enter the bear country together. Konoha Camp. Tsunade, who had eaten and drunk her fill, lay on the bed without any image, patting her belly contentedly. There is no doubt that this is something Tsunade would do. If there are outsiders around, she might be more restrained, but if there are no outsiders, you will see what a carefree tomboy looks like. Hiccup. After burping, Tsunade turned sideways and looked at Jingai who was sitting on the chair. "I feel that Orochimaru's aura is a little strange recently. Stay away from him and never cooperate with him except for puppets. Then you still support him in seizing power and controlling the camp. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble?" Jingai turned around. Chapter 186 Orochimaru, you're teasing me in front of me? You don't even want to be with. Speaking of this, Tsunade suddenly got angry. It's because the person the old man appointed is too useless. He is simply an idiot and has killed many people. That's why I support Orochimaru in seizing power. This is different from an experiment. It can be seen that the casualties have dropped sharply in recent times. You can say that Orochimaru is a dark person, but you have to acknowledge his ability. This guy is a true hexagon. It's just that the upper limit of ability in some aspects is not that high. After all, this is the big white snake of Konoha who knows a little bit about everything and has the final say in everything. Thinking of this title, Jingai wanted to laugh. Why are you laughing? I reminded you to be careful of Orochimaru, and you laughed? Ha ha ha, sorry, I suddenly remembered Orochimaru's nickname, the Great White Snake of Konoha, ha ha ha. Some of the titles sound very childish, but some of them make people laugh when they think of them. Orochimaru belongs to the latter. As for Jingai, well, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit second-year student. It's better than making people want to laugh. What's so good about this? Well, it's kind of funny. Tsunade herself couldn't help herself. Who came up with this? Konoha's big white snake, how can you be so funny? Orochimaru seemed to hate this title. If anyone called him that, he would be smiling 1 second and become expressionless the next. The Great White Snake of Konoha, this title is definitely more lethal than the three ninjas. After laughing for a while, Jingai finally stopped. Just go back to the village and rest in peace. I will keep an eye on Orochimaru. I won't interfere with his experiments, but I won't stop him either. Don't expect me to keep an eye on him. After taking over Tsunade's job, Shizuichi needed to put his identity as an Umbu aside. Besides, he really had no interest in what experiments Orochimaru had done, so it would be better for the third Hokage to worry about such matters. If a bomb explodes one day, the person who will be blown up will be the third Hokage, not him, Hinata Shizuka. Just take care of yourself. Tsunade didn't expect Shizuichi to keep an eye on Orochimaru, and she was content as long as Shizuichi didn't get involved. As for Orochimaru, I can't do anything about it. I really can't do anything about it. The news that Shizuka replaced Tsunade spread throughout the camp the next day. Orochimaru helped post the announcement. However, it will take a few days for Tsunade to leave, because Shizuka needs to take over the medical department one by one, and only then can Tsunade leave with peace of mind. Shizuka took over Tsunade's position. The ninjas in the camp had no objection to this. Although their opinions were not important, Shizuka's performance in the Rain Country camp was obvious to all. If anyone is really unhappy and plans to jump out to question, he should first consider whether his own strength is enough to fight against the God Slayer, Lord God Killer. Hello, Lord God Slayer. The title of Konoha White Fang is very famous, and the title of Jingai is not bad either, but it is just that compared to the village, it is more widely known in the frontline camp. After all, many ninjas in the camp were transferred from the Rain Country camp. These people were full of admiration and offered Jingai. The third Hokage and his men in the village tried to suppress it, but the frontline camps did not. This is also why when Jingai walks in the village, not many people call him by his title, but when he arrives at the camp, he can run into ninjas who admire him and shout out his title of God Slayer every few steps. Damn, so shameful. Whenever Jingai heard this name, his eyelids would twitch involuntarily. Don't be unhappy, this is everyone's recognition of your strength. Tsunade wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud, so she stayed silent for a while and then turned around and left. What succession? You can enjoy yourself, I'm going back to the village. Think about it, God Slayer actually sounds pretty good. It's better than Konoha's Great White Snake. Hearing Tsunade's remarks, Orochimaru, who happened to be looking for Shizue, stopped far away and cast a deathly gaze on Tsunade. Well. Jingai looked up at the sky silently, sighed, patted Tsunade's shoulder, and motioned her to look behind. Is there something behind me? Tsunade turned around. When she saw Orochimaru's expressionless face, she was completely embarrassed. Orochimaru, what a coincidence, you want to talk to Jingai about something? I'll be leaving first, there's still a lot of things waiting for me in the medical department, you guys chat. If you see that the situation is not right, run away immediately. Normally, Tsunade is not afraid of Orochimaru, but at this moment she felt a little guilty. After all, she was making fun of Orochimaru by using a title that he hated. Hello, big white snake. I want to kill you. After saying that, Jingai burst into laughter. His stomach ached and he couldn't stand up. He could only squat on the ground to relax for a while. Orochimaru walked over with an expressionless face, and slowly forced a fake smile on his face. Hello, God Slayer. It's a little bit childish, but at least it's not bad to listen to, and my own big white snake. Don't be angry, you can't be angry, it's just a title, a small matter. Orochimaru took a deep breath and kept comforting himself in his heart. After laughing for a while, Jingai stood up and changed the subject. What do you want to talk to me about? As the camp steward, Orochimaru should have a lot of things to do. Back in the Rain Country camp, Nara Shikashin was busy every day. There are far more people in the River Country camp than in the Rain Country camp, and there are more things to do. Orochimaru shouldn't be so idle. I have some ideas I want to share with you. Shall we go to the command center? Orochimaru revealed the purpose of his search for Shizueichi. Jing'ai thought about it and agreed, okay. He could communicate, but he couldn't possibly participate in some strange experiments and research, nor could he provide any help to Orochimaru. In short, do whatever you want, just don't involve me. The blame is too big for me to bear, but there's no problem in discussing it. It's impossible to identify Hinata Shizuka as Orochimaru's accomplice just because they have had contact and discussion, right? If this is true, then none of the F4 members will be able to escape. Walking in the bustling camp, Jing'ai couldn't help but sigh. At first I thought you were here to fight on the battlefield, but who knew you would turn around and become the chief steward of the camp? Facing Jing'ai's teasing and sighing, Orochimaru smiled faintly. It's just that the person sitting in this position is a waste. Apart from the old man, how many useful people are there in the Sarutobi clan? Orochimaru's evaluation is absolutely correct. The Sarutobi clan is like a nouveau riche. Their strength was forced upon them, but they lacked foundation and the abilities of their family members were also uneven. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have had the opportunity to kick out the previous chief steward. Even though Tsunade is helping, if the previous chief steward has enough prestige to suppress everyone, what can Orochimaru do even if he pops out? Look at the Rain Country camp. Nara Shikashin is sitting in the command center. Who would dare to disobey? Chapter 187, Knife himself? It's a werewolf. The person he arranged was kicked out, but the third Hokage didn't react at all. It can be seen that the third Hokage also realized how bad the people he arranged were. So Orochimaru sat in the command center as a matter of course, giving orders and managing all the affairs of the camp. Fuck. Walking into the command center, Jing'ai was just about to compare the differences between the command center of the Rain Country camp and the command center of the River Country camp. As a result, when he looked up, he saw two Orochimaru handling official business at the desk. Suddenly, a word national quintessence couldn't help but jump out of his mouth. He was curious, as the chief steward, how could Orochimaru have so much free time to wander around? How can I have time to do experiments and research? It seems like I have to use two tools to support me. Orochimaru uses the shadow clones as tools and takes time out to do other things. This arrangement is unique. The key is that no one has raised any opinions yet. This is the coolest part. It has to be you. Shizuka raised her hand and gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Without disturbing the shadow clones, Shizuichi and Orochimaru sat on the edge. With his feet lifted up and resting on the table, Jing'ai leaned back in his chair and looked Orochimaru up and down with interest. You stabbed yourself? It was a small attempt. Orochimaru smiled slightly and admitted it generously without hiding anything. After all, his eyes changed from normal round pupils to the vertical pupils of cold-blooded animals. This was an obvious change that could not be concealed at all because too many people noticed it. Okay, just be happy, but be cautious. I don't want our chief steward to really turn into a giant white snake and scare people one day. Orochimaru had clearly done some special experiments on his body, and the fact that his pupils had turned into the shape of a snake was the best proof of this. According to the original timeline, such experiments would not begin until at least after the Third Ninja World War. However, Orochimaru started such experiments during the Second Ninja World War. No one knows what stimulated him. Experimenting on yourself doesn't count as violating the village's ban, and the lives of ordinary people are too fragile. Through experiments, I discovered that natural energy is truly a magical existence. I wonder why the sacred objects of the three holy places can perfectly integrate chakra and natural energy, thus possessing a long lifespan and strong vitality. The magic of Ryokai Cave was too dangerous, so Orochimaru did not try to practice it, but he began to work with natural energy. This is what my most recent research project has become. As for puppets, Orochimaru's research stopped after Shizuka made puppets with special clay himself. Jing'ai doesn't even need puppets made from corpses, so why is he still researching this thing? Of course, the research on the Samsara eye chakra has never stopped. Orochimaru has enough puppets in his hands to carry out experiments for a long time. These puppets were used for experiments, and Shizuka had no objection, as long as Orochimaru didn't give the puppets to the wrong people. For example, the F4 group in the village. After my research, I found that the special chakra of the puppet has something in common with the natural energy of the summoned beasts of the three holy places. Orochimaru talked non-stop excitedly and never stopped talking once he opened his mouth. However, his experiments did make great progress. There are similarities between the Samsara Eyes chakra and the natural energy of the Third Holy Land. Needless to say, this is the work of Kagaya Atsutsuki, or to be more precise, the work of the Ten Tails. That is the sacred tree. The sacred tree took root in the ninja world and continuously absorbed the energy of this world, and then produced fruit. Kagaya Atsutsuki ate the fruit and became the master of chakra. All sources are derived from here, so Orochimaru's research direction is not wrong. It may not be easy to obtain further research results, because if we take one step further, the Itsutsuki will be involved. I plan to start visiting the 3 holy places after the war ends and study their secrets. Perhaps I will gain something unexpected. After listening to Orochimaru for a long time, Jingai yawned. Then your idea cannot be realized in a short period of time. After all, the war cannot be ended in 1 or 2 days. By the way, why are you unwilling to practice the magic of Longdi Cave? Although it is dangerous, if Kabuto Yakushi can succeed, there is no reason why Orochimaru can't. Because it's dangerous. Orochimaru smiled and replied, I went to Ryokai Cave in person and met the white snake immortal of Ryokai Cave. I also found the shortcomings of Ryokai Cave's magic, so I rejected it. Compared with the fairy arts cultivation methods of Mayaboka Mountain and Wet Bone Forest, the fairy arts of Ryokai Cave are like a big pit. It depends on whether you dare to jump in. The most unacceptable thing is that even if you jump into this pit, the probability of gaining anything is very small. So Orochimaru didn't take the risk. That would be a pity. Jingai sat up straight and said regretfully, Senjutsu can greatly improve the strength of ninjas. It's really great. If you maintain your current strength and improve slowly, Jiraiya will be able to widen the gap between you and him. Jingai was not joking. With normal improvement, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have reached a stage where it is difficult to make further progress. It's not that they don't work hard, but that they have reached their ceiling. Senjutsu is undoubtedly a path of expansion. Jiraiya took this path, but Orochimaru did not. After a while, Orochimaru's strength will be suppressed by Jiraiya, and the gap will continue to widen. It's just that Jiraiya's talent is not that good. If Jiraiya has better talent and can easily enter the Sage mode, then defeating Orochimaru would be easy. Thinking back on the way Jiraiya entered Sage mode, Shizuichi felt anxious for him. Of course, Naruto is not much better, he is only a little better when he is infinitely cheating in the later period. Compared with Little Yellow Hair and Big Pillar, there is still a long way to go. The little yellow-haired boy is still young. After he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, we will throw him into the Wet Bone Forest. As for Mayaboka Mountain, forget it. The toads there are too brainwashing. Before he knew it, the little yellow-haired boy's future path had been arranged again. Maybe. There was a flash of displeasure in Orochimaru's eyes. The displeasure was not directed at Shizuka, but at Jiraiya. Orochimaru has always kept Jiraiya under him and left him behind since he was a child, so naturally he doesn't want to see the day when Jiraiya catches up with and surpasses him. Unfortunately, the practice of immortal arts in Longdi Cave is a big pitfall, the kind that kills people without paying for their crimes. As long as the slug sage of the Wet Bone Forest did not reject Orochimaru, Orochimaru would be willing to practice the magic of the Wet Bone Forest instead of choosing the Ryokai Cave. Jingai, I would like you to assist me in doing a research. After talking for a long time, Orochimaru finally told him his purpose. Chapter 188 Rich Man, where does so much money come from? Ha ha ha, I thought you could hold it in for a long time. Jingai couldn't help but laugh, however, I refuse. I have no interest in your research and don't want to get involved in it. Just do it slowly on your own and don't drag me into it. Play is play, jokes are jokes, but don't joke about experiments. Shizuka didn't want to get involved in Orochimaru's experiment at all. After being rejected, Orochimaru did not get anxious, but continued calmly. I want to use your chakra to cultivate some special creatures, but I found that the chakra extracted from the puppet cannot do this, so I would like to ask you for help. Cultivate special creatures? What do you mean? Jingai asked with a frown. Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a sealing scroll. Seeing this scene, Jingai's already frowned brows almost squeezed into a small mountain. Can't I just keep the scroll with me? Orochimaru, do you have to create such a disgusting scene? After receiving a wet scroll, Orochimaru explained apologetically. I'm sorry, but the things in the scroll are very important to me, so I can only choose to hide them in the safest place. Jingai, oh, well, you are very loud and you have a point. Damn, such a big scroll, thicker than the arm, longer than the arm, how did you, Orochimaru, swallow it? I spit it out when I need it. When the scroll was opened, several little snakes that were in a coma appeared on the table. There are white snakes, red snakes, and black snakes. If he hadn't noticed that these snakes were still breathing faintly, Jingai would even suspect that what Orochimaru took out were corpses. After being sealed, snake creatures can survive for a long time. They will not die if placed in a sealing scroll. After explaining casually, Orochimaru pointed to the small snakes on the table and said, these snakes were cultivated by me through special means. I found that they can effectively integrate and absorb some special energy and chakra. So you want me to use my own chakra, as well as my senjutsu chakra, to train these snakes? What the hell? You, Orochimaru, are trying to create some monster. Aren't you afraid that these snakes will die of starvation? Facing Jingai's question, Orochimaru smiled confidently. After thousands of experiments, I found that these specially bred snakes have this ability. It seems to make sense. Later, the Akatsuki organization created a very exaggerated snake, which overturned the turtle island of the Cloud Village. The size of the snake was simply terrifying, and many more. Does this mean that these snakes can be used as spirit animals? Jingai himself does not need the assistance of the summoned beast. In his opinion, the strength of the summoned beast is just SOSO. At most, it can reach the level of elite jonin like the toads and snakes in the three holy places. It didn't help him much. However, Shanshu and Xia Huangmao need such help. If it is a special breed, it can be cultivated to reach the level of a shadow-level strongman. Jingai suddenly felt a little moved. Alas, Hinata Shizuka, am really worried about my disciples and brother-in-law. Remuneration? Done. Orochimaru took out another scroll, put it on the table, and pushed it towards Jing. Fortunately, it was not spit out from the mouth, but placed in the clothes, otherwise Jingai would never touch this scroll. 50 million taels, this is your reward, Jing Yujun. Hey, big dog owner. Even though Jingai was not short of money, he was still shocked by Orochimaru's generosity. Where did he get so much money? Could it be embezzlement of public funds? No, that's not right. We can't move so much public funds. We should study dividends. This is the big head. Jingai didn't want to find out where the money came from. Once it was in his hands, it was his. After thinking it over carefully, Shizue said to Orochimaru, I can help you, but I need to pick out 2 of your test subjects as my apprentice and rope tree summoning beasts. The slugs from Mayaboka Mountain are not suitable for them. They lack suitable summoning beasts. If the toads in Mayaboka Mountain don't sign a contract, no one will pay attention to you. The snakes in the Ryokai Cave are too violent and their upper limit is too low, so it is most appropriate to start with Orochimaru. As long as Jingai can assist him, other conditions are not a problem. Orochimaru happily accepted it. Collecting money is a small matter. Helping his disciples and brother-in-law find suitable spirit beasts means that Jingai will fully cooperate with him. After collecting the money and walking out of the command center, Jingai couldn't help but look at the sky. Why did Orochimaru's growth style go astray? Is it because of my influence? You've been working with Orochimaru? Upon hearing the news, Tsunade immediately lost her composure. Looking at her in shock, Jingi waved his hand and said, Calm down, it's just an experiment on some animals, a few snakes. It's not a forbidden human experiment. I won't cooperate with Orochimaru in such an experiment. That's good. Hearing this, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Animal experiments are not considered taboo experiments and can be carried out in every village. Konoha will not prohibit them. After all, when it comes to experimental research, there is only progress through experimentation. But human experiments are not allowed. Absolutely not. Holding the person in his arms and gesturing for a while, Jingai asked doubtfully, Why is it getting bigger again? Are you sure it won't affect your movements? Tsunade, who was being hugged, was full of black lines on her face. Get out. You influence the action. On the one hand, you like big ones, but on the other hand, you feel that they are too big and will affect your movements. Tsunade really wanted to punch Shizuka, but unfortunately Shizuka dodged quickly. I think Orochimaru's experiment is interesting. If it succeeds, Minato and rope tree summoning beasts will be settled. The slugs in the wet bone forest are not suitable for them. You decide. Rope tree and Minato really need summoning beasts to accompany them as they grow up. As long as the summoning beast is chosen well, it will definitely be a great help to the ninja. But it is extremely difficult to find a suitable spirit beast. Tsunade had considered the issue of summoning beasts for rope tree before. It was obvious that the slugs in the wet bone forest were not suitable for rope tree. What rope tree needed was an attacking summoning beast, or one that had both attack and auxiliary capabilities. But Tsunade doesn't think highly of ordinary summoning beasts. The only summoning beasts you can choose for rope tree are from Mayaboka Mountain and Ryokai Cave. Compared to the cold snakes in Ryokai Cave, the toads in Mayaboka Mountain are easier to control. Wait, Mayabokuzan? What am I thinking? Tsunade suddenly slapped her forehead, clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, Jingai, just help Minato prepare the summoning beast. As for rope tree, I will find Jiraiya. Jiraiya is a bastard. He is rope tree's teacher, but he abandoned rope tree and hid in the rain country and never came back. When he comes back, I'll make him pay. To be honest, Jiraiya's move was indeed a bit outrageous. Chapter 189, Can't Catch 3 Big Fish? He abandoned his own disciples and instead took care of 3 war orphans. This kind of train of thought is not something that ordinary people can follow. Seeing that so much time has passed, Jiraiya still has no intention of coming back. This idiot might even make a 3-year agreement. It would be a bit funny if the war between Konoha and Sand Village was over and Jiraiya hadn't returned yet. Okay, I'll help Minato prepare it. As for the summoning beast of Rope Tree, leave it to Jiraiya. The toad from Mayaboka Mountain is pretty good. Since Tsunade said so, Shizue was happy to accept it. Summoning beasts are not easy to train, and with Jiraiya taking care of them, it would save him some trouble. If Jiraiya takes action, Noeka's summoning beast will basically be secured, and it will most likely make a contract directly with Bunta, or with one of Bunta's brothers. If Jiraiya really asked Noeka to raise a tadpole from scratch, let alone whether Noeka would be happy about it, Tsunade would probably beat him to death. Are we really going to open up a third battlefield? Cho stared at the intelligence scroll in her hand with a frown on her face. She had not been in a very good mood these past few days. All kinds of bad news kept coming in, making her brain almost explode. First, the ninjas from Konoha sneaked into the Land of Wind and caused destruction everywhere. Not only did they attack the villages, but they even chose to attack the oasis. Don't you know that the oasis is the lifeline and root of the Kingdom of Wind? What a vicious heart. The oasis destroyed in the north can still be restored by manpower, but the oasis destroyed from north to south cannot be repaired at all. According to the information sent by the third Kazekage, the oasis in this direction was destroyed by Hinata Shizuka of Konoha. In order to eliminate this group of enemies, the third Kazekage dispatched a group of ninjas from the frontline camp in the village to give chase. The third Kazekage is leading the team personally, and a large number of ninjas are following him. I think they can kill all the enemies. The result surprised Cho. The enemy fled all the way to the territory of the Bear Country, and it was only then that Cho learned that the two elders of Konoha were actually the leaders of this revenge mission. After hearing the news, Cho was completely numb. If the person leading the team was not the third Kazekage, she really wanted to curse him as a waste. Why didn't you pass on such important news earlier? He waited until the enemy had fled to the Bear Country before sending a message. What the hell is this person but a waste? Unfortunately, Cho could only curse the word trash in her heart. So what if the enemies who infiltrated the country suffered heavy losses? The two largest fish have already escaped to the Bear Country. Before Cho could digest this bad news came that Shizuka was also one of the participants and had destroyed several oases. When Cho heard the news, she almost vomited blood. Lord Kazekage, what on earth are you doing? 3 big fish, but none were caught. It's bad enough that Hinata Shizuka is a dangerous guy who doesn't play by the rules, but why did you let the 2 useless elders of Konoha get away? Now, troops from both sides have gathered in the Bear Country, causing chaos there, and they are ready to start a third battlefield. The problems in the Bear Country have not been solved yet, and worse news has arrived. A team that went out on a mission ran back and reported to her that they were attacked by enemies. The enemies were all puppets, and there were a lot of them. They also captured Yitsung, the owner of the village's Shokutan Kekiai Genkai. There are many enemies, and they are all puppets. However, these puppets can move freely and can even self-destruct. All these conditions combined together undoubtedly lead to Jingyihen. Cho did not make public some of the information collected by the Rain Country because she was afraid of undermining the confidence of the village's ninjas, especially those puppeteers who are good at playing with puppets. Once they knew that Konoha's Hyuga Shizuka could make a puppet that did not require human control, these puppeteers would probably doubt their lives. Not to mention others, Cho herself felt it was incredible. It's another round of bad news. First, Jingyi, who had caused destruction in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, swaggered into the battlefield of the Kingdom of River and captured the village's genius Yitsung. Secondly, Shizuoka's entry into the battlefield of River Country means that he will go to the Konoha camp, which means that a ruthless man like Shizuoka will appear on the battlefield in the future. Although the title of Godslayer is a bit childish, you cannot question the strength of this title. The strength of Hanzo of the Salamander is obvious to all. Few people in the entire ninja world dare to say that they can kill this guy who likes to defend against poison. But he died at Jingyi's hands. This is enough to prove that Jingyi's strength far exceeds that of a demigod. Not to mention her own powerful strength, what Cho is most worried about is that Jingyi will throw his puppet onto the battlefield. If Jingyi really threw the puppet onto the battlefield, the Sand Village would definitely be defeated. A few days passed. A new type of puppet has appeared on the battlefield, but Cho has been worried. Just because it hasn't appeared yet doesn't mean it will never appear. She must be more vigilant. It's not a pleasant feeling to be afraid of both wolves in front and tigers behind. Placing the scroll on the table, Cho rubbed her brows hard, feeling her whole body enveloped by fatigue. All the pressure formed a mountain, pressing down on her hard, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. Elder Cho, is this the information sent by the teacher? Next to Cho stood a young man who was about the same age as Shizueichi. This young man was none other than Raza, a new generation genius of the Sand Village who was as famous as Yekara, a disciple of the third Kazekage, and also a master of the magnetic release technique. He was sent to Cho by the third Kazekage to learn from her. Yes. Cho put down her hand and sighed. Lord Kazekage led his men to hunt down the enemies who sneaked into the Kingdom of Wind, all the way to the Kingdom of Bear. Konoha also sent a lot of additional personnel to rescue them. So, teacher, do you want to continue to transfer personnel from the front line? After listening to Cho's words, Luo Sha immediately revealed the key point. That is, the third Kazekage wanted to withdraw people from the front line again. He wanted to defeat Konoha's reinforcements in one fell swoop, completely leave the two elders of Konoha on the land of Bear Country, and deal a fatal blow to Konoha. The third Kazekage had good ideas, but as a Kazekage, he did not consider the issue of the river country front. This put Cho in a dilemma. Cho also wanted to transfer a group of people to support the third Kazekage and completely crush those two annoying guys, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en, in the Bear Country. But does she dare to pick anyone at random? She didn't dare. The Sand Village is the weakest among the 5 major ninja villages. Not only is its economy at the bottom, its military strength is also at the bottom. Because compared to Konoha, Sand Village not only has far fewer ninjas than Konoha, but the quality of their ninjas is not as good as Konoha. In addition, the rainy battlefield battle that lasted for more than a year caused Sand Village to suffer considerable losses. Chapter 190. The life of the elder advisor is important, but victory in the war is more important. After the full-scale war in River Country broke out, the Sand Village has been trying every means to mobilize ninjas to participate in the war. On the battlefield of River Country, the Sand Village has sent a large number of ninjas to the war, and Konoha will have even more than them. You don't have an advantage in terms of quantity, nor do you have an advantage in the quality of your ninjas, and even your logistics are left behind by Konoha. One can imagine how much pressure this old woman Cho is under. A group of people were withdrawn from the camp before, and Cho was dissatisfied because withdrawing some ninjas would cause the Sand Village's front line to shrink. As the Sand Village's front line shrinks, Konoha will continue to advance. As time goes by, Konoha's original slight advantage will continue to expand over time. At this time, the third Kazekage wanted to dispatch another group of ninjas for support, and Cho was considered to be forbearing because she did not curse on the spot. But hasn't the village's front line begun to shrink? If we continue to draw more people, I'm afraid the pressure will become greater and greater. Luo Sha couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is to encircle and annihilate the enemy, and even the battlefield in River Country is ignored. If Konoha seizes the opportunity and pushes the battle line to the border of the Wind Country, the Sand Village will be in big trouble. If the battle line is pushed back into one's own country, it means defeat. This was a serious blow to the morale of the village. Of course your teacher doesn't care whether the frontline positions are shrinking or not, otherwise he wouldn't have sent letters again and again asking for reinforcements. Cho glanced at Luosha and closed her eyes helplessly. There are some things she can't say to Luo Sha, some problems she can only deal with by herself, and then she has to move forward under the pressure alone. Compared to Cho, who was in a dilemma, Orikamaru was in a surprisingly good mood. First of all, the experiment he had been longing for could finally begin. Jingai agreed to cooperate with him in the experiment. Secondly, the shrinking front line of the Sand Village meant that there were problems with the village's manpower. After getting the information from the Bear Country, Orikamaru began to order a relentless advance. If you, the Sand Village, dare to shrink, I will advance. A total war is not a local war. It is very difficult to set up an ambush. Fighting a total war requires more reliance on the overall strength of the village. Therefore, Orikamaru is not afraid that Cho will play tricks on him. If you, old woman Cho, dare to retreat, I, Orikamaru, will dare to advance. You'd better retreat all the way to the Kingdom of Wind. Tsunade left and her job was taken over by Shizuka. Given that there were enough medical ninjas in the camp, Shizuka no longer needed to manage many miscellaneous matters. Invisibly, it reduced a lot of trouble for Jingai. The old man wanted us to send a group of people to the Bear Country to support the two elders, but I refused. Orikamaru's smile was a little weird. Jingai looked strange and asked, aren't you afraid that the Hokage will kick you out if you do this? The third Kazekage couldn't wait to ask Cho to send some people north for support. The third Hokage had the same idea. In order to ensure that the two elders could return to the village safely, the third Hokage made up his mind. Not only did they send reinforcements from the village into the Bear Country, they also planned to draw a group of people from the frontline camp to provide support. It's a pity that after this order was sent to the camp, it was directly rejected by Orikamaru. To be precise, it was ignored. Put the scroll aside first, wait for a while, and then reply to the third Hokage. Then you can say that you were too busy and didn't notice it. As for whether the two elders in the bear country would be injured or even killed, Orochimaru didn't care. He just wanted to stabilize the situation in the Kingdom of River and push the enemy's position into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind step by step. Should we send people to provide support at this time? Impossible. As long as I, Orochimaru, am in the command center, I will never agree to such an unreasonable request. The lives of the two elders are important, but victory in the war is more important. He can't, and he doesn't dare. Facing Jingai's teasing, Orochimaru smiled confidently. The current situation on the battlefield is very stable. We are the advantageous party. As long as we don't fall into the enemy's trap, I can guarantee that the enemy's position will definitely continue to retreat. The old man won't kick me out at this critical moment, and Tsunade won't allow him to do so. Orochimaru was absolutely confident that he would not be kicked away or even questioned, because he had reasonable reasons for rejecting the third Hokage. The lives of the two elders were important, but victory was more important to the village, and secondly, Tsunade's return to the village. When Jingai was in the village, he would only give the third Hokage trouble, but he would not interfere in major matters and was too lazy to care. Tsunade is different. With the idea of being responsible for the village, Tsunade will be involved in all major affairs of the village, and will oppose it as long as she feels it is unreasonable. If Shizuka's targeting would only make the third Hokage feel awkward, then Tsunade's interference would be the biggest headache for the third Hokage. If Tsunade had gone back 2 days earlier, such an order would not have been delivered to the camp. I even doubt whether it could have been delivered out of the village. I wonder if the third Hokage would regret accepting these 3 disciples. Tsunade confronted the third Hokage head-on. Orochimaru chose to pretend to obey but secretly disobey. I listen to everything you say, but I just won't do it. As for Jiraiya, this guy is still out of contact, don't expect him to return to the village in a short time. In addition, Yuten Koharu and Mito Kato-en were trapped in the bear country and it was difficult for them to return to Konoha for a while, which made the third Hokage feel a little isolated and helpless. Tsunade will indeed be on your side. As long as it is beneficial to Konoha, Tsunade will not oppose the third Hokage. On the contrary, if the third Hokage wants to do something weird, Tsunade will definitely jump out to oppose it. These things were just a small episode for Jingai. As for whether to accept the order or not, it was Orochimaru's business. After all, he is the camp manager. By the way, Jingai changed the subject and asked, when do you want to start the experiment? It will be ready in a few days at most. Orochimaru showed an expectant look. Even as the chief manager of the frontline camp, he can still find time to do interesting experiments. As for the official business of the camp, wasn't this something the shadow clone helped to handle? I just need to pay attention to it every day, there is no need to do everything myself. Orochimaru, you must be addicted to using shadow clones. Or should I try it too? In a hidden valley in the bear country, Koharu Yutane, with a haggard face and her left hand wrapped in thick gauze and bandages, asked Vitamin N, when will the support arrive? After taking a look at Yutane Koharu's injured hand and haggard face, Vitamin N sighed. Hiruzen sent a message saying that the order to dispatch reinforcements has been delivered to the Kawakuni camp. Considering the distance between the camp and the bear country, as well as the detour time in between, it will take at least 2 days to arrive. Xiao-chun, do we really want to stay? Mizuto Minion looked at him hesitantly, wanting to say something. Chapter 191, Where are the reinforcements? According to the original plan, after they met up with the village's reinforcements, they would evacuate from the bear country under the cover of the reinforcements and return to Konoha. However, the message sent by the third Hokage said that Shizuka's mission was completed perfectly. Perhaps stimulated, Yutane Koharu suddenly changed her mind. She didn't want to return to the village in such a cowardly manner. She wanted to join forces with the reinforcements to hold the third Kazekage and the Sand Village's reinforcements in the bear country. Since the revenge mission cannot be completed successfully, then try to gain some credit from other places. She didn't want to run back to the village in such a dejected manner, otherwise Jingai would definitely laugh to death. We're dividing our forces, and after that, you just come back in disgrace? When Yuten Koharu proposed this idea, Vitamin Ento was stunned. He wanted to pry open the other person's head to see what was wrong with his mind that made him say such nonsense. The final result was that Mito Kato-en was unable to persuade Yuten Koharu and was forced to agree to her plan. So a fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and Yuten Koharu's injuries were caused by the battle with the third Kazekage. If the rescue had not been quick, Yuten Koharu's entire arm would have been crushed into a pulp by the black iron sand. In the end, the arm was saved, but the left palm was almost disabled. In the remote bear country, such injuries cannot be effectively treated. As a medical ninja, Yuting Koharu is seriously injured. Who can treat her? Do you want to run back to the village in shame? Yuting Koharu's death gaze fell on Mito Kato-en. She looked haggard and pale, with an expressionless face. She just stared at Mizuto-manen, making Mizuto-manen feel a chill on his back. Xiao-chun, I don't mean to refute you. I just want to say, even if we stay and hold back the third Kazekage, what will be the price? You and I combined are no match for the third Kazekage. Midaman-en gritted his teeth and defended himself. In the F4 group, no, to be precise, among the disciples of Senju Tobirama, the strongest ones are the third Hokage and Uchiha Kagami, except for these two unreasonable ones. The fat man Akimichi Torikaze occupies the second tier thanks to his family's secret skills, and the third tier belongs to Shimura Danzo. Finally, there are Midaman-en and Yuting Koharu at the bottom. Yuting Koharu is also a medical ninja. Not all medical ninjas have Tsunade's frontal strength. The price Yuting Koharu paid for pulling Mito Kato-en to fight against the third Kazekage was that one of her hands was broken, and the two of them were chased by the third Kazekage. Not only was I injured, but it was also really embarrassing. If you want to hold the enemy back, you must have enough strength to do so. This is also what makes Mizuto Minion uncomfortable. Yuting Koharu was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He couldn't deal with the third Kazekage alone. The title of the strongest wind shadow is not just a joke. The third Kazekage is really powerful. Why do we have to defeat the third Kazekage? As long as we stay in the bear country, the old guy, the third Kazekage, will definitely follow us. As long as the reinforcements arrive, we can use our numerical advantage to deal with them. Yuting Koharu glared at Mito Kato-en. Midaman-en, what the hell can I say? Now we can only hope that the reinforcements will arrive soon. As for whether there would be any problems with the reinforcements, Mito Kato-en didn't think about it because he believed in the third Hokage. Since the third Hokage said there would be reinforcements, then there is no need to question it. In another direction of the bear country, in a temporary camp, the third Kazekage was looking at the sky with a frown. From his frown, it could be seen that he was in a bad mood at the moment. Because his order was rejected by Cho. To be precise, it was a half rejection. The reason for the half rejection was that Cho refused the order of the third Kazekage and only dispatched less than 200 ninjas to go to the bear country for support. As for the reason, Cho made it very clear in the message she conveyed. The third Kazekage could understand Cho's difficulties. The current situation of the Sand Village is indeed not very good. The fierce battle in the Rain Country battlefield resulted in the sacrifice of many ninjas in the village and a large consumption of supplies. The war in the Rain Kingdom has not yet ended, and a new round of all-out war has broken out in the River Kingdom. As the war continued, the supplies and personnel of the Sand Village began to run short. Therefore, after being rejected, the third Kazekage could understand Cho, but understanding does not mean that he accepts it, nor does it mean that he can be in a good mood. From the perspective of the third Kazekage, I am the Kazekage, and you, Cho, should obey my orders, instead of rejecting me and then hypocritically allocating some people to support me. He also used a bunch of excuses from the battlefield to block me. Kazekage-sama. At this time, the ninja of the Kazekage guard ran to the side of the third Kazekage and bowed his head slightly. The Star Ninja Village has sent a question to the village and asked the villagers to withdraw from the bear country immediately. Anything else? The third Kazekage decisively ignored this statement. Send a question? Demanding that we evacuate bear country immediately? Who do you think the Star Ninja Village is? Just because the Sand Ninja Village ignores you doesn't mean they need to give you face. Since you have chosen to play by yourself behind closed doors, just keep playing and don't pop out to show off your presence at this time. Compared to the questioning from the Star Ninja Village, the third Kazekage was more concerned about the information about Konoha. The guard ninja continued to report. The people of Konoha have begun to hide. Due to the complex terrain, it is difficult for our people to track them. The complex terrain and endless traps and ambushes made the ninjas of the Sand Village suffer a lot. Because of the terrain of the Land of Fire, most of Konoha's ninjas are good at forest warfare, even if they are moved to the Land of Bears, although there are differences between the rainforest and the forest of the Land of Fire. But the impact on Konoha's ninjas was not as great as that on Sand Village. After the ninjas from the Sand Village chased the enemy to the Bear Country, they were a little uncomfortable with the complicated terrain. They're very good at choosing places. The third Kazekage looked up at the sky and said something that left the escort ninjas confused. Continue to send people to pursue, collect all useful information, and lock on the enemy's exact location. The third Kazekage's patience has been almost exhausted. Whenever the village's ninjas locked onto a location, he would personally lead the team to kill them, only to discover each time that it was a scam. The two old guys, Yutang Koharu and Mito Kato En, are very cunning, just like foxes in the forest, hiding here and there. Let the Konoha ninjas create various smoke bombs to distract their attention. This resulted in the third Kazekage repeatedly failing to achieve his goals. Pity. The last time, the third Kazekage wanted to keep Yutang Koharu and Mito Kato En, but unfortunately he fell just short. If several Konoha ninjas had not attacked him desperately and sacrificed themselves to save Yutang Koharu's death would not have been as simple as the destruction of one hand. 2 days passed quietly. The people sent by Cho arrived at the Bear Country. On the other side in Konoha, Yutang Koharu became a little irritable. Men Yen, you told me 2 days ago that reinforcements would arrive in 2 days. Where are the reinforcements? Chapter 192 Saratobi Hiruzen, why would I stand up my old friend? He waited foolishly for 2 days, constantly sending people to create smoke bombs to distract the third Kazekige's attention, but nothing happened. Not to mention reinforcements, not even a feather was seen. It should be here soon. We have to trust Hiruzen. Don't you trust him? Facing Mito Katoen's counter-question, Yutang Koharu calmed down. They should indeed believe in the third Hokage. At least he never broke his promise to them. If they say reinforcements have been sent, then there must be some. It's just that you may have wasted time, so just wait a little longer. Then keep waiting. The waiting time was very torturous, but unfortunately, Koharu Yutang had no other choice but to continue waiting. Unless she is willing to give up her naive ideas and decisively evacuate from the Bear Country. The result of continuing to wait was that after 2 days, there was still no sign of reinforcements. The air pressure around Yutang Koharu is terribly low. Not to mention other people, even Mizuto Minion didn't dare to approach her at this time. It was agreed that reinforcements would arrive in 2 days, but after waiting for 2 days, the third Hokage stood them up and there was no sign of reinforcements at all. Fortunately, they just kept making smoke bombs instead of rushing out to fight the enemy, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Why did Hiruzen stand us up? Mizuto Minion couldn't understand it. In fact, the third Hokage himself didn't know why he stood up his old friend. Sitting in the village, he was still waiting for news from the Bear Country. Unfortunately, in order to release the smoke bomb, the intelligence ninja responsible for contacting the village died. As a result, the news from the Bear Country could not be sent out, and the third Hokage could only wait patiently. In an underground base of the Kawanakuni camp, Shizuka, who has entered the Sage Chakra mode, is cooperating with Orochimaru in experiments. As for the situation in the Bear Country, the two have forgotten about it. Orochimaru dared to disobey the two elders and did not care about the life and death of the two elders. And Jingai has already withdrawn the puppet. The terrain of the Bear Country is too complicated. Once people go into the forest, even puppets in the sky will find it difficult to lock onto their positions. So, Jingai simply withdrew the puppet. Watching Orochimaru integrate the Senjutsu chakra and the Samsara eye chakra into the body of the experimental subject, Shizuka began to admire Orochimaru. This guy conducted countless experiments to obtain this batch of experimental subjects. Thinking about what Orochimaru had said before, that he had conducted hundreds of experiments on these test subjects, Jingai felt his scalp tingling. It took hundreds of experiments to get this batch of experimental subjects. So how many died in the process? I'm afraid only Orochimaru knows the exact number. This guy has even started experimenting on his own body. Fortunately, Orochimaru had some idea in his mind and knew that Shizuka didn't like such experiments, so he would only conduct physical experiments when he was alone. There is rejection. The little snake in one of the jars began to twist its body, and a big lump suddenly appeared on its slender body. It subconsciously took a few steps back. Bump! There was a loud bang, and the snake in the glass jar exploded. It was a bloody mess and even the glass jar was blown to pieces. Fortunately, Orochimaru was well prepared and put on a layer of protection on the outside, so the snake's flesh and broken glass did not explode and fly everywhere. Orochimaru remained calm about the result. He picked up the notebook on the table and quickly recorded the experimental process and the reasons for the failure. The experimental subject has performed well in absorbing Senjutsu chakra, but your chakra, Jingai Koen, is at risk of instability. Blame me? It was you who felt that the experiment on natural energy was too conservative, and you wanted to try Senjutsu chakra, but now you say it's unstable. Tisk, it was blown into a bloody mess. How miserable. As expected, I am not suitable for scientific research. This kind of work should be left to a cold-blooded guy like Orochimaru. Jingai is not a kind person who would easily show kindness. He just felt disgusted when he saw the bloody scene. You can do the following experiments slowly by yourself. I'm leaving now. This place is not suitable for me. Shizuka also has a laboratory in the Umbu base, but the materials in his laboratory are all soil and stone. Unlike Orochimaru, if there were no regulations against using humans and corpses, he would definitely not mind using corpses, even living people. There is no doubt that Orochimaru is capable of doing such a thing. Orochimaru, who was carefully recording the experimental process, didn't even raise his head. He was very busy at the moment and didn't care whether Jingai left or stayed. As long as Jingai leaves enough experimental materials, it will be enough. This guy will be finished sooner or later. Shaking his head, Jingai left the underground base. After leaving the underground base, Jingai came to the place where the prisoners of war were held. This was the first time Jingai came to check on Yitsung after he was locked up. Fortunately, he had reminded them in advance that the people guarding the prisoners would not target Yitsung, and those means of digging out intelligence secrets would not be used on Yitsung. In the solitary cell, Yitsung, with lifeless eyes, leaned against the wooden bars, staring blankly at the sky. Since she woke up, she found herself a prisoner in a cell. Yitsung was a little panicked for a moment, but fortunately, the things that were rumored to happen did not happen to her. She wasn't treated harshly either. At least they lived better than other prisoners of war. Grown-ups. When the ninja on duty saw Jingai, he quickly saluted and greeted him. Thanks for your hard work. Jingai smiled and nodded in response, pointing to the cell. Let me see who's inside. My lord, do you need me to look around? The ninja on duty asked tactfully. Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The ninja on duty left obediently and sensibly, deciding to take a look around first. Jingai walked to the cell alone and came to the place where Yitsung was imprisoned. Noticing someone coming, Yitsung, who was staring blankly at the sky, came to his senses and lowered his head to look at Jingai. Compared to when he was caught, Yitsung looked a little sloppy now. Who are you? Who am I? Jing originally thought that Yitsung would scold her, but the first thing he asked when they met was who he was. Don't you, the Sand Village, have any information about me? Or has that old woman Cho blocked the information? Jingai looked at Yitsung curiously. The green apple head was gone, the long green hair became messy, and the delicate white face became dirty. Not to mention the clothes, which were not only messy but also smelled bad. What does this mean? Yitsung tried hard to recall, and soon her eyes changed. Hinata Shizuichi? The guy who is known as the God Slayer killed the leader of the Rain Country, the demigod salamander Hanzo, on the battlefield of the Rain Country. You ambushed me and brought me here? Yitsung's emotions suddenly became a little excited. Chapter 193 Human Hearts, Can't Stand Comparison. That's it. Jingai shrugged his shoulders, leaned against the pillar behind him, and said casually, I saw your team on the way to the camp, so I had the puppet capture you. As for your companions, did you kill them? After listening to half of Jingai's words, Yitsung angrily slapped the wood that was thicker than his calf and shouted at Jingai. Why did you kill them? Why? Anger can cause people to lose their minds? Jingai stared at the furious Yitsung seriously and said regretfully, I kind of regret bringing you back. It seems that you are not very smart. Yitsung, do I look not very smart? As for why I arrested you? Jingai thought for a moment, and said in an uncertain tone. At first I thought you had great talent. After all, you are the new generation genius of the Sand Village. But now it seems that this evaluation is a bit outrageous. I don't know who has better talent between you and Luo Sha, but Luo Sha must be smarter than you. This is the truth. If Yitsung had not been stupid, he would not have been tricked by Luo Sha into going to the Mist Village, and then died tragically in the Mist Village. Until his death, he never figured out why he was ambushed. From this we can see how slow Yitsung's brain is. He went to the Mist Village on behalf of the village, but went alone, and he didn't suspect that Raza wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. The result is obvious. He was ambushed and killed without any clear reason. I'm not stupid. Yitsung blushed. Although her reaction was a little slow, it didn't mean that Yitsung was stupid. Yitsung was a little overwhelmed after being told over and over again by Jingai that he was an idiot. Really? I do not believe. Yitsung's red face turned purple, and she felt that if she continued like this, she would be angry to death. Since you have captured me, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. There is no need for you to go out of your way to humiliate me. During the war, very few prisoners of war survived. Yitsung was very self-aware and never expected to be released. To put it bluntly, even if Shizuka really let her go, she would not be valued if she returned to the Sand Village. They will be directly listed as key suspects. There are too many examples of people who could not stand the torture and torment and ultimately chose to betray. If I kill you, then I've captured you in vain and wasted a puppet. Jingai squatted down and said with a smile, you are still worried about your companions. After you were knocked unconscious and taken away by my puppet, they didn't even think about saving you. and they didn't even dare to catch up with you. I won't believe you. Yitsong spoke toughly, but the expression on her face betrayed her. She was not at peace. She could understand that her teammates failed to rescue her, but the problem was that not being able to rescue someone and not even having the intention to save someone were two different things. It's better not to believe it, so as not to get upset after knowing the truth. With a smile, Jing'ai did not continue chatting with Yitsong, turned around and left the cell. When the ninja on duty came back, Shizuichi said to him, "Have a good look at the people inside. Give them better treatment. Also, take a group of enemies and lock them up next door. The treatment for these people will be worse. Send someone to torture them frequently. You can also use some tricks to interrogate them." Well, the ninja on duty was a little confused. "Sir, this level of treatment. Go by the highest one. This has a problem?" "No problem. I will definitely give you the highest salary. The man named Yitsong should be treated the best, and the newcomers should be treated the worst. It would be best if he was interrogated and tortured frequently, and some stimulating methods could be used." The ninja on duty wrote down everything Jing'ai said, then went to find his immediate superior and reported Jing'ai's request. So the next day, Yitsong discovered that a group of ninjas from the village were imprisoned in the cell next door. Compared to her solitary cell, the cell next door was simply overcrowded. These fellow villagers looked a little miserable. "Yitsong, why are you here too?" There were ninjas who knew Yitsong and were shocked when they saw her. They also didn't expect that the village's genius Scorch release Yitsong was also locked up, still in the cell next door. "Senior Li Luo, it's a long story." Yitsong's expression was a little unnatural. "What are you arguing about? Be quiet." The ninja on duty came in with his men, shouted a few times, and then began to distribute food to them. Needless to say, in the cell next door, according to Jing'ai's arrangement, the prisoners can only eat hard dry food, while in Yitsong's side, there is a combination of meat and vegetables, and bread. Although the food may not taste very good, at least the treatment is good. It's better than what many ninjas in the camp eat. Yitsong's little head was in a mess as he looked at his rations. When did the treatment of prisoners of war become so good? Although she is special, she shouldn't be able to eat such delicious food. Yitsong's mind was a little confused, and the Sand Village ninjas in the next cell were no longer calm. They were both prisoners, so why was Yitsong treated like this? Not only was he locked up in a solitary cell, it didn't seem like he was being interrogated at all. That was not enough, but even the food and treatment were so good. Could it be that Konoha is planning to win over Yitsong and try to turn her against the law? Normal people would have this thought in their minds, and some more paranoid people would even think, since Yitsong is treated like this, is she going to betray them? Mean. Noticing that the way her fellow villagers looked at her had changed, Yitsong was shaking with anger. Her poor political sense did not mean she was brainless. Jing'ai was showing this blatantly to the other Sand Village ninjas. "I just treat you Yitsong differently. Guess what your fellow villagers will think? You are held in a solitary cell, and do not need to be interrogated, let alone torture. Your food and treatment are also of high standards. Even if your fellow villagers believe you for a short period of time, what will happen over time? Never underestimate the seeds of doubt and jealousy. After a long time, even if Yitsong still has no intention of betraying the Sand Village, other people will not think so. They will begin to doubt Yitsong and become jealous of Yitsong's good treatment. Please give me a change of food, the same food as everyone else." Yitsong made his request to the ninja on duty. She doesn't need such high treatment. Unfortunately, her request was ignored. The ninjas on duty don't care whether Yitsong will eat the food or not. Anyway, the food has been delivered to you. If you don't eat it, you can starve. Chapter 194. This is a blatant conspiracy. What can you do to me? Ignored. Looking at the plate on the ground, Yitsong could only turn his head away. In order to reduce her companion's suspicion, she would not eat such high-end food. "Here, move quickly, this is someone that Master Jing values very much." Soon, the on-duty ninja brought a group of people to the cell, opened the door, and began to carry things in under Yitsong's astonished gaze. They looked like some materials. Why move the materials into the cell? Yitsong was puzzled. What do these Konoha ninjas want to do now? Please give way. The ninja on duty looked at Yitsong coldly. Having hit a cold nail, Yitsong could only suppress the anger in his heart and walk aside. In the next cell not far away, the Sand Village ninjas who were crowded in the cell all stretched their heads to look over here. After driving Yitsong to the other side, several Konoha ninjas who had moved the materials began to get busy. Under the gaze of everyone, an independent compartment was soon built, with a large wooden barrel stuffed into the compartment. What's even more outrageous is that after the compartment was built, these people actually brought in a wooden bed, also brought a full set of bedding and other things. After doing all this, the ninja on duty said to Yitsong, "Master Jing'ai said that although you, Yitsong, are a prisoner of war, you are a woman, so a simple toilet was built for you. You can wash in the toilet. Someone will bring hot water every afternoon, and you can take a bath in it. After saying that, the ninja on duty raised his head, snorted, and walked away with a swagger. It's over. Looking at the drastically changed prison cell, Yitsong's heart sank to the bottom. Although she is a ninja, her identity as a woman cannot be changed. Yitsong also felt that it was too embarrassing to solve some personal problems in the cell, as she might be seen accidentally. Now that the problem has been solved, Yitsong is not happy at all, because there were many prisoners from the same village in the cell next door staring at this side. What should Yitsong do? She can refuse to eat the high-priced food, refuse to sleep on the bed, refuse the quilt and pillow and other things that help her sleep, but can she refuse to use the simple restroom to go to the toilet and wash herself? It's hard. No, it would mean solving the problem in front of many ninjas from the same village. How could a girl like her bear it? In the eyes of others, it was Yitsong who started her rebellion against Konoha. It can be said that this is a naked conspiracy. Even though Yitsong knew that it was a conspiracy against her, she had no choice but to jump in with her nose held. You, come out here. After lunch, Yitsong still refused to eat the high-quality food. But the ninja guarding the cell did not spoil her. In a word, she could eat if she wanted, and if she didn't, she would starve. The time was almost up. The ninja on duty brought the people from the interrogation department to the cell next door, dragged a lucky guy out of the cell, and began to interrogate him outside the cell. Interrogation methods are usually violent and cruel. Listening to her companion's wailing, Yitsong closed her eyes helplessly. She did not follow her companions next door and curse, because she knew that Konoha did it on purpose. The more excited they were, the worse the outcome would be for the people being interrogated. Sir, Yitsong refused to eat the 2 meals a day, and refused to sleep in the bed. Nothing on the bed was moved. At night, the ninja on duty came to report today's situation to Jing'ai. Well, as usual. Jing'ai put down the book in his hand and said something, then waved his hand, indicating that the ninjas on duty could leave. This is only the first day, and he really wants to know how long Yitsong can hold on. You won't die of starvation if you don't eat for a day, but it would be very uncomfortable if you don't go to the toilet for a day. As he had instructed before, the ninjas on duty stood far away. In this case, Yitsong could use the hay and branches in the cell for cover. Now the cell next door is full of people, and the ninjas on duty have come to the side of the cell and are watching. Can Yitsong still solve the problem in public? You can refuse food and refuse to sleep in a bed, but you can't refuse to use the bathroom. Why do I feel like I'm being tortured? He. Jing'ai suddenly laughed. It seemed that taking over Tsunade's shift was not so boring after all. Yitsong made the right choice. If nothing else, at least it would keep him from being so bored. Something happened worth celebrating. Orochimaru's voice came in through the window. Before Jing could look up, this guy pushed the door open and walked in, holding a tray in his hand with a few pieces of steaming grilled meat on it. Hey, isn't this Orochimaru? Are you willing to walk out of the laboratory? Jing'ai was somewhat surprised by Orochimaru's sudden arrival. Is this guy willing to come out of the lab? He knew how busy Orochimaru was. The real body was in the laboratory while the clone was handling official business. After finishing work in the laboratory, he would immediately return to the command center to continue his work. It can be said that Orochimaru's working hours are even more exaggerated than the so-called 996. Under such circumstances, it was somewhat surprising that Orochimaru had the mind to come to him instead of staying in the laboratory or the headquarters to handle official business. The most important thing was that this guy brought barbecue with him. The barbecue smelled good. Tsunade was wrong, the barbecue made by Orochimaru tastes pretty good. It's just that this guy rarely takes action. If you ask him to cook the barbecue himself, he would rather just make do with it or simply not eat it. The little guys are growing up really well. The experiment went smoothly, which made Orochimaru in a good mood. The barbecue on the tray was the best proof of this. Under normal circumstances, you would never be able to eat food made by Orochimaru himself. Then I'm looking forward to it. If the experiment goes smoothly, it means that the little yellow-haired boy's summoned beast is secure. As for the unlucky brother-in-law Shenshu, no, brother-in-law, Jing'ai can only say sorry and will arrange it for you when your teacher comes back. It smells good. Jing'ai took a look at the good-looking barbecue and picked up a fork to try it. Suddenly, his hand holding the fork stopped in midair, and he tilted his head uncertainly and asked, "What kind of meat is this?" If it were anyone else, Jing'ai wouldn't ask this, but Orochimaru, those who understand know it. This guy is really worrying. Jing'ai doesn't want to eat some weird meat. I know Jing'ai-kun likes to eat venison. This is a wild deer that the command guard specially hunted in the forest. Orochimaru explained with a smile and clearly assured that he would not use strange meat to make barbecue. Chapter 195. When you stare into the abyss, the abyss is also staring at you. That's more or less. Jing'ai poked a small piece with a fork to test it. After confirming that it was venison, he took out a clean kunao and cut the venison. It must be said that Tsunade's evaluation was very fair. The barbecue made by Orochimaru really tasted good. While eating the delicious venison, Jing'ai asked casually, "How long does it take to cultivate a spiritual beast?" Orochimaru, who was also eating the roasted venison, paused for a moment after hearing this. "It will probably take a few months. I need to ensure that the experimental subject grows stably and in a benign direction." Jing nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and ate the barbecue peacefully. When it comes to the experiment, you can completely trust Orochimaru. Even though this guy is a little twisted inside, his credibility is guaranteed. If this were Jiraiya, Jing would have a big question mark on his face. "By the way, how is the genius you captured?" "It's okay, we are still testing the waters. There is a high possibility that we will betray the Sand Village." "Worthy of cultivation?" Orochimaru looked up in surprise. He knew very well how high Jing'ai's standards were. Jing'ai would basically not even give a second look at many of the promising young people in the village that others thought were good. Only one person, Minato Namikaze, caught his eye. "No Wake is still benefited from Tsunade. Is Yitsong worth cultivating?" Jingi can say, "Worth it." Not to mention other aspects, just the scorch release is worth cultivating, and the upper limit of scorch release is not low. Under normal circumstances, as long as Yitsong grows normally, he is guaranteed to be a Kage-level existence. After thinking for a while with his head tilted, Jing'ai replied, "It's okay, probably about the same as rope tree. Scorch release is not common, and the upper limit of this bloodline limit is very high. There is another more important reason." "What reason?" Orochimaru looked at him curiously, his curiosity aroused. "She's beautiful." Orochimaru, who was expectant in the last second, had his smile frozen on his face in the next second. "So, beauty is the key, right?" A lot of ideas popped up in Orochimaru's mind, but he didn't expect that beauty would become a key factor, and the most important plus point. Well, in Orochimaru's opinion, it doesn't matter whether a woman is beautiful or not, because he can't understand Jiraiya's happiness anyway. Because Orochimaru has no interest in women. If you have that much time, you might as well do experiments or explore the mystery of eternal life. Jing'ai, do you think the most important part of a living thing is the body or the soul? After a long silence, Orochimaru suddenly asked a strange question. At least to Jing'ai, this question was rather strange. "What? Even without Rope Tree's death, it still can't stop you, Orochimaru, from pursuing eternal life?" Jing'ai put down the fork in his hand, wiped his mouth and said, "This question doesn't mean much to me. For me, a beautiful body is important, but an interesting soul is also indispensable." "Orochimaru, can we continue the pleasant chat? What the hell kind of answer is that? A beautiful body is important, but an interesting soul is also indispensable. Birth, aging, illness and death are key parts of the natural cycle. It's just that some special creatures have longer lifespans. Orochimaru, remember one thing, when you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you." Stop Orochimaru from embarking on the path to eternal life? This guy has already been on this path and has even started to take action. His snake-like pupils are the best proof of this. Besides, this was Orochimaru's own private matter, and Jing'ai had no interest in interfering, let alone dissuading him. As long as Orochimaru doesn't set his sights on him or target the people around him, that's enough. He can't control anything else, really can't control it. "Oh, when you stare into the abyss also stares into you?" Orochimaru felt that this sentence was very meaningful. I'm so full." Jing'ai didn't want to talk much about the topic of immortality. After eating and drinking his fill, he patted his belly with satisfaction, hinting to Orochimaru that he could leave. "I am very satisfied with this midnight snack, but as for what you are trying to study, I am really not interested." If Orochimaru dared to invite him to study some messed up things, he would guarantee to slap the guy to death. "Just enjoy yourself and don't come to harm me. Since you can't stop it, just ignore it and pretend you don't know. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Jing'ai-kun." Orochimaru tactfully took the tray and left. Although he was not very satisfied with the result of Shizuo's test today, the fact that Shizuo did not participate or stop him was enough for Orochimaru. If possible, he certainly hopes that Jing'ai will become his loyal ally and his experimental partner. If Jing'ai is not interested and does not want to participate, it is best to turn a blind eye. Neither persuade him nor stop him. Although Tsunade realized that Orochimaru did some weird things, she never interfered with Orochimaru as long as Orochimaru didn't do anything wrong. As long as Tsunade doesn't interfere, Orochimaru can just deal with Shizuochi and do the experiments he wants with peace of mind. As long as Tsunade and Shizuochi are kept stable and as long as he doesn't commit suicide, it will be difficult for the Umbu to suddenly surround the laboratory base. With this, Orochimaru's first attempt on Shizuichi came to an end. In the Bear Country, an uneasy atmosphere spread among the team. Koharu Utane, with her left hand wrapped in a bandage, looked very unhappy. Midam Nen, who was sitting next to her, was not in a much better mood either. The two realized that they had been tricked. What a shitty reinforcement, they never came. For 2 days and 2 days, they kept circling around in the Bear Country, dragging the third Kazekage around in circles, looking forward to the arrival of reinforcements. The results of it, not to mention reinforcements, not even a single hair was seen. Xiao-chun, there must be an accident in the village. We probably won't be able to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. The supplies we have are almost all used up. This is very bad news. There are no reinforcements and no supplies. Food is fine, but it can be obtained if you think of a way. After all, there is not much else in the forest. There are plenty of prey, but what about ninja tools and supplies? In order to delay the third Kazekage, they have consumed all the available supplies. As a result, the supplies were used up and the most embarrassing thing happened, no reinforcements came to support them. The third Hokage's promise to them became empty words. He. There was something a little crazy about Utane Koharu's laughter, and Mito Kato and couldn't help but get goosebumps. It seems I was wrong. I shouldn't have had faith in Hiruzen. He disappoints me so much. The cruel reality chilled Koharu Utane's heart to a chill. Chapter 196 Jingwon, How Come the Pot Became Mine? She felt like a clown, jumping up and down in the Bear Country, dragging the third Kazekage around, fantasizing that reinforcements would arrive soon so she could teach the third Kazekage a lesson. Let him know that Koharu Tsuneharu is not someone to be trifled with. But the result? She was stood up by the third Hokage. Koharu Utane didn't know whether an accident had happened in the village. She only knew that she had been stood up. He even lost a hand because of it. Having missed the best time for treatment, it would be difficult for her hand to recover even after returning to the village, and she would become a disabled person who could only use one hand. Losing a hand was a heavy blow to a medical ninja. Looking at the disheartened Utani Koharu, Mito Kato-en was hesitant to speak, and after opening his mouth several times, he finally said what was in his mind. Perhaps Hiruzen also has his own difficulties, perhaps he encountered opposition from others, so he was unable to send reinforcements. Bullshit. Who can stop him? He is the Hokage. I don't believe that Orochimaru dared to disobey orders sent to the frontline camp. Orochimaru doesn't dare, but someone else does. Midam Nen smiled bitterly and shook his head. There seems to be nothing wrong with this statement. Tsunade seems to be in the camp. Orochimaru doesn't dare, but Tsunade dares. Once Tsunade strongly blocks it, even if Orochimaru is willing to send people, he will not be able to do so. Tsunade. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Utane Koharu had a gloomy face and the flames of anger almost burst out of her eyes. Seeing that Utane Koharu's face began to twist, Midam Nen said worriedly, Xiao-chun, maybe the truth is not what we think. Let's retreat. Sacrifice some people to delay the enemy. We can still return to the village safely. Once we get to the village, I believe everything will be revealed. Is it Tsunade who is stopping them? Mizuto Minen didn't know and wasn't sure. I hope something unexpected happened. Otherwise it will turn into a hostile relationship. If the rescue is blocked and no reinforcements are allowed to arrive, once this is confirmed, the relationship between the two sides will definitely become hostile. Withdraw. At this time, Koharu Yudata no longer cared about the mission or the third Kazekage. She just wanted to return to the village as soon as possible and ask the third Hokage what was going on and where the reinforcements were. Where did the reinforcements go? We were able to evacuate smoothly before, but if we want to evacuate now, we have to ask the third Kazekage if he is willing. After chasing for such a long time, the third Kazekage will not give up easily and let the two elders of Konoha leave safely. Fortunately, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en were ready to sacrifice themselves. Sacrifice the lives of some Konoha ninjas and let them act as smoke bombs to create noise, attract the enemy's attention, and buy time and opportunities for Mito Kato-en and Utane Koharu to evacuate. Konoha, Tsunade finally returned to the village she had been away from for a long time. After returning to the village safely, Tsunade originally planned to go straight home to see her children, but fortunately her sense of responsibility drove her to go to the Hokage office building first. Old man, I'm back. I want to hand over the work to you so that I can go back and rest in peace. Pushing open the door of the Hokage's office, Tsunade walked into the Hokage's office. Welcome home, Tsunade. The third Hokage gave Tsunade a comforting smile. Although the master and disciple could not agree on many political views, Tsunade also liked to challenge him. But Tsunade's dedication to the village is genuine, and for this reason alone, she deserves to be greeted with a smile by the third Hokage. Let's not talk about that. I just came back to stay for a while. After a while, I will return to the camp to take over Jingai's shift. Tsunade sat down on the sofa carelessly and waved her hand casually. With Jingai in charge of the camp's medical department, you can go back to the village and rest without any worries. The third Hokage didn't like Jingai, but Jingai's achievements and contributions were obvious to all. Previously, with him in charge at the Rain Country camp, no problems occurred at the Rain Country medical room. Although the medical department of the Kawanakuni camp has more staff, it should not be difficult to manage for the experienced Jingai. By the way, how's the rescue going? As they were chatting, the third Hokage suddenly asked about the rescue of the Bear Country. Tsunade was stunned for a moment and replied, I don't know. The rescue order arrived after she left. Tsunade returned to the village more slowly this time, so it took her longer. When the third Hokage asked this question, she was somewhat confused. Old man, you are going too far by asking me questions that I don't understand. The third Hokage himself was stunned. You had left the camp? Tsunade spread her hands and said, I really don't know about the rescue. I came back relatively slowly this time. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going back to see my 2 children at home, and Minato. Make sure Tsunade really doesn't know. The third Hokage then gave up, and after Tsunade left, he immediately asked the Hokage guard to go to the intelligence department, which sent a message to the frontline camp to inquire about rescue. For some reason, the third Hokage always felt uneasy. I hope there won't be any accidents during the rescue. Jingai shouldn't stop the rescue. Tsunade had already left by then, and Shizuichi took his place. If Jingai forcibly objects, Orochimaru would probably stand on his side. After all, Orochimaru and he have a very good relationship. Once Jingai objects, the rescue will be in trouble. Fortunately, Jingai is not an unreasonable person. As long as he is not involved, he will most likely not interfere in such matters. Besides, rescue is really important. If the 2 elders were killed by the dead, it would be a heavy blow to the morale of the village. But the third Hokage could never have dreamed that the person who refused to rescue was not Shizuka, but his good disciple Orochimaru. Orochimaru was eager to suppress the Sand Village, to press forward step by step, to force the enemy to close the front line, and to gain more fruits of victory, so he refused the rescue order. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Tsunade quickly returned home. What made her feel relieved was that everything was normal at home. Kushina went to school obediently and occasionally went out for a walk with her sisters. The rest of the time she stayed at home obediently and did not go anywhere. She always kept Jingai's advice in mind. During this period, Shinshu did not cause any trouble. He trained hard every day and constantly improved his strength. It's rare that you guys are so well behaved. Tsunade felt a little unreal. Minato is an obedient person, he will definitely not do anything rash, but you 2 are troublesome. Tsunade looked at her siblings suspiciously. There's something wrong with you. Sister Tsunade, what are you looking at? Am I, Kushina, so naughty and disobedient? Kushina rolled her eyes at Tsunade, holding her hands angrily and said, Jingai specifically warned us before leaving the village, especially me. He said that during the war, there might be enemies targeting me, so he told me not to go anywhere else except school and the commercial street, and to go home after school. He also told me so. He also said that there are puppets and Umbu people to protect us. Shinshu looked at his sister speechlessly. Can't people be more trusting? I'm your brother, and you don't trust me. No more love. Sure enough, Jingai is still reliable. Chapter 197 The opportunity has come. Tsunade ignored Nawake's dissatisfaction, hugged Kushina in her arms, and kissed the little girl hard on the face twice, causing Kushina to struggle in disgust and keep wiping her face with the back of her hand. Since you're so well behaved, I'll treat you to a feast today. Let's go eat barbecue. Minato, you can come too. Since her younger brothers and sisters were so well behaved, Tsunade decided to treat them to barbecue. Don't go. Shenshu hummed and looked up. Kushina was also not interested. Minato smiled awkwardly. What happened? Are you not happy about inviting me to a barbecue? If you don't want barbecue, what do you want to eat? I don't have Jingai's cooking skills. Oh, I'm tired of eating. Kushina sighed. Barbecue is delicious, but you can't resist eating it often. Nawaki also sighed. It's a bit greasy indeed. Let's wait for Minato to cook. Tsunade? What the hell? It turned out that after Jingai left, the 3 little ones had difficulty solving the food problem, so they often went out to eat, and Kushina, the little rich woman, would treat them at any time. As a result, they often frequented the famous barbecue restaurant in the village, but after a while, the 3 little ones now don't want to touch barbecue at all. Fortunately, the little yellow-haired boy's cooking skills have been developed. I can't say how delicious it tastes, but at least it's passable. So when they don't go out to eat, cooking becomes the little yellow-haired boy's job. Kushina paid for the groceries, while Noeki was in charge of running the market and helping out. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. Tsunade was so angry that she was heartbroken. She had finally saved some money and wanted to treat you guys to a nice meal to make you happy, but in the end you were rejected? Is there any justice left? Never mind, I'll just wait for Minato to finish cooking. Let Tsunade treat the meal. She has some money in her pocket and she won't be stingy. It's unrealistic to expect her to cook. So the whole family set their sights on the little yellow-haired boy. Well, not bad, not bad. Minato's cooking skills have improved, great. Tsunade ate the food made by Minato and kept praising him, mainly because she was a little embarrassed. It's a bit embarrassing for the eldest child to be alone and still rely on the children for food. By the way, your teacher has already started preparing a summoning beast for you. When he comes back, we should be able to sign the contract. You can practice summoning when you have time. The scroll is at home. Just go find the rope tree and get it. Psychic beast? The three little ones couldn't help but prick up their ears. Kushina asked urgently, Tsunade's sister, what about me? Is there anything for me? This summoned beast is not suitable for you. Tsunade had no choice but to explain. What about me? What about me? It's not suitable, Kushina, I'm sure it's fine. Rope Tree stood up and pointed at himself. A summoning beast that is suitable for Minato must also be suitable for him. You. Tsunade looked at him and shook her head regretfully. Shizuichi wanted to prepare it for you, but I refused. You should wait for Jiraiya to come back and make a contract with the toad of Mayaboku Mountain directly. This will help you learn fairy arts in the future. But Tsunade didn't say this. Because Noeki and Minato have not been tested yet, Tsunade is worried that they will be very disappointed when they are tested and have high expectations but find that they have no talent. Why? Noeki's voice rose several degrees. I don't like toads, and I don't like Jiraiya. Is it? Tsunade couldn't help but tease. Who is it that used to chase after Jiraiya whenever he had time? He followed whatever Jiraiya did. Who is that? It can't be me, could it be Minato? Pfft. Tsunade's teasing and sarcasm made Noeki a little unable to hold back. Kushina burst out laughing, and the little yellow-haired boy couldn't help laughing either. These can all be considered as Shenshu's dark history. As he grows older, whenever some of the stupid things he did in the past are brought up, Shenshu becomes blushing with shame. Thinking back to the stupid things he had done in the past, Shinshu was so embarrassed that he could have dug a hole in the floor with his toes. That was before. I don't like Jiraiya anymore. With his face flushed, he slammed the table and argued loudly. I don't like toads, and I don't want to sign a contract with one. Are there some things that you just don't want? Tsunade rolled her eyes at her brother and didn't bother to pay attention to him. This is what a naughty child is like. Even if you are nice to him, he will think you are targeting him. Never mind. Let's wait for Jiraiya to come back and solve the problem of Rope Tree himself. In the underground base of the Rain Country, Jiraiya suddenly sneezed several times. Strange, is anyone talking about me? Conan ran to Jiraiya, looked up and asked, Teacher, you keep sneezing, are you sick? Conan's concern warmed Jiraiya's heart. He raised his hand and rubbed the little girl's head. Jiraiya laughed and said narcissistically, Sick? How is that possible? Your teacher Jiraiya is the strongest toad sage in Konoha. It is impossible for him to be sick. By the way, have you learned the ninjutsu that the teacher taught you? I've learned it. Yahiko is so stupid. He hasn't learned it yet. Conan smiled happily and took the opportunity to report Yahiko's misbehavior. Xiaonan, how could you possibly complain? I've tried my best. Yahiko was so furious that he didn't dare to get angry at Conan. He could only stamp his feet in frustration and loudly defend himself. Nagato, with his eyes still covered by his long hair, stood quietly aside. You're obviously stupid. No, I'm not stupid. You run. I am not stupid. Alas, these two children, it starts again. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Looking at the three children who had grown a lot taller, he felt mixed emotions. I don't know what happened to the child Shenshu. With Jingai looking after him, nothing should go wrong. This child will definitely grow up to be tall. Thinking of Rope Tree, Jiraiya inexplicably began to have a headache. He himself was not sure whether Rope Tree would forgive him after returning to Konoha. The inquiry letter sent from Konoha was delivered directly to the frontline camp. Orochimaru, who received the letter, threw it aside as usual and pretended that he didn't know about it. In short, rescue was impossible. This was a critical moment in the war, and he couldn't divert a platoon of men to rescue two annoying old guys. Even though Orochimaru is always thinking about experiments, he relies on his shadow clones to handle all his official duties. He had already sensitively grasped the situation on the battlefield. The Sand Village's front line was shrinking, and it seemed that even the number of enemies on the battlefield had decreased significantly. Is there a possibility that is because the Sand Village chose to provide support, but he did not choose to rescue. If that is the case, then his chance has come. So Orochimaru went to find Shizuka. Express your thoughts one by one. A lot of people from the Sand Village have indeed been sent out, but the impact on the war is not that great. The weather is the fatal point. Winter is coming, and there will definitely be problems with the supplies of the Sand Village, and transportation will become more difficult. Shizuka has been using puppets to monitor the movements of the Sand Village camp. Chapter 198 Fight or not fight, it's not your choice. Is Konoha's supplies under pressure? There is pressure, but it is not as great as that of the Sand Village. After all, Konoha's financial resources are there, and the wealth of the Fire Country is no joke. After appeasing the daimyo, Konoha can directly collect supplies within the Land of Fire for use in the war. The Fire Country daimyo would not refuse this. After all, the war has a great deal to do with him. Only by winning the war can he save face and gain more benefits. Besides, Konoha didn't collect supplies for free. If the daimyo of the Land of Fire can support Konoha in this way, will the daimyo of the Land of Wind also support the Sand Village? It's difficult. Even if the daimyo of Wind Country is willing to support it, the national strength of Wind Country is there and the support level is not at the same level. In addition, the environment in the Wind Country is harsh and supplies are tight. With the arrival of winter, the pressure on transportation will double, so the inherent advantage is in our favor. Orochimaru couldn't wait to take out the map, pointed at it and said, compared to the Sand Village, the village's material transportation is easier and the village's war potential is better. The Sand Village has begun to show signs of weakness. The war personnel and materials have been almost consumed. So, what do you want to do? Being weak does not mean that the Sand Village will be defeated. At most, the battle line will continue to shrink and the villagers will be forced to retreat step by step. It is simply impossible to overthrow the Sand Village in one wave. The smile on Orochimaru's face gradually faded, and he looked serious, and said to Shizuka in a pleading tone, Jingai, I need your help. To be more precise, I need your puppets. I remember that you still have a batch of puppets I made. These puppets are consumables, so it would be reasonable to put them to use. Jingai has already researched other materials for making puppets. Orochimaru knows this information, but he still doesn't know what materials are used. But new materials have come out, and judging by Jingai's dislike of ninja corpses, the puppets previously made with ninja corpses will definitely become consumables. You are so amazing, you have set your sights on me. Orochimaru stared at his puppet, and Shizuka couldn't help but laugh. However, if the exhausted puppets enter the battlefield, they can definitely deal a fatal blow to the Sand Village. Even if they cannot defeat the Sand Village, they can still make them suffer. Give me 300 puppets. Orochimaru said confidently, I can push the battle line to the border of the Wind Country. We will strive to completely disintegrate the total war and transform it into a local war before the new year. If the battle line is really pushed to the border of Wind Country, it means that the all-out war between the two villages in River Country will be broken up, and the Sand Village will suffer a great loss. The subsequent war will be mainly a local war and will be fought within the border of Wind Country. This guy is planning to do something shady. Upon hearing this, Jingai knew that Orochimaru was going to disregard martial ethics. There is no doubt that Orochimaru has such ability. Tisk, here you go, don't look at me like that. Shizuka, who was a little overwhelmed, took out a scroll and threw it to Orochimaru. Just throw out the scroll when needed, and these puppets will obey your command. Anyway, it's a consumable. Since Orochimaru has come to me for help, I'll give the Sand Village and the ninja world a shock. I hope that the dioxin of those puppet ninjas in the Sand Village will not be destroyed in one fell swoop. The puppets do not need to be controlled. Not only are they powerful, but they can also self-destruct when they die. Once this basic information is released, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the traditional puppet ninjas of the Sand Village. Having successfully convinced Shizuka and gained his support, Orochimaru clenched the scroll in his hand. I believe this battle will shock the entire ninja world. Jingai-kun, you will once again become famous in the ninja world. Stop, I'm embarrassed enough by calling him a god slayer. Please don't come up with other messed up names like your Konoha Great White Snake. We can still have fun without mentioning this title. Sure enough, the 5 words Konoha Great White Snake made Orochimaru become autistic. At this moment, Orochimaru really wanted to strangle the person who gave him this title. Then I'll wait for your good news. Jingai had no intention of going to the battlefield. It is enough for him to just stay in the camp and take charge of the medical department, and leave the rest to Orochimaru. Tisk tisk tisk. Being targeted by Orochimaru, who is prepared to disregard martial ethics, the Sand Village and Old Lady Cho are in trouble. No, I'm waiting for your good news. What I mean is, Orochimaru, aren't you ready to let me go into the battlefield and fight? Are you kidding me? Jing'ai leaned back and had the urge to give Orochimaru a big smack. "You're relying on me, right?" Looking at Shizuka, who was ready to make a move, Orochimaru began to feel uneasy. "Jing'ai, I don't mean to send you to the battlefield. I just hope you can control these puppets and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. After you succeed, I will immediately order a large-scale attack, so that the enemy's front line can be pushed to the Kingdom of Wind in one fell swoop." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Orochimaru always felt that Shizue wanted to slap himself. Regardless of whether this feeling is an illusion or not, it is better to explain it first. This would prevent Jing'ai from suddenly giving me a big punch and making me confused. Does it make a difference? Is there any difference between controlling the puppet yourself and going directly to the battlefield? No. Jing'ai leaned against the back and said lazily, "Don't expect me to go to the battlefield. The more I show off, the more restless the guy in the Hokage's office will be. That being said, why should we refuse the achievements we have already made?" Orochimaru laughed playfully. "After this battle, I will publicize your merits in the camp, Jingyu-jun, and will also report your merits to the Daming Mansion. With the endorsement of the Daming Mansion, the old man will at most be angry but not speak out. Jingyu-jun, sometimes, whether to fight or not is not up to us. We are not welcomed anyway, so we might as well maximize our reputation, at least to make the other party consider us." Jing'ai looked at Orochimaru speechlessly. "You are really a good disciple of your teacher." Other disciples would try every means to protect their teachers, but Orochimaru is different. He would try every means to dig holes for his teacher and make him uncomfortable. The logic is correct. Whether Jing'ai fights or not, he will not be welcomed by the Hokage's office. However, the more contributions he makes and the higher his prestige, the less likely the Hokage's office will dare to do anything to him. Especially when he gets the approval of the daimyo. With all the buffs added up, the F4 group will have a headache whenever they run into him. He. Orochimaru didn't take Jing'ai's ridicule seriously. "Teacher, is this thing important? If a teacher himself does not follow the rules, how can he expect his students to follow the rules? You were the one who was not kind first." From Orochimaru's perspective, it was indeed the third Hokage who was not kind first and manipulated him in various ways, both overtly and covertly. Chapter 199. Orochimaru, stop arguing. I have another choice for a surprise attack. You have to know that Orochimaru is not the kind of person like Jiraiya who would just scratch his head and smile and let it go even if he was targeted. He is a snake. If you target me, I will definitely bite you back. Okay, since you, Orochimaru, want to trick your teacher, then I'll play along. You'll be responsible for the aftermath, and I'll just take the fruits of the harvest. No problem. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Helping Jing'ai is also helping himself. Jing'ai can use merit and prestige to stack buffs, and the same goes for Orochimaru. If possible, Orochimaru really doesn't want to go against the F4 group. But there is someone who always keeps an eye on him and doesn't let him have a good life. If that's the case, don't blame me, Orochimaru, for being rude. After leaving Shizuka, Orochimaru returned to the headquarters and immediately ordered the ninja teams active on the battlefield to return to the camp. Since they were going to play a big game, they had to concentrate their strength. While the Sand Village camp was in chaos, they took the initiative to attack and drove them into the territory of the Wind Country in one fell swoop. The order was passed on. After receiving the news, the teams carrying out missions on the battlefield returned to the camp as soon as possible. As more and more ninja teams returned to the camp became much more lively than before. When all the teams that were able to returned to the camp, a combat meeting against the Sand Village was held at the command center. Jing'ai attended the meeting. When he arrived, the headquarters was already full of people. Generally speaking, those who are qualified to attend the meeting in the frontline camp are the captains of some elite teams. In other words, without the strength of a jonin and a special identity, such a meeting basically has nothing to do with you. It seems that I am late. Orochimaru, who was sitting in the main seat, smiled and said, "It's not too late." After saying that, he motioned Jing'ai to sit in the front, as his seat was in the front. After sitting down in your seat, Jing glanced at the people in the command center, only to find that there seemed to be few people she knew. Some of them looked familiar, but for the rest, I have almost no impression of them. It seems that after returning to the village, I have to go through the village's ninja files carefully. I don't have to know other people, but I need to be familiar with all the ninjas at the level of Jonin. Everyone who should have come had arrived. Orochimaru looked around at everyone and said, "The combat meeting held today is mainly aimed at the next concentrated action of the village. I hope everyone can cheer up, because this operation is very important to the village." As he spoke, Orochimaru hung up a map. Use a stick to point to the red mark on the map. I believe everyone can understand this map. The green mark is the range of the village's front line, and the red mark is the area where the enemy's front line is shrinking. Lord Orochimaru, are you saying that the enemy's defenses are shrinking? A Jonin raised his hand and asked the question in his mind. Correct. Orochimaru nodded and pointed to the red dotted line. Recently, the enemy's front line contraction started from here. According to the intelligence I have, the village recently carried out a revenge mission within the territory of the Wind Country and successfully attracted the enemy's attention. The third Kazekage of the Sand Village led a number of people into the Bear Country, and many of these people were transferred from the battlefield. In other words, the enemy's strength was far less than ours, so the front line was shrinking. So we're launching a massive attack? A Jonin who had the forehead protector tied to his arm asked curiously. Glancing at him, Orochimaru smiled and shook the stick in his hand. That's right, but only half right. We do have to launch a large-scale attack, but this attack needs to be based on the chaos within the enemy, so you can understand this as a raid. Launch a massive offensive that was also a raid? Many ninjas present were confused. Don't doubt it, the cultural level of many ninjas is actually not high, and they will be confused if some special terms are not explained clearly. Although ninja schools place emphasis on literary education, most of it is for laying the foundation for becoming a ninja. Therefore, it is not uncommon to see people like Naruto, who knows nothing when asked and looks confused when faced with a problem. Is this hard to understand? Orochimaru couldn't help but frown. The muscles on Jingai's face twitched slightly. During this period of time, many ninjas were able to become Chunin and Jonin, not because they met all the requirements, but because their strength reached this standard. In fact, at this point in time, the ninja assessment focuses more on strength rather than cultural assessment. The ninjas of this period, especially the older ones, cannot be said to be illiterate. Apart from knowledge of ninja, other subjects were a complete mess. To put it more exaggeratedly, many ninjas are lucky enough to be able to understand what is written in the ninjutsu scroll. This is not a joke, because many older ninjas have never even attended a ninja school. Family ninjas can still popularize knowledge within the family, but civilian ninjas, it's hard to describe. To put it simply, we need to launch a surprise attack, wait for the enemy to be in internal chaos, and then launch a full-scale attack to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop and drive them back to the Kingdom of Wind. Do you understand? Orochimaru corrected his wording. Now everyone in the command center understood. So someone couldn't help but ask, Lord Orochimaru, it may not be easy to launch a surprise attack to disrupt the enemy. Yes, if you want to stir up chaos in the enemy, it is best to attack their camp, which will be effective. Are you crazy for attacking the Sand Village's camp? Asshole, that's what Orochimaru-sama said, not me. Everyone stop. Orochimaru, who was already accustomed to this scene, slowly knocked on the table twice, signaling those who were discussing to stop. After everyone quieted down, Orochimaru continued. I have already arranged the raid. All you need to do is follow my instructions and lead your men to the appropriate location. As long as the raid is successful, it will be enough to lead your men and launch the attack. Can the raid actually succeed? Everyone looked at each other, somewhat unsure of themselves. It would be too difficult to launch a surprise attack on the enemy camp. Let alone launching a raid, it would be very difficult for you to sneak into the enemy camp. For a mission like a raid, it would be meaningless with a small number of people, but with a large number of people, you would be discovered before you even get close to the camp. Never take enemy perception ninjas lightly. Whether it is the Konoha camp or the Sand Village camp, there is a small number of sensory ninjas. The task of these sensory ninjas is to stay in the camp and detect possible enemies. Chapter 200. It's a dark and windy night, a good time for a sneak attack. The person next to me is Hayaga Shizuka, the deputy director of the Umbu. I believe many of you here know him. This raid mission will be completed by him. Our mission is a full-scale attack. Having said everything that needed to be said, Orochimaru introduced Shizuchi. Master Shizuchi is in charge of the raid? Isn't that too dangerous? He's a medical ninja. Fool, Lord Godslayer is not only a medical ninja, but also a very powerful ninja. Since he is responsible for the raid, he will definitely be able to complete it. People who are not familiar with Jingai think that Orochimaru is playing an international joke. How can you let a medical ninja carry out such a dangerous mission? But the Jonin's question was immediately refuted. Aren't you aware that this gentleman is just a strong man in disguise as a medical ninja? Besides, who says medical ninjas are necessarily weak? If you have the ability, go and tell this to Princess Tsunade. But the question is, can Tsunade complete such a task? Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Jingai was too lazy to explain and said calmly, how to raid the enemy camp is my task, and your task is to prepare for a full-scale attack. Let's all get ready. There are some things that you can never stop others from talking about unless you really do them. To put it another way, even if you really did it, there will always be people talking behind your back. This is human nature. The best way at this time is to not explain, ignore, and just follow your own steps. As for those who have their own ideas, just obey orders honestly and don't question this or that. That's what Orochimaru did. Many people present were unwilling, but Orochimaru, the chief steward of the camp, had already given the order, so what could they do? You can only do it obediently. After these people left, Jingai complained unhappily. I've discovered that nothing good will happen if I'm associated with you, Orochimaru. I'm beginning to regret agreeing to you. Although what you said makes sense, you've gained more benefits than me. Jingai-jun, this is called cooperation is beneficial to both sides. I need credit, and so do you. I need fame, and so do you. It's just that you are not as eager as I am. Orochimaru smiled slightly and continued. From the moment I refused to obey the old man's orders, it was destined that I needed to produce enough results to prove to myself that I was right to disobey, and the same goes for you. Although disobeying orders is my personal opinion, will the old men think so? You, Hinata Shizuka, said that you had no involvement, but the problem is, who would believe what you said? Maybe Tsunade will believe you, but F4. Jingai's face darkened. MMP, it's inexplicable that the blame was thrown at me, right? Although he was unhappy, he had to admit that what Orochimaru said made sense. He did not get involved in the disobedience, but he was in the camp. What would the third Hokage and the others think? People will definitely think that Orochimaru's disobedience was caused by Shizuichi. After all, Orochimaru used to be not very brave. But since he became familiar with Shizuichi, all kinds of outrageous actions have emerged. So the blame naturally fell on Jingai. Fuck you, anyway, disobedience has nothing to do with me. As for whether others believe it or not, that's their business. Giving Orochimaru a middle finger, Jingai decisively stood up and left. I have to stay away from this snake in the future to avoid falling into its trap without knowing it. Jingai left in silence. Orochimaru smiled silently. The order from the third Hokage was equivalent to helping him invisibly. The only regret was that in the future, Shizue would have to be more cautious against Orochimaru. The order from the headquarters has come down. All the combat teams in the camp took action and, under Orochimaru's command, went to various locations on the battlefield and waited for the attack signal. In the early morning of the next day, between 3 and 4 o'clock, it is often the time when people feel the most sleepy in a day. Even ninjas on night duty cannot avoid being affected by sleepiness. At this point in time, a puppet crow that had completely blended into the darkness flew towards the Sand Village camp, holding a sealing scroll in its mouth. A bird? Inside the Sand Village camp, the perception ninja on duty noticed the movement in the sky. After checking it confidently, he relaxed. A bird flying over the camp was no big deal. Moreover, the bird flew straight over the camp with no signs of landing or turning. As a result, the perception ninja on duty felt relieved. But what he didn't expect was that the bird, which was about to fly over the camp, dropped the scroll in its beak and flew away quickly. In the dark night sky, the sealing scroll fell towards the Sand Village camp so quickly. What? The perceptive ninja who had just relaxed was stunned for a moment. It seemed that the bird had dropped something down. Something foreign has fallen from the sky. Go and see what it is. The perception ninja notified the people outside immediately. However, before these people could take action, the scroll that was rapidly descending and approaching suddenly shattered and turned into pieces of paper that slowly floated in the air. As the sealed scroll turned into a pile of shredded paper, hundreds of dark figures fell from the air. Not good. The perception ninja who noticed all this jumped up on the spot and shouted, "Enemy attack." Before the perception ninja's prediction could be passed on, the puppet that fell from the sky had already landed in the Sand Village camp. After landing, each puppet attacked the nearest enemy around them. The sounds of fighting and screams spread throughout the camp, breaking the peace. The entire camp exploded like a frying pan filled with water. These remotely controlled puppets frantically attack any targets visible in the camp. Some puppets quickly broke away from the team and rushed towards the surrounding buildings. No matter whether they were tents or houses, as long as the puppets got close, they would immediately start to self-destruct. Boom! The deafening explosion almost covered the entire camp. This caused the level of chaos in the Sand Village camp to escalate several levels. Many Sand Village ninjas who were still sleeping in tents and houses were blown to death before they could react. It's a mess, a complete mess. In just a few minutes, the Sand Village camp was in chaos. Most of the awakened Sand Village ninjas were still confused and they didn't even know what was going on. The shouts and screams of companions, as well as the vibrations and sounds of explosions, could be heard all around. Cho, who had fallen asleep, was awakened. The old woman put on her clothes as quickly as possible.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.